And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to Topstep TV for opening call. I'm Pinky and he's the brain, and so glad you could make it here at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today, all day long. You got to check this schedule out today. Lots going on here. Today and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you hard work does pay off. So get ready, checklist, game plan. Hopefully that you're ready to go here. Get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date know-how. And I'd like to say good morning to our good friend, Jonathan Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, restful weekend, and we're ready for an exciting week this week. There's a lot going on this week. Maybe not so much today, but we're looking forward to an interesting, challenging, and hopefully a profitable trading week for everybody. As always, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Monday, December the 11th already.
11th.
I better get some shopping done.
Shopping. I think it's this thing called Amazon, where you just click, send, click, send, click, send.
Yeah.
There you go.
Santa comes here every day.
He does, doesn't he? Excuse me. Well, markets are geared up for an all-important Federal Reserve policy meeting this week with, of course, Jerry Powell likely to play a key role in the expectations of a possible future interest rate cut by the central bank. Dow contracts S&P basically unchanged. NASDAQ was down 0.1%. Goldman Sachs has predicted that the Fed policymakers will slash interest rates twice by the end of next year in advance of the anticipated timing of the first cut to the third quarter. My market bookie, the probability to cut Fed's March is standing just around 43%, and it's down from 53% the prior week. Our friends in China, the blue chip, Shanghai CSI 300 rose 0.6 today. That was after touching its weakest level since 2019. And dates released over the weekend showed that Chinese consumer prices fell at its fastest pace in 3 years in November, weighing down particularly by the declining food costs. John, what do you got?
Well, a lot. There's a lot going on. As always on Mondays, we like to go through the whole week of economic numbers. First off, we will be trading the March contract in the S&Ps, the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the Nikkei this morning. The volume is higher already here on Monday in the March contract. We put out the March weekly kickoff levels yesterday. So remember, the volume is going to be greater in March. I don't think you're going to be in too much trouble trading the DEES if you want to today, but it's not going to match up with the levels that we put out yesterday and the ones that we're going to be looking at today. This week, it's all eyes on the CPI, PPI, and the FOMC meeting in major part, right? There's no major economic releases today. With all this information coming out tomorrow and Wednesday, we got to manage our expectations today as we are facing all these numbers, and a lot of traders will be hedging and adjusting positions for these numbers. And don't forget, it is rollover. So with no major economic numbers today, on Tuesday, we've got the FOMC meeting beginning at 7:30 Central. The CPI number comes out. And then we've got the API crude numbers in inventories after that. Wednesday, the PPI numbers come out. EIA petroleum status report as usual at 1 o'clock on Central. 1 o'clock Central on Wednesday, the FOMC announcement will come out. 1:30, the Fed chair presser. Chairman Powell will put his 2 cents in. Thursday, jobless claims, retail sales, import-export prices, all of those at 7:30 a.m. Central. 9 o'clock business inventories, 9:30 nat gas inventories. Friday, quadruple witching day, 7:30, the Empire State Manufacturing Index, 8:15 industrial production, 8:45 PMI composite preliminary, and then at noon, as always, the Baker Hughes rig count. The VIX this morning up slightly, $13.11 index, also up slightly at 104.11. And the yield on the 10-year also up slightly at 4.27. That's what we've got as far as this week is concerned in economic numbers. And remember, trade March today and no major economic releases today.
No. March is H, if you're wondering. And you use it slightly a lot, and I'm going to use it one more time here. Oil prices moved slightly lower today, sign of caution among traders prior to the Fed's gathering. We did see the Brent oil expiring February down 0.3%, and the WTI slipping 0.4%. Now, crude prices were nursing 7 straight weeks of losses. That's after disappointing production cuts by the peoples at OPEC, and includes the allies Russia and the weak economy prints. Top importer China also worrying over demand. The Savannah Bananas signed Otani. Actually, they didn't. He went to the Dodgers. Congratulations, West Coast. Ticket prices have just jumped 50%. Do you hear about this Chinese garlic real quick, John?
No.
Florida Senator Rick Scott claims the garlic imported from China is a threat to national security. I'm not going to get into details, but let's just say they're not using the correct manure. So be careful. Look where you're buying your garlic. All right. All right, Johnny, let's go to our charts. What do you got for our contestants today? Oh, wait, tip of the day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Tip of the day.
Topstep, tip of the day. James, what do we got? Keep emotions in check. Take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Please do. It's not worth sitting all day if you're having a bad day or if anything like that is happening. Take a break. Take a walk around the block. Do some push-ups. Go make dinner. Do the laundry. Come back. The market's going to be here for you. Johnny, what's your
100%.
take?
I think it's great advice. I myself use that advice. I know that if I'm getting overwhelmed by emotion or anger, that bad things are usually going to happen. So I will take a break. I will walk away. I will do something else. I won't trade until I've dealt with that venom and get myself back to center. We talk about getting centered. You want to come to a level-headed mindset before coming back to the markets. You know, a lot of people think that you can control emotions. I'm not one of those that are in that ilk, if you will. You know, I think that there's good information from the emotions, and you got to learn to walk away when they have hoodwinked your thought process.
Very well said, my friend. Very well said. All right, let's get to those charts and see what we got ahead of us.
All right, lots to talk about today. As always on Mondays, we start with the weeklies. Remember, we're in rollover. This is the March E-mini S&P contract. So 2 weeks largely of balance, maybe expanding the range a little bit to the upside. But how is the market doing? And remember, it's rollover. Rollover has a tendency to keep the markets relatively range bound. We had an important number last week. You know, the market did its thing. It didn't really change all that much. So my question is, on this weekly chart, if we could gauge how good the market is doing in its upside efforts, it looks like the market is slowing as far as momentum is concerned. We need a new impetus to create a new leg to the upside or a deeper pullback to the downside. We've come a long way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight weeks to the upside. We have been kind of range bound for the last 2 weeks, which does a lot to even out inventory. So if we're looking for a new impetus, we may get it tomorrow and or Wednesday with those PPI numbers, CPI numbers, FOMC, and all of that stuff coming out. Onto the daily chart. Okay, here we go. We got the big up move here. We've been range bound, and range bound markets do have a tendency to even out inventory. So instead of a pullback, we've been kind of consolidating, range bound, choppy, whatever you want to call it. The market has been non-directional for the last couple of weeks, kind of indicating a slowing in upside momentum, but this consolidation can do a really good job of evening out the inventory. So I think the market is going to be hedged, positioned, and ready for the numbers tomorrow, CPI, and of course FOMC on Wednesday, as I've said ad nauseum here. So what are we looking for today on the 30-minute chart? We are Going to be kind of gauging what happened on Friday. And because we're opening in range and in value with very little overnight inventory, the levels from Friday are going to be somewhat important for us. We've got last week's high, 46.66. We've got value high, 46.63. We've got settlement, 46.60. We're going to be opening in range and in value. What did we do on Friday? Well, we had a continuation move. This was a really sort of an attempted breakout move outside of the area of balance we've been in. How did it do? Well, we added 55,000 in open interest, but it's rollover. We can't use that to say, yeah, we brought in a whole bunch of new longs here because it's rollover. This open interest increase that we've seen for the last 3 to 4 days has been largely due to open interest. How did the volume do? Well, we're not going to be able to see that very well either because this is the new contract month. And a lot of the volume that we're seeing is due to the rollovers. So we're a little bit blurry, and that always upsets me during rollover. It's one of the reasons I don't like to get too involved during rollover. Well, the auction process, we left the opening range at the low of the day. We rallied. We came all the way back to the opening range, and then we put in new highs at the end of the day. How did it do? It didn't do all that well. It wasn't an impressive initial balance breakout. The market just kind of pushed higher, didn't do too much, and we left excess at the high of the profile on Friday. So I'm calling those range extensions somewhat feeble. And we did leave an excess high on the profile on Friday. Normal variation, extreme trading day. Settlement is really high, but point of control is also pretty high. The volume point of control is pretty high. Maybe not the TPO point of control. That's what I'm going to call this normal variation extreme. We're going to be opening below that late spike. So these highs up here are going to be really important for us to see if we can get a continuation to the upside or if we're going to see a pullback. And if we do, I think we're going to be in really short time frame control today. Short time frame levels are going to likely be respected, but there's oodles of them. And yes, oodles is an industry term. We're going to have to be cautious. We're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to look for the right opportunities, and we're going to need to limit risk. Limit risk is the name of the game today. You want to be ready for tomorrow. You want to be ready for Wednesday. You want to be able to play. Manage your risk today. The profiles, again, those feeble range extensions, unable to kind of open in or above those range extensions, the high from last week, I'm finding interesting, but I'm not looking for anything huge to happen today. Eddie, we're going to move on to the NASDAQ now.
Let's do it.
All right. Again, it's rollover. 3 weeks of balance. 1, 2, 3. Even more balance than the S&Ps. Consolidation evens inventories. Upside continuation seems to have ceased. We've in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, of course, the upside move has fallen into balance. Well, balance is one way that we can even inventory and be prepared for the next move. We're well aware that the impetus the next couple of days may create the opportunity for a change in market state, whether it's a continuation above this area of balance or a deeper pullback to even inventories. These equities markets, we've all seen them. They are extremely resilient. I usually have an upside bias unless something bad happens. We have seen these markets recover from everything that's ever come at them. So, I'm being, cautiously optimistic that we're going to see these markets continue an upside move. I don't know if we've had inventory adjustment enough because of rollover for that to happen. We're going to be trading what we see here. We're going to trade what we see here. Take a look at the daily chart now. All right. So we had a, upside move. We've fallen into balance and longer time frame balance than we have in the S&Ps. The extremes of this balance are more really about last week's low and high than really about the weekly kickoff levels. We looked below that weekly kickoff level last week, but we weren't able to really maintain much participation down there. So I've left it where it is. This will be a break number 1 for downside continuation. This will be break number 2 for downside continuation. The weekly kickoff low 16,082 and last week's low 15,920 quarter. Well, what about the upside? Last week's high 16,329 has been tested largely in the overnight session, and I'm looking at as a first stage possible break to the upside, and then weekly kickoff high 16,474. A final decision making if we're going to see buyers come in and continue this move to the upside, or if we are going to somewhat remain range bound. Again, it's rollover. Anything can happen. ACH, we say that all the time. The name of the game is risk management. You do not want to get biffed up today and be in a bad place mentally and financially for tomorrow and Wednesday. The whole world is aware of what's coming on, what's coming out. They're all hedging. They're all positioning themselves to protect themselves for whatever might happen. You know, I'm not looking for anything huge to happen today. We don't have any economic numbers. As long as the world it doesn't change too much, I think we're going to, probably see largely maybe a smaller range, maybe an overlapping to higher or an inside day today. The profile in the NASDAQ, the normal variation, neutral day. Here's the 30-minute chart. Let's first start with that. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Just very excited to keep everything the week this week.
I was going to say, let's keep everything defensive coming into this week here.
100%. I mean, the best offense is a good defense, or is it the other way around? The best defense is a good offense. I don't know, but
it's the other way around.
Protect yourselves, manage your risk, especially today. And if there's volatility the next couple of days, you really have to size down. Your stops are going to be wider. Your profit potential will be wider if we come into some volatility this week, but always make sure you are trading for tomorrow. You want to be here to play. It doesn't, if you take some losses today, you want to be able to play tomorrow. All right. So the profile, 30-minute chart, overnight inventory. No, we've already moved back to settlement. Yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day as far as the point of the TPO is concerned, but the volume was all up at the top here. We put in somewhat of a weak low here in the NASDAQ. We very little excess up there. So if we start heading that way, this might start to look like an unfinished upside auction. But again, the range extensions late on Friday weren't all that impressive. I thought they were relatively feeble. So I've got a whole boatload of levels for Michael and for all of you when we get into the fast markets. So we'll take a closer look at those when we get into fast markets. In range and in value, stay patient. Value high on this chart, 16,322. Value low, 16,242. Everything inside is a bit of a random walk. We'll go over those levels again at the beginning of fast markets. Crude oil, as Eddie said, 7 straight down weeks. Bang, bang, bang.
Ouch.
But I'm okay with that. I don't want to pay a lot for gasoline. But it's kind of pushed us back into a previous area of balance. And this is that previous area of balance that I'm looking at. These previous areas of balance can be really sticky for price. So I'm kind of looking at the fact that this market may just kind of range in this area here for a little while, somewhere above weekly kickoff low 67.30 and somewhere below $75, maybe even 72.50, because this is that the upper extreme of that area of balance. So 72.60, 72.70. This area here also looks kind of range bound, right? We've come back into this range. We settled in it. We're in it now. These extremes again, 72.50, 60.70, down to weekly kickoff low 67.30. Look like the extremes of this area of balance. Take a look at the daily chart. Well, we had our bull flag here that brought some more continuation to the downside. Are we creating another? Did I say bull flag? This is a bear flag that brought more downside continuation. Are we creating another bear flag here is really my question. As far as the 30-minute chart here, we're going to see what this looks like in a shorter time frame. So there was our previous bear flag. The market opened, broke, and continued the move to the downside. We've got another potential bear flag. Now we could easily move this trend line down here, but I like this. I like where it is now because we have 1, 2, 3 points of contact. We're going to be opening below the Danel or the channel. We call it a Danel in honor of our good friend Dan Hodgman, who's a crude trader. So does this constitute a potential breakout to the downside? It very well might. It very well might. We just have to be patient because, again, we don't really have any overnight inventory. We're right back to settlement. We're inside the value area from yesterday, value high on this chart showing 71.32 and the value low 70.74. We're going to be patient, look for opportunities as the day goes on. The market opened. It's kind of spanning the value area on this chart from yesterday already. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day, which means neutral days generally use up the ability of the market to facilitate trade. And what's the market's job? To facilitate trade. If it's used it up, it'll start seeking new levels to bring in new business. We'll see. Let's take a quick look at gold and we'll get prepared for the open here. So here's the weekly excess high. Look at this. That's an excess high if I've ever seen one. It's also a reversal pattern. The market opened last week higher, traded higher, and closed lower. Market has been moving up to that level. So this key reversal area is going to be a tough place for price to get through. Take a look at the daily. So we're kind of right in the middle of the weekly kickoff levels. Last week's high was an anomaly. That was just something that it was an aberration in the market. It happened on Sunday night, bang, and then just back into range, back into value. Last week's low looks like an interesting area for us. The previous area of balance, we're looking at 2040 right here to 1960, which is down here, 40 to 60. We're back in that area. The daily close, look at the moving averages. The red's the 200, the blue is the 50, and the white is 100. The close proximity of those simple moving averages seems to, well, to me, it says the market is likely to kind of fall into some sort of chop or balance at some point here. They're really kind of non-directional. They're very close together as far as price is concerned. Market is likely to kind of just hang out here for a little while until there is a new impetus, and that could again happen tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll see. Keep your eye on the dollar if you are trading gold. Market opened. Did it have a gap? Did it have a gap? Did it have a gap? No, we closed the gap, but we do have overnight inventory to the short side. The market appears to be kind of rejecting the range from yesterday as well as the weekly kickoff low, or excuse me, the last week's low. Well, weekly kickoff low, 1984. It's a very excellent Van Halen album, 1984. And then 70.67 is the weekly kickoff high. Are we going to reject yesterday's range, last week's range, or are we going to come back in, reaccept, and rotate back into range and value? It's a good question. Friday's profile on the gold was a double distribution trend day. We're opening in or below the lower distribution, so I'm not really looking for repair unless we can reaccept inside the range from Friday. Repair would take us to this kind of assumed point of control here in this this high volume node to the point of control above. Not necessarily big range, but maybe it increases the probabilities if we do reaccept back inside the range from Friday. It's a lot. Take a deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget to pray for peace. stay patient today, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be great opportunities this week. Manage your expectations today. Prepare for the next couple of days.
I can smell it cooking on the stove, Johnny. Hey, we've got a big day today. It's just going to start it out here. We're going to be having Deanna joining us here in Fast Markets. Shoulder tap with Mick. Yeah, the mustache guy. Kyle Janus is going to join Andre and myself. For power players, we've got group coaching. Ask Hoag anything, almost anything.
Yes.
Top quiz with Bonnie. So Bonnie fans, eat your heart out. She'll be with us today. Back to the Futures with Jack and myself. And we're going to be meeting with Andrew Archer, one of our support reps. And if you've got questions for support, yes, Nick A is going to be with us again. So ask Trader Support. We're going to drop that link into the chat. So please use that link. And Power Hour, Danny Trades going to be our guest. So we're going to see the boys back in town, and we'll do that. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Fast Markets.
Can we put out the email for group coaching?
Oh,
group
certainly.
Coaching at topstep.com. If you have questions that you want to make sure you get answered, or if I can answer them, group coaching at topstep.com. Group coaching at topstep.com. Looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Thanks, John.
Buckle up. It's time for Top Step Fast Markets.
Coming up. Well, are you ready for Fast Markets? And yes, look who we have here today. We've got our Shy City locals.
Let's give it up for the Shy City locals.
Oh, way to start the week off with such beautiful people and knowledgeable. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Deanna. And hi, Johnny.
What's up, guys?
Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, everybody.
We got inside a minute, so let's get our ponies in the gates. And
All right, chat, folks. How are we? Good weekend. Good morning. Opening bell. Here we go.
So, Michael, I got all kinds of levels for you in the NASDAQ, all ready for you.
Damn, get on my level.
Let's get on here. Dante. Thank you, Dante. Excuse me for just throwing in those levels. This helps everybody out. So Dante threw in his levels. It's always good to share your levels in here. Kind of like sharing a score of a game before a game starts.
I like that.
OG Dante.
Yes.
All right. Areas of importance. Of course, always settlement, John, right?
Yeah. We just went and visited it in the NASDAQ here. Last week's high, Michael, 16,329. It's very close to value high. volume value high 329, TPO value high 318. We've got the volume point of control on this platform all the way up here at 16,312. This is kind of a high target area up here, Michael, anywhere near yesterday's high, somewhat pivotal. And it was an attempted breakout of the range that we've been in on that close on Friday. I wasn't all that impressed with the price action at the end. The range extensions I thought were somewhat feeble, but it was a Friday afternoon and we were drinking. So
okay, yeah, we were.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a little failed auction into the close as well.
I'd like to
I mean,
say
it's
good
kind of
morning
a
to ICT.
Hey, I see.
Bright and early.
Yeah, it's kind of a weak high yesterday, and yes, make sure you want to switch to the March contracts today. The volume is already higher in the March contract than the D's contract. We've got our March charts all ready for us, and the weekly kickoff numbers we put out yesterday were in the March contract, so we are well prepared to see what we're going to see today here.
Love it.
Can we drop that link to the levels that we share every Monday morning, or it's actually Sunday night, for in our weekly kickoff? So guys, check out our weekly kickoff. We talk about wow. We talk about things. We talk about
Web bros.
I know I did it on the way too, or whatever. I did it on the way to work. The weekly kickoff. We're going to talk more about the weekly kickoff because it says a lot of things about what we're watching for the week. So we're going to be sharing that. We're going to be sharing some bit more levels and cutting to things that markets that have levels, call it crude oil, call it gold, call it S&Ps, call it NAS, crack. Yeah, so that's it. That's what we're looking to do. John, your weekly kickoff levels in the NASDAQ. Well, we're going to toss it in here. There it is, right there. All right, guys, check it out. John, did you do it the Saturday?
I did.
Thank you. Yeah. That was the
yeah, a couple of bourbons, and I probably should just close up the platforms and do it the next day.
yeah. I do not think that's how you subscribe to it. Can we drop the link to it? There's a link to it. But also subscribe to it.
Yes,
But-
SMD, the levels are not going to work when you're on the wrong contract month. You want to be trading March. The volume is higher. Now, yes, NASDAQ, Dow, all of those move into the March contract because the December contract expires on Friday, which is quadruple witching day.
Yes, it is. So as said in weekly kickoff.
Yep.
Hoag, are you sticking with the quad witching, not a triple witching?
Quad witching doesn't really work anymore, right? It's more of still kind of a triple witching, but everybody seems to call it that, so I was still calling it that.
All right.
We can be trailblazers and say it's triple witching.
We've got last week highs coming up, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What level's last week's highs? Guys, last week high is always an important number. Why?
16,329. That's the highest level that was reached last week.
Thank you. That's why it's important. It's the highest level that was reached last week.
And it was right near the close on Friday.
So what are the implications if the market reaches there again?
Well, I mean, we're looking for it. Deanna, you know, I mean, the market's context has been range bound for 3 weeks in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it has.
3 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if we can take out last week's high, there is a naked point of control, which is a visual target for traders to kind of seek price to get to, which is up here at approximately 13,397. And that would be kind of a what I'm looking at is last week's high is a first step
running
continuation to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
Second step continuation would be acceptance above weekly kickoff high.
3, 1.
NASDAQ has been presenting a lot weaker. It's been in like a 3-day balance or 3-week balance, where the S&P is more of a 2-week balance.
John, you have a 3 handle, 16.3. Are you in March?
March.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I just changed mine to March as well.
Me too.
March it is.
March
You're
it is.
in March. There's higher volume in March.
Why are we all changing it? Because it's called roll. The back month, which was March. We've been trading December, which expires what, in a couple weeks?
Friday.
Or, sorry, in a week.
No, Friday. Yeah.
This Friday.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
You all right, Michael?
Yeah. Santa Claus comes in a couple weeks.
Santa Claus is working overtime apparently.
He should be.
Yeah. Right. All right. 3 handles, guys. 16-3. So you follow the volume.
Yes.
Are you trading March contracts? I am now.
Yes.
Yes.
No, good reminder.
Nice reminder. The polls.
Okay, so I've got some levels at NQ as well. So we have the average daily range high coming in at 164.39 half, and then average daily low all the way to the other side at 161.69. So those are kind of the extremes for intraday today. And because we opened inside value of Friday, there's a slightly higher probability that we might stay range bound. Obviously anything can happen, but for now the open sentiment says that we are still inside the same range from Friday.
So yeah, and we just had a pretty stiff rejection above last week's high. What was the average daily range low? I'm going to put it down here in
average daily range low 161.69.75. Let's say that's like a exact number. And in the S&Ps, I have the average daily range low at 46.32.25. And then the average daily high at 46.85 half.
Okay, I'm just going with big round. I'm going with the big fat round numbers on those.
Yeah, sure.
Nothing is precise.
You'd be very surprised with these average ranges.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, it's because the algorithms use them as well.
All right, we got an 80% on tilt on NASDAQ. We'll talk about tilt. What is it here shortly?
46.85, really.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be light and very, very tight on this.
Can't remember we're taking the last 10 days ranges and then getting the average of those. And my indicator actually has a weighted average. So that when the market starts expanding or contracting, it will take the last sort of 3 days into consideration to change that equation a little bit so that you're not like 10 days late to the party. So
Good.
It's pretty quick to slightly change those averages, and that's where the indicator is slightly different from the stuff that you find out there. And the reason why we coded it is because there was nothing like it on the market at the time. So I'm like,
Cool.
I need this.
Yes. Yeah, so it's kind of an exponential.
It is, yeah.
Cool. I love hanging around smart people. It reminds me that I'm not.
Yeah, whenever I hang with my software developers, I'm also reminded of my place in the world.
But the smartest people are the people who the smartest people in the room are the ones that wrap themselves around the smartest people in the room. That's what I was.
100%.
Okay, so I'm short 39s. The tilt was up there. I told you I'd keep it light and tight. I had 3 on. I had sold 39s and 40s and covered 27s and kept one guy on. But it's on the highs. So this is a light and tight play.
Hold on, let me switch my screens around a little bit so that it looks like I'm actually looking at the screen.
We're not seeing any early indication of any kind of delta divergence. Andre, S&Ps are 600. NASDAQ is actually more than that, 800, almost 900 in delta positive. So this move is, it's not indicating that it's longer time frame. It's shorter time frame traders pushing this market up to this level.
Thank you.
There's a
On
question
crude
from
oil.
Coop.
Okay.
Real quick, how does roll affect tilt? Well, if you look, we've got the Marches up there right now. ES is in March. We got NASDAQ still in D's.
Good question.
It is a very good question.
So, Johnny, what do you got for us on that?
Well,
It's NQH4, right?
H4 now.
Yes.
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 Okay.
So I don't know how much it's going to affect it really. I mean, because the tilt indicator is based off of short time frame day trader bias, if they're trading the March, we're getting their March bias. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference during rollover. But I want to remind everybody what Anne Marie said last week. The tilt is something that you're going to probably be able to take bigger advantage of when the market is approaching important levels. Like we're moving down to a support level, and you see tilt, heavy short, very tilty to the short side. That's gonna say, okay, if we're all already in, it's a higher probability that this support level is going to hold, and maybe I should look for a long down there. And nothing works every time. Nothing doesn't work ever. It's your ability to recognize the opportunity, and I love the idea of using it near important levels.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you, Johnny.
All right, so I'm just looking at crude oil just to see what's going on for the weekly chart. On the weekly chart, so weekly chart is not really telling me much. We've just had choppy downtrend for the last several weeks. So let's go to the daily chart. Move that like this. Daily chart looks like it's had a bit of a reversal last week. So I wouldn't necessarily fight that because we have been in this almost like a free fall for a number of days.
Yep.
So this might be the time to be a little bit careful with continued shorts. From the supply and demand side on a 4-hour chart, there is a demand level right at these levels at 70.74, and I'm already seeing a bit of a reaction from that. A better level, like the most ideal level, would be lower down at the next originating demand, which is 69.81, and that's also where I see the average daily range low, just under there, like 69.67. The price is opening inside value.
What time frame chart is that?
Oh, the one that I was just looking at was a 4-hour chart.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. I always do like a top-down approach. I start weekly, daily, 4-hour, 30 minutes, and then I kind
There
of
you go.
put
like
everything. Yeah.
I call that Google Earth.
Google,
Yeah,
bird's eye view. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Google Earth, I like that.
Well,
The
for all you
satellite
we'll call
view.
it a big bird's eye view.
Yeah. For now, the profile is saying inside open. Not unusual for Mondays. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of the Mondays where nothing really happens on Sunday. So I see quite a lot of Mondays that open inside value. And because of that, I will be more inclined to be a little bit patient and to wait until we try and break out of the value area. Because even though some days open inside value, you can have price action moving outside of it pretty quickly. That hasn't happened yet. We're in B period of NYMEX, and we're still dead in the middle of that value area from Friday. So I'm gonna wait until we exit, until hopefully we have some other time frame participants coming into the market, and then maybe a little bit later we're gonna see whether there are any opportunities. Right now, this is a terrible trade location on almost all time frames. To me, this just looks like middle of the middle.
Yep.
And Deanna, John Jones has got a question for you. What does the average daily range mean, and how can I use it to trade?
It means taking a number of previous days. So you take, let's say, previous 10 days of the entire 24-day range. So how much the market moved every single day. And then you effectively find the mean average of those days. And like I said, on my indicator, I have a weighted average that takes in the last 3 days into consideration, just so that the indicator is more responsive to any changes in liquidity. But other than that, it's a pretty simple measure. So you effectively take the 10 days and add them all up and divide them by the number of days. And then you put, it's a dynamic measure. So you have to measure it from the current high or low of the day, and then plus minus whatever the mean average is. And that becomes either a reversal point or an indicator for higher volatility day. So you can use it in two ways. It's a twofold functionality. On most days when you're not expecting some crazy breakout, you will have the normal days that I like to call them, where you basically expect the market to exhaust or exceed that average daily range and then to reverse from it. So obviously extrapolating from that, if that doesn't happen and the market just straight up ignores the averages, that means you have a higher volatility day in your hands. So that's how I can sometimes get these breakout trades that are not particularly obvious, is because something has happened already that I've seen on a technical side. And it allows me to say that this is maybe an abnormal day, and that makes me more confident to get involved into some more trending days that are looking abnormal. So even though it might be looking like you're buying a top or something, because you have that ignoring of the average daily ranges on your side, it becomes less of a discretionary decision and more, again, rooted in systematic trading.
Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you.
While you guys were talking, I was trading, so I'm up 1,400 now.
Nice one.
Nice.
Well, I've got nothing to trade.
talking.
We're still in the middle of nowhere, so.
I'll keep talking. There's some questions on Topstep X. Guys, we will be rolling that, and that is, I think, one of the first rolls we've had since launching it. I think we launched it. We slow rolled it out with waitlist starting in 60 days ago. So this is our first roll with it. So you'll still, I mean, everything's fine and dandy. You just need to be over in the March contract, which will get you there. We'll get you there. So bear with us. Maybe it happens at the close, though. I don't know.
I think you're there. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing it here once we close today's trade day.
Perfect.
And you'll log into the new session in the correct month.
And the volume, I'm looking at the number of traders trading and whatnot. It's pretty evenly distributed between March and Dece. So you're not missing too much.
You trade March, Michael, or Dece?
March now.
Yeah,
March. I would have been trading. How about this? I would have been trading Dece if I wasn't trading with you guys here.
Right?
Yep. I think a lot of people here would have been probably trading Dece. Now, you guys got to. There's so many times in the history of trading futures, I've this Monday that happens like this. You should be rolling, and we've done that in the trading pit. Like, well, hold on, what's going on?
What month are we at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before. You enter a trade and then it's like this massive spread, and you're like, that doesn't happen in futures. What's going on?
Something isn't correct.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a keyboard now, so I'm going to try to be a little bit more active in chat if I can, and it's really, really quiet. So,
hey, John,
Yes, sir.
Hitesh is asking, how is value and range determined for the day for opening range trade?
How is value and range determined by the opening? Well, I mean, the opening range trade is only the first minute of trade. The daily value is something that's fluid and going to change, as the market expands or retracts or goes higher or lower. So the opening range, I mean, when we look at the NASDAQ, the opening range is the low of the day. So at this point, we can probably expect that the value area from today will be at least overlapping to higher yesterday's. Mm-hmm. As long as that opening range remains the low of the session, that is probably going to end up being a truth by the end of the day. Michael, I was going to tell you that, right now, the opening range is the dead low in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
If we're going to be looking for continuation,
Upside.
last week's high was a kind of a first step breakout to the upside, low volume nodes.
Okay, I'm up 2,000 now.
I'm learning.
What do you need me for? You're doing fine.
No, I need everything that we're doing, guys. That's why it's so badass working with you guys. Dante, thank you for your levels earlier. Guys, if you want to share levels, I love seeing what you guys have to think about stuff.
100%.
NQZ. We've
got a little over 3,000 people here today joining us on this beautiful Monday morning. And if you like what's going on, you like what you hear, you like the camaraderie and the sharing of information, hit that like button. All right. Hit that thumbs up button right under the screen here. And don't forget to subscribe. Let's get that number up here today. I have rumor has it that this Wednesday, the infamous poem is going to be read. So,
Michael,
can't wait, dude. Can't wait.
Are we ready?
Forward to that this Wednesday. We will be highlighting the likes. And Andre, it's your turn.
It is my turn.
It's your turn to pick a challenge because we got to get these likes up. These likes they're lagging here. 671. Come on, people.
Let's see if we can get to 50,000 subscribers by Christmas. And
who said this?
we can get a gift out to everybody by then.
There you go.
Hey,
So-
Aaron, Topstep Tilt is helping. Press the like button. Topstep Tilt's helping. If you're up money, if you're down money, hit the like button. If you haven't traded, hit the like button. If you're still sleeping,
If you,
that's the only person. That's the only person that gets out of this one.
yeah, I think I got a challenge lined up. I got to figure out what the threshold is going to be to meet that. But Michael, I got something coming your way.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That dude, that not doing it, that egg thing. Well, maybe I don't know.
Not the egg.
No, I did it Friday.
You
God bless it.
volunteered that.
I did it Friday, and I got crushed Friday.
Yeah, never again.
And then I traded at the end of the day to prove to people that if you trade at the end of the day on a Friday, you're never going to make money, and that was accurate. I had a great week going.
Yeah, Friday was sloppy.
Yeah, I got stuffed with 5 racks. What's that, Andre?
Ouch.
Sounds like it hurts.
It didn't feel good.
Feel good.
I was going.
Zach,
Yeah.
Zach Perkins up 4,200 from the opening bell. Way to go, Zach.
Wow. Trading size.
Amazing.
Tilt's 50-50.
That's a good job, man.
Yeah, Andy, we're gonna fix the tilt. On the contracts. On the contract. The whole Topstep X needs to roll to March. So not a shame on us, a learning lesson on us, because that is the goal of a soft rollout. We'll have a public rollout here soon.
Well, Michael, I was actually planning on the volume being bigger tomorrow in the March contract. It happened early. It's an early roll.
It's usually Tuesday, isn't it? It's usually Andre. Yeah, you guys all. Yeah, Deanna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's over December.
Yeah.
I think crude oil was rolling halfway through the month, and it rolls every single month. So that was very unusual last month, and it caused a lot of chop, man.
Yeah.
I did not like that at all.
Hey, Max, if you lost your FXA, it's okay, buddy. I got crushed on Friday, so I would have lost an XFA. I mean, I didn't, but
Crude oil is a beast because it rolls over every month.
I mean, I don't mind it rolling over. I just mind it when the rollover starts, when the volume starts partialing too early. It's like, what are you guys doing?
You're not supposed to do that yet.
Yeah, exactly.
what do you guys do when you have a terrible month going and it's halfway through the month?
Ooh. 2 weeks in, and you know it's gonna be a terrible month.
Well, not give up your last month, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, then you're in survival mode. You're trying to preserve last month, and basically,
I'm gonna say that hasn't really happened to me for a really long time. Like when I'm just trying to remember what I used to do before. So
well, then you start
I think I would. I think I would actually stop trading for the month from what I can remember, because it's like there's only so much. You know how we have the daily loss limit? Well, you should also probably have a weekly loss limit and a monthly loss limit. You know,
100%.
yeah.
Deanna, we used to have a weekly loss limit. And my God,
I remember.
So many people were upset with it. Like, I don't know. You go to anybody else, they have an intraday max, whatever, that liquidates you, even if you're up money and you bust out of account. So good luck on that one. But a weekly loss limit, a daily loss limit are all very helpful. Now we took away the weekly and we made the daily not disqualify you from continuing to
it's
work
a soft rule. Yeah.
Soft breach or whatever you want to. Yep, exactly. And we're finding a lot of great success with that. That's our evolution of understanding the trader. It is a different type of trader than we first started 13 years ago at Topstep.
Well, I used to have a whole bunch of rules when I first came to you. You had the 50% off the high mark profits would actually fail you. So remember that. But to be honest, that was one rule where I started looking at my intraday profit in a completely different way, because I was like, oh yeah, I'll just keep going. And whilst that did work for me, there was some days when that didn't work for me. So when I came to Topstep, I was like, hold on a minute. So they want me to stop before the 50%, before I lose 50% of profit on the day. That's actually a really good rule. So I implemented that as a normal thing with me, and that's how I trade today. So if I've had, let's say that I made $3,000, if I at any point continue to trade, even though these days I probably wouldn't continue to trade because it's like, it's enough, right? But if I lose 50% of that, I'll be done. So I'm not going to keep going until I get myself out of all profits and then give it all back. So I stopped doing that a long, long time ago. So implementing some sort of a rule based on profits, so that you don't lose the profits. I think that's key, really. Like, never mind the loss limit, because if the day is not going well, it's not going well. But if the day went well and then you get up, you mess it up, I nearly swore. So if you mess it up, that means you need to stop yourself from doing that. Otherwise, you'll always be 3 steps forward or 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. And that's a very difficult way to make money.
When you're at the funded level, you get a tap on your shoulder from if you're doing well, if you're doing poorly as well. Not always, not to everybody. And we will recommend keep half of it in your pocket. Mick told me, he did that quite a bit last week, which helped me. And then Friday, I kind of had an implosion of just being wrong.
Did he get a hold of you? Because he was like, I need to talk to Michael. I need to talk to Michael.
he did about 3,000 and then down. And then I said, move me to 5. Then I said, move me to 10. I got a power hour and I'm drinking. So
That's a great idea.
Yeah, a lot of what I'm going to do too. I mean, I'm going to try my best, but it's also like talk out your feelings. If you're trading at the end of the day, we were trading at the end of the day on Friday. And a lot of it's just to talk out why it's not a great idea. And you're like, well, why do you even trade it? Well, some of this is just to show you, like, we're okay taking losses and just as a tradertainment type thing.
Yeah. And this is why you shouldn't do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you can live vicariously through my loss or your loss, I think, and it helps you, cheers.
Yeah.
I add one piece of context as well to that question about if you're having a bad month halfway through, especially say they're speaking from experience and they're talking about this month, December, then you should definitely stop, because I know when I was trading about halfway through September is when we were looking to shut down books for the years, and the second half of this month is not going to be the time. It's not going to be a normal market. It's not going to be something that would be a good way to.
Jack, you got robo voice apparently.
God damn it.
Oh no!
I'll be back.
Oh,
God damn it. God damn it.
I say God bless it. I say God bless it, Eddie. It's always like I feel that it's a little bit proper, but what I'm saying. You know what word I'm saying.
Robot does not care about your feelings.
beady. Hey, Buck.
Do you remember that South Park episode where Cartman is pretending he's a robot? Awesome 3000 or 4000?
Sorry, David.
I got long on that pullback at 44s.
Hey, Johnny, Julian's asking, looking at the ES Delta now. Can you comment on that?
Zero. It's in the middle of the range, and Delta is 0. It's telling us nothing.
I know nothing.
I know nothing.
I say nothing.
I covered those 44s. Wow, what a great.
The S&P and the NASDAQ are giving different signals. S&Ps haven't been able to take out last week's high or the overnight high. NASDAQ's above both. But the NASDAQ has been kind of weaker than the S&Ps over the last couple of weeks, in my opinion. I could be crazy. My wife tells me I am. That's just the way it looks to me.
Okay.
I think wives have this book.
Are you guys seeing how heavy? And you guys aren't seeing it on your end, but 71%. They continue to stay short into this rally. When I say continue, there's only 28% of people that even like this long right here. That's bounce really hard. People are like, well, why do you fade the majority? Well, I go with the minority of people that like a position.
You think about it. I mean, most people are wrong most of the time.
Most of the time in this business, in any business, or pretty much. I mean, the majority of folks, I mean, just go to anywhere, like, I don't know.
If 90% are not going to succeed, you want to be one of the 10%.
Everyone said the F1 was going to suck, right, Andre? And that was great.
I thought it was okay.
I faded that weekend.
Hey, Mo's asking Topstep, will you guys ever do a meet and greet?
Vegas.
We might have one coming up.
Yeah.
We've done them in the past.
What a great long. What a
We
great
had
one.
one this summer. That was a good time.
That was a 30 handle long in
$50.
2 minutes. 30 handle long in 2 minutes off the 44s down there. Back up to settlement on S&P. What does this mean to you guys? What's been doing out of the gate? Like buying pullbacks, higher highs, higher lows. Guys that don't know what that means, it means trending higher. Higher highs with also a higher low.
Opening range, the low of the day. We're looking to buy pullbacks. And then
So ES does have a localized supply that was created. I suppose it was a bit overnight, so I don't know how much I would trust it. But yeah, there is some kind of supply here, but it's not really being reactive for now.
Anybody have anything? John, you said the 3 handle was a 329. And guys, we're in the 3 handle. I saw somebody say 16,182.
182.
yeah, they're in Z.
Right.
You got to be in
December.
March.
March, yeah.
It's a little confused we got here.
That's okay, guys. I've been there before. So anybody?
One of the
trading?
setups that we could have in ES is, it's rejected value to the upside. But again, I'm a little bit skeptical about that because it's an inside day. And we have settlement right around here as well. So usually settlement can give a reversal as well. So right now, that would be kind of like a line in the sand, depending on where they take it after this. Yeah, I'm looking at ES, yeah. Because it's a thicker market, so the signals coming from ES are a little bit stronger. You can actually use those on the days when both instruments are correlating. You can use ES levels for timing NQ. That's what I like to do.
I like that.
Anne-Marie Band's got a 16,380 stop in.
Hi, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie Band, good morning.
Good morning, Anne-Marie.
Hey, Tess is asking, what do you mean by handle?
Handle is 13,367 right now. And if it moves to 13,368 right now, that is one handle. There's 4 ticks in between that. 4 ticks in between that.
There's 1 full point.
One full
actually.
point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dean. I take the longest way to the shortest answer.
Self-aware today. I like
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, Friday.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of that, but then I was teaching a whole bunch of people, and I still do. I do a lot of coaching, and the long answers tend to take up a lot of my time. So as the years went by, I found a way to just compress that. Otherwise, I like to talk a lot, in case you haven't noticed. but it's it's much easier if you just find a way to compress it into a really easy to understand sentence.
Okay, if we're buying pullbacks, Deanna and John, and I know you guys are watching here, Marcus, but here's the pullback. And JD, thank you for those levels. We can also drop those, like the NASDAQ that we have and the S&P that we have, because it right next to it says, ADR low, Deanna, average daily range low, Deanna. Deanna said that. Thank you, JD. This is the stuff that's awesome. If we want to throw those in chat, and guys, even pin them. Well, I don't know how we pin them. It's a Google Doc. We're going to get better at giving you guys levels. We will never, ever say that these levels are going to be any magical formula by any means. We're never going to say tilt is either. But, yeah, thank you, JD, for doing those.
Carlos, Michael is trading NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, 397.79.
So yeah, Michael, if you can go on my charts here, we can take a look at we've got a lot of volume up here. The low volume nodes are lower. I mean, we're looking at 333 to 323 is the low volume node below.
Okay, low volume nodes for me, John, haven't been follow me on this. They haven't been holding too much. Well, the edges of a high volume node, the shoulders. What do you call them? The shoulders?
Yeah, volume shoulders.
Yeah, volume shoulders seem to hold, and the next little volume spike within like a low volume node area.
The next high volume node.
Yeah, sorry, next high volume node spike within a low volume node desert area.
That could be a function of rollover. Rollover price goes too far. It doesn't go far enough. Rollover is a nightmare, if you ask me.
Mhm.
It is.
Tricky.
It is. I've always gone on vacation this week. I have. Well, kind of had a couple really bad experiences.
I usually trade up to about the 15th, and then I'm done for the month. Although that's not always possible to do. Like there was a company that I worked for, and they wanted us to keep trading.
What are you guys' strategies going into year end? Do you guys trade the last 2 weeks of the year, or is it something you guys sit out?
We will.
Yeah, I usually sit it out, to be honest. I mean, I can watch the markets. I just don't really trade because there's no point. Especially like in and around Christmas. It's just why? Like, why would you do that to yourself?
So if you guys want to practice trade or watch us trade and then live vicariously through that experience, you might dilute the power of FOMO.
So I'm going to go rogue here, and I'm going to trade ES.
NASDAQ is on our highs. 5 handles away is the
What are you doing?
So I'm going long. So 46.61.
I just sold 61 halves.
Oh,
I just got short.
okay. Yes. Yeah, so I got 46.61.75 entry. 61.75.
So between you and me, we're scratch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Hedging each other. Yeah.
Way to go.
Tilt's getting a little heavy.
See if we can grow a little bit.
There's a level up there at the 97, 16,397. I'm out. That is NPOC, a naked point of control.
Right.
Somebody in chat, please put a naked point of control. Or John, you're in a position. You can talk a little bit, right?
Yeah. A naked point of control is well, first, what's a point of control? A point of control is either the most visited price time-wise, which is the TPO point of control, or the volume point of control is the single price with the highest volume. They're kind of comfort levels.
Okay.
So, we've got in the NASDAQ, I know that there's a naked point of control above price here. So this is a naked point of control. This is a high volume node that never was revisited in the overnight session.
Is the 100 lot playing in the D? Somebody just said, who's that? Shaw. Thank you, Cunningham. 100 lot at 175. We see this 100 lot, guys, and it's pretty interesting just to watch what a big trader would do. I don't know. It's trading. I don't have a depth of market that goes past 10 handles.
Yeah, gold is like that. I think we're going to be working on that. Talk to Casey on that. Open it up a bit. Ray, nice call, Ray. Ray was talking about gold possible reversal at the psychological 2000 level. Well, we tagged it and pulled away from it just a little bit. We'll see how we can go from there. And Hoops talking about the 16,340s. If it breaks those, could run lower, holding a good spot to get long. Thanks.
16,340s. Okay, cool. That's interesting. If it starts to consolidate, I could definitely see that being the floor that this starts to break or starts to bounce off of, just because our high is really 86. So it's a 40-point range, and you're talking the 40s, the 340s, guys, the 16,340s in the March contract in the NASDAQ. We've already had a pretty screaming rally higher.
NASDAQ rally a little bit better than S&Ps have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's much healthier.
Just much healthier. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Mira's
It still gives me palpitations. NASDAQ still gives me palpitations, so I'm not going to be trading it at this time of day.
John was
Because at the
trading.
end of the day, yes.
John, you were trading NASDAQ last week on the close.
Wow. Well, you had a snow cone or whatever that.
Snow cone.
I need a snow cone. Yeah.
Fridays, guys, join us on Fridays. It's fun. We call All week long, we call it Power Hour. Danielle, if we could cross out just strike the word power and still show Power Hour, but kind of put a handwritten happy right above it, because it is kind of a happy hour. It's the end of the week. If you want to join us, we had, 1,500 or so people just camping out, having a good time.
I got to take it easy. That just sent me into a downward spiral on
I just
Friday.
keep rolling into the night, John.
Drinking bourbon at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Well,
bourbon, but yeah.
Woke up in a curb in front of the house.
Did you stop, John? I don't. You don't strike me as one that was stopping.
No, I had 2 or 3, and then I took a break, and then some friends came by later on, and I started up again. So I was able to rally.
Whoa! Look at how you just rolled that into your personal rally later in the day.
Yeah.
I blamed on the show too.
Wow.
I was a little toasted at dinner that night.
Oh, the girlfriend
I
had.
didn't say who I went to dinner with. I just
I know who you
Well,
are.
we're creating your story for you, so
It's
just sit
okay.
back,
I'll-
relax.
It's good for the show.
Mira is asking, can Topstep post a glossary of terms
Oh,
you all are using? We've got one of those. Eric, if you can, post that in the chat. I know we've got a link for that. I'm pretty sure that what you're asking for is on there. Thank you for asking for that. I think a lot of us can use that.
Hey, JD, if we can get these levels that are awesome, that also have a description on what they are, into chat on a pin, not now. Oh, Hoag's levels. There's Hoag's levels. But eventually doing that. These are way, way cool. Thank you, my friend, for jumping to this.
you want it slapped on the screen?
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know how you get the bullets and all that stuff, but I like it. It's much better than writing it down. I do write down, guys, anything that gets really heavy on the tilt. A bunch of buyers come in bias-wise on Topstep's tilt. I just like to know that level. I'm not seeing anything on tilt 50-50 really.
So it was heavy, short for a minute?
I think we're probably still looking at the wrong month here, ladies and gentlemen. We're trading the March contract. If you're wondering how I'm short at 44.61.50 in the D's contract, I don't think it's possible. It's the March contract.
We're gonna have to keep reminding everyone.
Yep.
I think those are just those with the Topstep X. I think we're going to get that fixed here at the close here today.
Yep.
Get everybody on the same road, the same path. So we'll do that. Jazz is asking, how do I grab one of those hats? Well, Jazz, we've got a
Which ones?
I think Michael's wearing an old school Topstep.
Oh, this is old school, guys. We used to be called Topstep Trader until I bought we bought the domain Topstep.
Those are collector's items. If you go on eBay, I think they're selling for $300 a hat.
Yeah, I bought this domain for $12, and I bought Topstep for $20,000, $25,000.
Those are all my stuff I was posting on eBay.
There you go.
Yeah, so we got rebranded and we got upgraded and all that stuff back in 2020.
But we do have a swag store with some cool new stuff in there, and hopefully we can get that link.
I got this hoodie. Speaking of the swag store, this hoodie.
Oh, let's see it. Hell yeah!
Oh, look at that.
I got
Yeah,
mine.
I've got this.
Yeah,
This,
yeah.
this,
Look at the
this is
Topstep.
actually a shirt for 5-year-olds. So
Yeah, we'll put the link in there if you guys are digging it. Join it, rep it, walk around the streets in it.
I don't know. Well, that's a good question.
Thanks, Eric.
I don't know, Andre,
Look at that.
if it's
got a hat as well. I'm gonna match with Eddie.
Wow, very hip. Yeah.
Well, this do rag I don't think is available. This is the I got a do rag here, but that's not in the swag. But nice.
Yeah.
I got a message that some of my swag is on its way to the house today.
yeah, well, I'll
So
be
Santa's coming today.
My front doorbell just rang a little while ago. I wonder if that's it. Oh.
already ordering pizza, huh?
Yeah,
All right, we're on our highs again in the Nasdaq. It
gee,
just
looks like you're going to win.
The buying,
You know,
the buying
Makes no sense.
pullbacks is definitely working today. Now, where do you buy the pullbacks? I don't know. That big pullback that was it Hoop that said 40s, 16 340s. That's really what it bounced off of. It was 38s, but that counts as 40. That was the big pullback. The biggest pullback of the day was probably that one. And then it rallied off of that really freaking hard. 50-50s on the tilt. Little heavy on the NAD or on the S&P.
S&P's a little long.
Little long on S&P. 68% of people.
With ES, I'm looking at the overnight high. Is that the overnight high? Yeah. So really need that to break if I'm going to stay in this trade. If it doesn't, then I'll bail. But for now, the reason why I went into this is because it closed above the value area from Friday. That could sometimes set the stage for the rejection of value trade. And then at some point it just goes. But, obviously it is Monday. So it's rollover and anything can happen, like John says. But for me, that's the only thing that makes sense at the moment. Crude oil is just dead. It's like barcoding.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, S&Ps aren't exactly dancing around either. Well,
but it looks slightly better.
Yep. Yeah, we got CPI, PPI this week and FOMC
Yep.
this week. All right, so it's a meat and potatoes kind of week, Michael. As you guys
Today's kind of hurry up and wait.
I'm more a mac and cheese guy, Andre.
That's funny because I got the meat and potatoes phrase from you, actually.
I know. That's exactly. I hear so much mac and cheese in my house.
Yeah.
Ultimate just passed 150K combine.
Nice.
Good job.
Nice one.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Eduardo, the rollover for the X platform, it's an automatic. We will be getting that done here after today's close.
Johnny, you got Lacey talking.
Mm-hmm.
People.
Did you say higher or lower?
2 barks is lower.
2 bars is lower. That was 2.
3 is higher and 4 is we got an intruder.
One is by night. What if by land, 2 by sea or something like that?
Yeah, right. What if I do?
Well, just to update real quick, because we should do this like every half hour or so, given this week. But James, if you want to bring up some of that sweet news, as this person points out, the NASDAQ is going to be absolutely nuts this week, as are all indices, because we got, waiting for the picture. Yeah, I mean, we got bond auctions, we got CPI tomorrow, then we got FOMC. Wish we could switch to the next one here. About the FOMC on Wednesday, waiting for some news from the great Powell himself. I might have a very special exclusive on Wednesday morning. I don't want to tease it too much, but a very special.
Really?
Yes, something you guys haven't seen yet. Yes.
You have my attention, Jack.
And then just as a reminder, we talked about quad, now triple witching, and just the definition of that, so we're all on the same page. Is that it referred to simultaneous expiration of stock index futures, options, stock options, and single stock derivatives. But one of those is gone now. They don't do the single stock anymore. So it's triple witching, but that's coming at the end of the week. So be careful.
That's a witch. That is a witch right there.
That's funny. I just watched The Wizard of Oz last night.
Really?
You did you?
Yes.
That's a Sunday.
I'll get you, my pretty.
You know,
And your little dog, too.
That's a trip.
this isn't Kansas anymore, Michael.
This is not Kansas anymore. Speaking of Kansas, Johnny Lacey's talking. The Kansas Jayhawk game, Andre. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
Good win. Good win against our rival. Our quest for another national championship is well underway.
Andre went to Kansas, everybody.
Good.
My niece goes to Kansas. My nephew will be going to Kansas next year. I don't know why.
Deanna, you know what Kansas is?
Yeah, I know where it is. I've never been though. Yeah.
No, you
Not
have
the
no reason
Wizard
to
of
go. You have
Oz.
zero reason to
Wizard of Oz.
Do not arouse the wrath of the great and powerful Oz.
Oh, okay. Well, chill out.
Hey, let's get those likes up. We got 3,200 people watching. If we can get to 3,000 likes, I will have a little challenge for Michael to do.
Oh, I was passing it back and forth there. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, just
Hey.
back and forth. Come on, there's a variety pack here.
Yeah, dude, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, dog.
Yeah, well, no. If it gets to 3,500, I'm passing it along. There you go, buddy.
That's how we got in this place. That's how we got here in the first place.
I know.
If
Well,
we
I can come up with a number too, right? 3,001.
Yes,
I'll be like, Price is Right.
We're your company, of course. Yes.
So that number's a little high, but if we get 3,000, Andre's going to pass a
Something about
an event,
the
and if you get
Goat Pepper Challenge,
35,
the one chip challenge, maybe something along those lines.
no, you don't want to do that. You don't
Some,
want to do that.
somebody should have to take the SATs.
Or the Wonderlic test or something. Yeah.
Man, I got an 18 twice on the ACT.
That worked out.
I'm glad you're saying that out loud.
Oh my God, I have no problem with it. I've been successful in life and entrepreneurship and street smarts, but everything else, book smarts, you can't give me an amount. If I read something, no chance. If I experience something, I will never forget it. So I got a 19 on the second time, Jack. Come on.
How about a baby food challenge?
It's like the hot wings. What's that show that you eat the hot wings? They progressively get hotter and hotter.
The hot ones.
Oh yeah, the hot ones. Yeah.
Hot ones.
Those are the worst.
That guy's from Chicago, actually.
The progressively get hotter.
I sadly can't eat chicken though, so that's.
You can't eat chicken.
Yeah, I've got this thing from a vaccine injury, so I react to chicken. It's like I'm allergic to it or something. It's really
What
weird.
about eggs?
Yeah. Well, eggs, I was allergic for 2 years. It seems to be getting better now. And I was also allergic to beef. And now that's gotten better. So something's obviously healing. But chicken, still no. And yet hot wings used to be one of my favorite foods. So
It's delicious.
yeah.
Not if they get hotter. I don't like it when they get hotter. The ones that peak right away and then kind of like dissipate.
If it gets really bitter, that's too much. That's like, oh my God. Like,
I need a chicken wing too. Yeah. No, I did not go to pole dancing right after high school, guys.
Wow.
I mean, Chippendales exist, Andre.
I mean,
I was at my peak performance back in.
you remember the Chris Farley skit where he's a chimney dancer?
what? Who was he with? What was his name?
On the SNL skit, he's Chippendale.
Swayze. He was with Swayze.
Oh,
Yes,
so
Swayze.
funny.
They would keep critiquing Swayze like he needed better.
Chris, you're a very good dancer.
All right, getting a little heavy short, guys. This is another pullback. S&P doesn't say the same thing. It's 70% short right now in the Nasdaq. Just give it a watch. It could be dead wrong. It could be dead right. I will never say that anything is for sure. That's my disclaimer always, guys, because you got to always talk about the good and the bad of trading.
Yep.
For the regulators, for anybody.
I just want to mention a lot of folks probably have questions about rollover, what it is. We've got group coaching today. I'm going to go over what rollover is, why it is, and how to be ready for it. I do have some emailed in questions, but yeah, we're going to talk about the rollover.
Definitely tuning in for that.
oh, going over the rollover.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the marketing team.
Over the rainbow.
Yeah.
Hot mic somewhere, KC says. I don't know.
Might be me. I don't know. I was right on it. I usually am a little bit away from it.
I don't know if it's your mic. We're gonna go over rollover, guys, when it kind of slows down a little bit. We don't need to get a big lesson going at this moment in time. Just keep trading. You're fine. Whatever. If you're in Dece or March,
Something more just to be aware of that rollover is taking place. You should just be in the right contract, and that markets are going to be a little schizophrenic. That's all. I mean,
okay. So we have a little pullback happening.
Markets are psychotic.
My guy that slipped and fell on the ice had surgery today.
What?
No laughing. No.
I'm not laughing. I'm just the situation.
I mean,
You were laughing.
I was laughing.
I got no help. Dude, we had a foot of snow and it's all piled up. And I try to outsource things that break my back. So I am on it. I got to be scooping. Thank God I have a snowblower though. These are always fun putting these machines to work in your lawn or in your snow blowing. Kind of you feel like Deanna, you feel very manly over here in the Midwest world.
Oh yeah, I feel very manly. Yeah.
When you get on the machine and start mowing the lawn.
You know what? So it's so funny you say that because we had a friend over. He couldn't make it for my birthday, so he came over on Saturday, and we just did these like fitted wardrobes. I was painting them, but my husband built them. Now my husband is a software developer by trade, right? And our friend was kind of making jokes. I said, "Oh, my mom loves the fitted wardrobes that James made," and he goes, "Yeah. I mean, I can imagine. He's like a real man building furniture."
I don't know if that's always like a good thing too, because it's like you're grinding it out, you're busting, you're getting cut in your hand every now and then. You're like out there riding on a bumpy. I don't know. It's just like.
Well, he's got all the tools and stuff. He bought like really expensive industrial stuff. So every so often he kind of puts it in the middle of the room and then starts cutting up floorboards and stuff or whatever the hell he's cutting. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's he's actually, he comes from a mechanical engineer background as well. Oh. That was his trade before he went into software. So it's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just that over the years, I've been with him for like 18 years now, and I've never really seen him do that. Like we've done decorating and all that, but woodworking, that's new. So
well, I think there's something therapeutic about woodworking, but I
loved it. I made our mantle at our house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was great. I loved it. Turns out I have a knack for it.
I mean, is it still up?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've built chairs. I built a mantle. I built tables. I've done a few. I was an artist before I was a trader. So
yeah,
I'm still in my short, Anne Marie.
And I'm still in my long.
John Jones.
We've been down. We've been up. We've been down.
Yeah, John it's just not moving anywhere, so I don't really have.
Did you watch that, Michael?
To exit.
Yeah, Andre, did you watch the Chiefs game last night?
Yeah, that play was incredible.
It got called back?
It did get called back. It was an incredible play, though.
I think, you know what, they're starting to do that rugby huddle for extra yards, kind of like
scrum.
They need to get in the lateral game. You start doing laterals more in the NFL. That's the next level of entertainment, in my opinion.
I think the Eagles.
Patrick was a little upset, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was hot. All right, let's get those 3,000 likes, everybody.
We're trading 66s right now, 16,366s in the NASDAQ. Hoop talked about 16,340s, the 340 level. Mm-hmm. If you look at what's pinned, don't forget what was pinned to the top level wise. Please, when we pin things to the top, do check it out. It's trying to be helpful. Lots of numbers down at the 322 value area high, the 318 TPO value area high, 308 settlement. So right there is 10 handles of three areas of importance. These are areas of importance. They're not support. They're not resistance. They're just areas of importance. So just think about if it pulls back, the 320s, the 318s, and the 308s are all areas of importance. And write that down, and it may help you. So when it does a big pullback, then it may be an interesting area for you to think about doing something or not.
I got out of my short. I'm just.
It's all right. Yeah.
It's taken forever. It's not doing what I thought it was going to do. So I made a cool $50 on that.
Hey,
at least you made some money.
That's a winner still.
$50.
$50 is $50.
That's a clear-cut victory.
Clear-cut victory.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a half a steak.
Where?
Yeah. 70% short. We're getting short right around here. I'm looking
NASDAQ getting short. Yes is a little 50-50.
Volume nodes, John. Like, I'm already looking at the 50 volume node just because it had a little spike there of a little higher volume. But this thing has been pulling back. I'm going to get one guy on. One lot. This thing's been pulling back, and it's kind of spring loads to the back into this trend higher.
Yeah, it's been kind of just rotating back and forth in this area. Where are you long, Michael?
Just right here, right now, 63 even. 363 even. I'm about ready to get out of it because it's hanging out. I'm out.
Yeah.
Because it's hanging out here too long. I like to get into trades. I know I get into good positions when, of course, everybody knows when they get into positions when it touches and then quickly goes in the money. But I like it when it touches, gets in the money, and then gets about 10 handles away from my entry.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly.
Quickly.
One
And
more
because
time for
now
those.
that's usually my experience is that it comes back to your entry and then
Yeah.
a little bit into it as well. And you're like,
Yep.
Okay, it's getting a little slippery.
Gotta tease you.
It's getting a little
One more reminder for those that are looking at the markets and not seeing the same levels is because we've got the Nasdaq trading in the March. I know you might be in the D's. If you're in Topstep X, that will be changed after the close here, and we'll be all on the same page tomorrow. So markets are moving fairly similar.
Oh, I got long 50s like I wanted to do. It's hanging out in the money, but it's hanging out here too long. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, there's that little high volume node right there at 50.
There we go. There we go. Take 2 off. Let 1 run. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce. John, that was off a high volume node. It was a pullback.
Yeah, there isn't really a low volume node until you get down into the 326, 335 to 326 area.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of all high volume or shoulder here. If you want good trade location for longs, I mean, that would be it if you were looking for continuation. The whole idea of the low volume node, high volume node thing, Michael, is to limit risk.
To limit risk. Yeah, exactly, guys. And it's to the right of my screen, this yellow or orange or whatever this is. Andre, remember I was just talking about it getting slippery? It slipped.
It did get slippery, and the shorts kept building, but then obviously we bounced right off of it.
Yeah.
Eddie, they're asking about gold. What's popping over in gold?
I'm looking for, I think they're just asking, I'm looking on that right now to see if we've got it in our tilt. And gold under the 2000 level.
Oh, we're under 2,000. Okay.
Yeah, so we pulled 1997 right now, and I'm wondering also if that gold is on tilt.
I have an average daily low in gold at 1996 and also some 4-hour demand there as well.
Somebody in the chat asked why the 10-year bond auction, 10-year note, is important at noon.
Yeah, good call. Good question.
Yeah, well, that's because, price is the inverse of yield. If there's, say, weak demand for the auction and it comes in at a higher yield, if it tails like that, that kind of shows the lower demand, which could be signaling lower bond prices, higher yields, and that's what we've been focused on this whole past year and then some, is where the yields are going. So
50s. Look at that. What a bounce off 50s, ladies and gentlemen. I got to be more patient. Last Friday was, I'm talking about last Friday.
In the past. I hear you. I thought about it over the weekend. I'm not going to lie.
Thought about yours. Yeah, yours, both of us.
No, I'm not always thinking about your Friday.
I know, right?
I was going to say, I was watching on Friday. You probably noticed me in the chat. I thought it was a really good show. Like, I laughed, I cried, it changed my life.
That's a full day. Thank you, Deanna.
Wow.
That makes you feel good.
No, seriously. I mean, I was glued all day because obviously sometimes on Thursdays I have my own live stream, so I can't really be there. But when I do have time, I love watching. So it's
good.
Like Friday was just so good.
We hope we entertained and educated.
Boy, that bounce, Michael.
25 points right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
See, when we said it was getting slippery, I got out pretty quickly. And then, I don't know. That's why I watch the dumb guys, because you kind of get a little more read on it.
Well, aren't I a genius for getting out of that short?
I'm still in my long. I'm still
Nice.
waiting. Mm.
Lucy, nice trade. You're long. Oh, hold on. No, I'm not long. If you're long, 357.
I haven't made a trade yet.
You in a trade, Andre?
I am not in a trade. I've yet to make a trade. I haven't really seen anything. I guess for tradertainment, you should probably get in there. But
Yeah.
There
nothing
you
yet. We'll see if we
go.
can get out of range. Tilt's been 50-50.
Hey, just looking ahead here for our schedule for today. Don't leave. Tell your friends. Let's get this place packed.
Yes.
Power players with Kyle Janus. It's Andre and myself are going to be joining Kyle.
Cool.
We got group coaching. Ask Hoag almost anything.
Within reason.
Send questions to groupcoaching@topstep.com. And we've got Top Quiz today with Bonnie. So, yes, Bonnie fans, eat your heart out. She'll be with us for Top Quiz with Jack. Back to the Futures. Jack and myself will be talking to one of our very own support reps, future trader Andrew Archer, who I had the privilege to meet at our last meetup. Really cool dude. Really cool guy. And, of course, we're going to have Ask Trader Support. Yes, General Nick from Trader Support. If you've got any questions for our support team, please, if you can, Eric, drop that link in for our questions for our support. And, of course, Power Hour, or, yeah, it is Monday, so we'll call it Power Hour. Danny Trades is going to be our guest, and we're going to have an all-star crew here to end the day.
Wow.
Remember, we're bell to bell, opening bell to closing bell if you are new, so no reason for you to walk away.
Big day, big week. Let's go.
Big day, big week for sure. Lots of opportunity. Be careful on roll weeks. It gets choppy in my experience.
You say you used to take roll week off?
Oh, yeah, I got smoked one year on roll, and then I'm just like, why?
Was this the minis, Dow?
Yeah, this is Dow and the Dow pit. I would I'd take it off. I mean, it's 4 times a year. Like, why would I not go? Yeah.
I hear you. You learn once, right?
The goal is to not have multiple mistakes and learn more, or whatever, learn more.
Yeah, to not repeat the same mistakes.
Right.
Obviously. Yeah, it's the same reason why I don't trade FOMC.
Hey guys,
Decision.
yeah, guys, you're confusing the folks. It still says I'm long one. People are loosely in there saying I'm long one. I'm not long one. I covered that, and it wasn't from 357. It was from 350. All righty then. Pullbacks have been a hot item.
Here's a question for Michael. Since you two are doing the opposite, could Dee and Hogan explain why you picked your positions?
Me?
Oh, you wanna go first, or should I?
Please, you go first.
Oh,
Okay. So I'm in this trade because I'm seeing the rejection of value. So the price is opened inside value, then quickly pushed outside of it and closed one of the TPOs outside, and we're still outside. Another thing that's happened since is that the market is trying to go above the first hour of trading range, which can be a sign of the big institutions stepping into the market. Now, depending on how this ends, it can either end in a successful auction or in a failed auction where it comes back to the first hour trading. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be a very good thing for me. And at that point, if my trade is still alive, I would exit. But the main reason is because we have lots of space up to the average daily ranges, which are all the way up here, and the rejection of the value pretty quickly.
And for me, the market looked above the initial balance. There's the little look above initial balance. We've got volume value high from Friday all the way up here. So I was kind of looking for the market to leave this as a failed auction on the top, as Deanna was talking about, and to rotate back lower. It didn't have high expectations for any big trade to come off of this, and it wasn't really giving me what I was looking for to begin with. So it went into profit 3 times. The third time didn't look like it was going anywhere. So I took it out. It was just some of the best trades I've ever had are simply because they were cheap. And this was a cheap trade.
So you're both in a position still, right?
No,
I am. I think John got out.
Okay, you got out. Okay.
Yep. I made $50.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. And in Brookfield, you know what they say about $50?
Oh.
$50 is $50.
What can that get you?
Get you
Get you
entrance
the zoo.
into the zoo.
There you go.
Yeah, zoos are expensive now. I tell you. You know, one thing is I'm like,
What can a dime
probably-
get you in, bro?
I'm probably 5 minutes from the Brookfield Zoo here in the summertime. My mom's house, we'd sit on the steps nighttime and you'd hear the lions roar.
That's wild.
And we're right next to the forest. And it goes my house, the forest, and then the zoo. And my sister used to say, "Don't go in the forest. There's lions." So
Because you can hear them.
you can hear them, and I believed her. And when one of the teachers, grade school, you know, what animals do we have in the forest? I was sure that there were lions. She's like, "No, there's no lions." Yes,
Were you really?
yes, there is. I can hear them.
There's the cowardly lion.
Is your teacher like,
You know the
we gotta talk after school?
There's lions. I'm telling you, I hit them.
Put them up. Put them up. Like I said, I was watching
Julius, no practice.
Wizard of Oz last night. The Cowardly Lion.
I tell you, that is just one of the best films at that time. And they hand colored that, didn't they?
Well, it was. The beginning of it was black and white, and the back of it was black and white. But when she was in Oz, it was color.
Colored by hand.
Hey, is that thing true with listening to Dark Side of the Moon? And
Yeah,
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the chat too.
is that okay? That's real, huh?
If you start Dark Side of the Moon when the lion roars at the beginning of Wizard of Oz,
Yeah,
there's supposedly some rhythmic consistency with it.
it tracks. Okay.
Yeah.
You can get that video on YouTube. Somebody lined it up already. And they
Oh, cool.
commented with it.
I'm going to check that out later.
Yeah.
And we're kind of ranging in the NASDAQ.
Both and S&Ps.
Yep.
S&P's making higher highs, though, and higher lows, except for if it pulls back right here.
Yeah, for now it's failing the auction, but I still need to wait until the TPO closes. Otherwise, it's just jumping the gun.
I mean, is this or is it ranging? I don't know. I say it still looks like it's pushing higher.
Trying.
It's
How good
trying.
of a job is it doing?
Was it
But
never
it's
saw
not that
never saw
great
a
for
flat
now.
market yet?
For now, ES is failing around the overnight high. So we'll see whether it manages to close the TPO inside this supply from overnight. And if not, then I'll be out.
Well, we've got new lows in gold. Gold is heavy today, 1996. That was a good year.
96 was. Yeah, Bulls won a title that year.
When I had hair on the top of my head. They used to call me
Bulls won a
electric
title.
head on the trading floor. I used to have that spiked up as much as I possibly could.
1984 is weekly kickoff low. Also, the title of an excellent Van Halen album.
All right, let's see if we can. Time for a poll. What do you say?
Yes.
Right.
Look at it.
You know, we're sharing a ton of information at our levels and in our backline stories, and what we're looking at right now. We worked hard to keep you informed. So we want to know: is Topstep TV more informative than CNBC? We get that poll here in our YouTube chat. That would be cool.
CNBC right now is talking about fraud in a bottle. Big
See the
pharma
fraud?
fighting.
Yeah.
What's
I
that?
love this guy. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I don't have it on.
CNBC changed their graphics up, I see.
They see what we're doing.
Pretty much. We're coming for them, man. We're coming. We coming, like Dion says. We coming.
That mom and pop place over at CNBC. Jeez.
Yeah, CNBC in the corner just for that high level.
Well, I mean, they do happen to get some very, very important people on their interviews. So, yes. Out of the corner of your eye.
So do we, because this week we have the most stacked
Who we got, Michael? Hit me.
lineup that we've ever had. In
Do you know the schedule?
of the 3 months we've been
Hit me
on.
with who we got.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, we have Deanna.
Yeah, I got it if you need it.
We got D. We got Trades by Matt. We got Wheeland. We got all the big heavy hitters coming through.
Yeah, I know.
Tomorrow, Trades by Matt.
Yep.
We got Deanna back Wednesday. Patrick Wheeland Thursday. Power players. We got Kyle Janus today. France Ho, who I interviewed, a funded trader. Jared Tendler Wednesday. We got Mike E Thursday and Cortland coming up on Friday.
Who's Mike? Who's Mike E? And so people know, because Mike E could be somebody, or Mike, the letter E.
Mike is he's with us. He's here at Topstep. So
We got a Mike Ewing. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, we should be dropping links in the folks that are coming on, so you guys can do your own homework.
We do have a special guest for Top Quiz on Thursday, Black Swan.
Ooh.
Oh, I am awaiting that.
Oh, yeah.
I have all sorts of questions to decide if this is a human or an automaton.
It's an Autobot. All right.
Well,
Oh,
here we are.
There's another pullback. Here's a new push
CNBC
to
is a
the.
great place too for people to come on and pump the trades they're trying to get out of.
Yeah, get started early.
Well, considering today is Monday, we got hot streaks
Ooh,
up and ready.
who's hot? Who's not?
So let's take a look here at our hot streak. My
Oh, what
goodness.
happened to
Carlos.
Where's Carlos? Oh no.
Carlos?
Not here.
That's okay.
Yeah, 27,
Great.
27.
Great trading by Carlos.
Absolutely.
All right, but we've got a new leader here, Anthony L. 27 days tied with Blake B. And Chui, 22, Francisco. That's a new one. And Mateo. Mateo's been on this list before, I believe, but he's got 14 days. So that is our funded hot streaks, all in the Express funded account. Thank you, James, Jack, JD,
All of us.
everybody. You guys are doing a great job.
Great job, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, dude. Thanks, dude.
Thanks, Will.
Is that Will Ferrell?
Sounded like Will Ferrell.
No,
Yeah.
it's okay. Okay.
All right. NASDAQ taking a peek to the upside here. New highs.
Yeah, yes,
that's a
falling.
Yep.
Look at that. Pullback day, guys. Pullback day. If you're buying pullbacks, I don't know how much heat you have to take on it. I don't know if it's that much, unless you're getting in pretty early. No, I don't trade Bitcoin. I don't touch that.
NASDAQ long 75.
Deanna, do you touch Bitcoin at all?
I had a position in, I think it was 2017, and I took it off, I think when it was around 20K, because I was like, it's enough.
Yeah.
And then it just went up. But since then, no. If I get involved in anything crypto, it's usually either on the staking side or as a long-term position. So I wouldn't actively trade it. I think it's a very good product for swing trading. I don't think it's very good for intraday personally. The all of the spreads that I looked at, they're enormous. It kind of reminds me of the old Forex markets like a million years ago, where if you wanted to trade an exotic cross pair, they would have like a 50 pip spread, which is crazy, and it sort of smells like of that. So I don't really like to touch it in that regard. But when you're trading it long term, then obviously that really doesn't matter.
Hey guys, we melted through the 16,397s. 16,397s are the naked point of control. Help me out, guys, when we got the levels on here too. But I'm gonna always share the NASDAQ. So if there's other levels in the S&P that we just came up to, please let the folks know.
I just had the overnight high, which just got broken. So my level for continuation to stay in this trade is for this next 10 minutes to close above 4666 half. It's a good number.
The old devil's number.
I was gonna say
Yeah. I like devil's number.
that speaks to Michael.
Not how I grew up. We couldn't.
I just say that number alone rings a
couldn't even
bell.
say
Yeah.
that number.
Anne Marie is sharing. She says she liked the short side into support 16,380 into 16,360, and then the 16,347 big bounce at 63.60 into the 80s and back again until the channel breaks.
Mhm.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
So she likes it from the short side right now, down after it breaks
She likes
380.
the short side into support from 380 into 360.
Okay, so getting sucked back into that range, huh? Huh. Okay. And then we had the naked point of control at the 16,397s. Buying pullbacks have been the play. Shorts have been tough to do. I am short one from 02 with a 2-tick heat. But on the way up, I got a couple dingers. So back at 2,100.
Well, David Shell says 16,410 at the high check NASDAQ. You're looking at this contract month high. Thank you, Dave.
All right, I'm getting out of this. Show me a
JD,
ripper.
you can move to the March contract.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing to do is look for volume. Trade the volume. If March, I think March is more volume than D's, move to the newer contract.
We got some strength, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like it.
Just staying on our highs. Pullbacks just galore.
Okay, Anne-Marie says that was that's an early note. We're looking at the 16,410s. Okay, thank you, Anne-Marie.
Huh.
What was Patak? You still in there?
Yeah, it was fairly heavy, but I'm kind of playing these 97s. Now I'm out.
Yep.
Now, I like the exaggeration past certain levels, but then also some people would say, hey, those are confirmation. I'm a contrarian more often than none. And there's your 11s. Holding strong
Uh-huh.
so far. Naked point of control was at 16,397. Big fat round number, 16,400. It just keeps staying on its highs.
Sure
Not
does.
touching. If you didn't get in that pullback or somewhere along the pullback, this thing is getting fed by those like me picking tops. And what that means, getting fed by it, is you get short and then you put a stop. So then
You're puking.
yeah, you got to. What's puking?
Puking start getting stopped out. Essentially, you're just getting stopped out, pushing the market higher.
Yep. When it pushing the market higher, then means you're buying it because you're getting stopped out because
Right.
you're short. So it's kind of all this like, just understand that, because that's just another variable of just knowing what's happening in the markets.
I got a general question here. James Hansen's asking, any advice for holding winners longer? What can he do, and what can we do to make sure we're holding these winners longer?
Well, I know.
A good trade location is the first step to that, and then the second one would be to have orientation points where you can orient yourself. So, for example, right now, what I'm looking for is the overnight high to not act as a resistance. So that's one thing that is keeping me in this trade, because the price has gone over it, and I'm just waiting what happens in the next CPO close, which is going to be in 6 minutes' time. So, and then the next point of orientation is any kind of a opposing area that might put a wrench in the works, and then just observing price. Is it reacting from it? Is it ignoring it? So to me, that's been the biggest thing to keep me in trades longer. You've seen that I can hold trades for a really long time for an intraday trader. And I've been known to hold some trades for about 3-4 hours if I don't feel that there's anything to take me out of them. And then obviously not staring at the 2-minute chart.
That
would be
helps.
another thing. Yeah.
Hey, can we get a poll? Thanks, guys. 86% of people say Topstep TV is more informative.
We're really good at that poll, by the way.
Thank you. Can we get a poll? Can we get a poll? Did you prepare Sunday afternoon for this upcoming market or upcoming week? Did you prepare in your trading, mentally, in your journaling, any way, shape, or form? You can't just say, "Oh yeah, I thought about the upcoming week." Did you read anything? And now I'm just gonna put it in there. Can we do like 3 options? Did you prepare for the upcoming week by opening up weekly kickoff and reading that? Preparing on your own?
Reading Barron's?
Reading
any publication, including weekly kickoff.
Yeah.
Weekly kickoff.
Something like that. Did you prepare Sunday night and then throw a couple options? We say both, or maybe we just say yes. I don't care.
I did.
I did as well.
Oh, there she is again.
As you guys can tell with all my Slack messages last night.
What'd your Slack messages say?
Read levels, bring levels, read the weekly kickoff. What does the weekly kickoff spot mean?
Yep.
Share kind of what we're looking at for the upcoming week. That was all good stuff. Thanks, JD and team, for putting that together. Always going to make edits to improve it.
Yeah, and if you make those plans, you then have sort of a track record. What worked, what didn't work, right? It's very difficult to see whether something is working or not without actually writing down things. This is why I'm a huge believer in record keeping as a trader. And starting on Sunday is a very good way to do that because you're not battling with the heat of the moment. The markets are largely not open, so nothing's moving like crazy. So you don't have that pressure like, oh my God, I must get in.
Right.
So you can stay calm and work from that rational point of view rather than the emotional side that we tend to experience when we're trying to get into a trade.
Exactly. All right, we got enough votes on that one. There's one other one I just was doing. 64% of people prepped. I want that to see.
You gotta get that higher. We gotta get that number higher.
You gotta get that higher.
Yep.
You gotta get that higher. You gotta prepare on Monday. You gotta prepare.
100%.
This is not like show up to the game and get under
Without
center.
stretching, without doing cutting your film. Yeah.
Allen Iverson can say no.
Randy Moss didn't stretch.
Yeah, Randy Moss, Allen Iverson, football legends and basketball legends. They would always joke. They say, "I don't practice. I don't prepare,"
but they do.
But they do in some way.
Seen one comment, which is quite funny. I think it's a quote from a song. "Big city living in a voodoo woman named Diana."
We got the beanie going over there. Yeah, nice.
That reminds me, because one of my nicknames when I was working for the first couple of prop trading companies was Mystic D, and then the second one was Wicked Witch. I don't know why.
Wow.
I thought that wasn't very nice, but Mystic D was pretty, and that's because I was able to read the levels pretty accurately. So they're like, "How the hell are you doing that?" And I'm like, "Just read the levels, So yeah, it's not. There's no mysticism. It's just data.
Okay, we got a lot of votes on that one. Can you guys put in here? Do you journal? Do you journal? Question mark. I just want to understand who journals here.
And probably 25% of the people who say they don't.
Well, then I'm going to also say after that, do you review your journal or do you review your prior week performance? These are all things that you should be doing. They're part of preparation on Sunday. Again, if you're not preparing, you're preparing to fail. What's that?
How does it go?
Ring a ding ding. Another
preparing.
Do you journal? Oh, come on, guys. 50-50.
ICT says it's essential.
Here.
It is essential.
Here's all.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got mine right here.
This was journaling back in 1997, 01, 05, 01. If you're a beginner or new, if you're not journaling, you're just clicking buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have my journals in my safe because I think they're really cool to keep. And I'm really proud of journaling. They're like notebooks like this. Stream of consciousness. Did I trade my trading plan? You should have your trading plan in your journal, just a review. Maybe it's the first page, and then you sign it and hold yourself to it. These are all good things to do.
Yeah.
You don't have to do any of them. I just don't think you're going to find too much success if you don't do any of them. But that's just my take.
Well, if you don't, trade consistently, prepare consistently, trade consistently, and review consistently, you're missing a big part of the ability to speed your learning curve.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take so much longer.
Yep.
So what do you want the learning to trade part to take 2 decades?
Right.
Or do you want to progress within a couple of years?
Yep.
And you have to journal.
We did not circle up before this and say, let's pitch some journaling idea to everybody. Nope. We were taught this. We did this. It shortens your learning curve. If you're in a cold streak, go back in your intermediate, 2 years into it or more. It's always good to reflect on your journal.
So, and MP, be sure to let us know if you want any other polls as well. I know that the production team is ready for it.
Okay, so 53% of people, you think, just check.
Yeah, so Lumberg. Hey, Lumberg, dude.
You guys are
Happy Monday.
You guys are getting really good.
Mondays.
All right, do you hold on? One last thing. Do you review your prior week trade report? Do you review your prior week trade report? Do you look at your average winner? Do you look at your average loser? Do you look at how long you're holding your losers versus your winners? Do you review your prior week trade report on Topstep?
D, your 30-minute bar closed.
Yes, I know.
Just
I'm just looking
under
at that. I know. Yeah, and I'm actually going to close it. That's exactly what I was looking for.
What does that tell you? What did that tell you guys when you see that?
It tells me that the auction is not doing as well, and that the overnight high, even though it was broken, it's still acting as a resistance. So there's some sellers here. So I just got out. So I made $225 on that. So.
Nice.
It tells you essentially the legs have run out on the rally for the time being.
Maybe, yeah.
Yep.
So this conversation about journaling and preparation and all this stuff, it's wonderful. It just reminds me of a quote from somebody named Paul Meyer. I don't know who Paul Meyer is, but I love the quote. It's, whatever you vividly imagine, ardently desire, sincerely believe, and enthusiastically act upon must inevitably come to pass.
I mean, what is that? You get what you put into it?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you desire something, you have to believe it, you have to push for it, you have to act upon it and make it happen.
Yep.
Michael, I know you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those guys who never gets up to the point I'm an addict, but I'm not an addict because I have some level of stepping away. But I do put head down and try to do my best. Not in college, not in college, not on my ACT, but everything else, man. I give it.
Well, look at Topstep, something you ardently desired.
I had to have you guys. John's a part of the founding team. Andre and Eddie. These guys are in the very, very early days. And you got to have good people around you if you're gonna. Your support team. Have you thought about this team? What are you doing right now? You haven't been doing this well, or why would we do that? Blah, 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 all that stuff, whether it's building a company or if it's building your trading plan or building yourself as a trader. I don't know.
We believed in it. We believed in it. We enthusiastically acted upon it.
Yep.
It came to pass.
Yeah. I think my belief system and my fear are two drivers.
Fear is a good motivator.
Fear is a good motivator. Yeah. I don't ever take it for better or worse. Woo, what was that? What was that, Eddie?
We got Charles here.
Sure looks like you tried your best, but today your best wasn't good enough.
Sometimes that happens.
No one's ever
Yeah, we've got, speaking of best, we've got Friday's best keyed up here, ready to go. So let's take a look and see how we have our Friday's best for today. Drummer, you're late. P&L, yes, Friday's P&L, right? Yes. You won 34,000.
Jesus.
Wow.
Nice day.
My goodness, that was Friday.
I lost $5,000.
I got smoked by it, man. What the hell?
Travis 26, David Attenborough is back with us here. 13,000. Daniel N 13,000 and Jeffrey 12,000. Nice. Good job.
This is awesome. Yeah.
Now we know who's taking the other side of our trades, Michael.
Oh, I know. I know. Hey, hold on. Was Travis in there again? I didn't see.
Oh, from Florida.
No.
Was he in there?
I didn't see.
Didn't he have a $24,000 day, guys? Is that true?
There's Travis. Travis W.
There he is, 26. Nice job, Travis. Picked up a couple thousand more after we talked. Guys, Travis, he said, I'm up this amount of money, blah, 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 in chat. And we said, come on down. You're the next contestant. I told you my wife won the Showcase Showdown, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Everybody got a squirrel.
You have 18 dogs now?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they sound like it's 18 dogs. It's only
Right?
8, and one of them is deaf, so he doesn't really.
Oh, no.
bark, so- Yeah, it's fine. He's old. You know, he's a dad.
My
To
dog's
be
deaf
honest,
too.
with the rest of them being so loud, he's probably like, it's good that I can't hear them.
Anne Marie is talking about the 80s down here. Guys, Anne Marie was on here Thursday.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Awesome time. 380s. It's trading 85s right now. She was talking about if it gets sucked back below the 80s, we're talking about 60s and 80s, a little rangy.
Trying to remember.
Here's a pullback.
Here's your pullback. You're right, Andre.
Yeah.
Only 60% of folks are short. They were.
What would you need to see, Michael? If we see this pullback, how much short would you like to see before maybe perhaps it turns around?
This is one, buying pullbacks, people have been getting paid, but one of these times, I'm just going to get long a one lot, really, really light and tight. It's on a volume node, John. And it's a pullback, and it's 73%, and I just got stopped out, but that's okay.
Hey,
all right, there's something happening.
I think Travis is watching us right now, so shout out to Travis, the trading gator.
Trading gator, yep.
Florida Gators, got it.
You need to get a hold of Brett. I have a number if you're unfunded.
Eddie, when did you start working at the Merc? What year?
The year the Bears won the Super Bowl in
85.
1961. No. 85, 86.
Look at that.
I started in February of 83.
You got me there.
Yeah, somebody was asking who was there first.
Guys, the Merc is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. It is it was probably the busiest trading floor in Chicago. There's the Chicago Board of Trade, and 3 blocks away, something like that, was the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They both traded different things. The Mercantile Exchange, with the obvious one, was the NASDAQ and the S&P.
Mm-hmm.
The Chicago Board of Trade was the Dow Jones. So there's your 3 equity indexes.
Yeah, we also had the Russell at the Merc, but the Board of Trade had the 30-year bonds, which was just a huge beast of a pit, just huge volume in there. The CME had Eurodollars, which was also just a huge, it was almost like a football field sized pit. It was absolutely crazy. We also had the currencies at the Merc.
You had gold
at the Merc.
Gold traded there also.
Yeah, that was, we lost that contract, I think, in 1983.
Hey,
Gold went to New York after that.
Assuming Getty,
Go ahead.
Assuming Getty Images is still sleeping, Jack, it would be cool to show the old what Hoag just described, but I assume it's copyright or whatever, owned by somebody.
They don't sleep. They'll
They
come
don't
and
sleep.
find you.
Yeah, that would be
While we're at it here, we got 3,200 people watching. We got to get to 3,000 likes, and if we get there, I think MP's gonna be eating a lemon like a damn apple. And I want everyone to watch it, and I want everyone to see what that face looks like. Michael, so
Hit that thumbs up one time.
smash that like button. We get Michael making some goofy faces with that bitter ass lemon.
Yeah. I like it.
No,
That one.
You'll eat
How
a
many
lot
do we
more.
need? Let's go another 1,000, 2,500, and if we can get 3,500, then Michael can put that challenge on somebody else.
Oh, you can pass it.
yeah.
He can
Yeah.
pass it if we get 35. He's got to do it if we get 2.5.
Boom.
This is the floor of the Mercantile Exchange in 1983. It's kind of reflecting the screens, but
That's cool.
There I am.
Isn't that the photograph on the end of The Shining?
yeah, right. Yeah, I'm in there, but you'd never find me. I know where I was, but that was November 1983 when we moved the floor from Jackson to Wacker.
Oh my goodness! And when they moved the currencies upstairs, that was more. I tell you, there was riots and fights and
Yeah, and the euro.
positioning. Yeah, positioning. Do you guys have that same thing when you opened up in '83?
Maybe a little bit, but the S&Ps were like the biggest contract at the market at the time, so they really built a big pit for it. So yeah, there was some jockeying for position and
Location.
Hey guys, what levels do you have in the S&P? Please share. We're pulling back, and then also levels going back here. We're below Anne Marie's level of 16,380. We've got people in here said we're ripping lower. We are not holding a bid. I know that. There we go again. 62s. We were just at 80s. What do you guys got going on in the S&P?
well, I like the idea that Deanna was saying, the market was
Yeah.
not performing well on the upside auction because it closed below the overnight high.
Good read.
So that 4,666, that overnight high, I think now looks like pretty decent resistance if we get up there.
Yeah. I've just gone long gold, one at 97.9.
Okay.
Eddie, you've got a position on as well, don't you?
I do. Yes, I'm taking some heat here on the one lot. 1999.60. I got in for a long. One time.
One contract.
Yeah, that's some good fortitude on that long. I mean, it's been one time framing lowers pretty much since the open.
Yeah, I've got a couple of levels. So I've got the 1996 as the average daily low, and we're just shy of that. But also I have a 4-hour demand there, just underneath. So there's a whole cluster of
Reasons for it.
Yeah, former buyers, and then also on the daily level, I think we have some demand there too. And it's been falling. It's been falling for quite a while. So a little bit of a breather, especially at this time of day, when we've got lunch sort of creeping up in about 40 minutes or so. I mean, we could be wrong, obviously.
Hey.
It's just a pretty decent attempt.
Good.
We're gonna be changing the name of Power Players because it confuses people with Power Hour, and it's over New York Lunch Hour. You guys got any ideas to name it? We're gonna be having a host on that show continue, and this is after Tap on the Shoulder. So we go fast markets, tap on your shoulder. Then, guys, do we do top quiz?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then after that is blah blah blah.
Martini lunch.
CNBC Andre told me it has a 3 stock lunch, which
They stole that from the idea of a 2 martini lunch back in the day.
midday trade, lunch crew, performance hour,
Big swinging ticks.
Players.
Sorry, that was a good one.
Players.
I mean, it's putting on size if you're big swinging ticks. I mean,
So dumb.
I didn't mean it like that. I just said if you're moving a lot. Lunch bunch, top players, Sonic session, lunch
Afternoon platoon.
afternoon, turtle mode.
All right, what do we got here?
Closing drive.
Just switch to negative. Oh, guys, this is helpful. This is helpful because we're kind of thinking about what it should be. Look at this. It's not holding.
Yeah, S&P's just got back to settle.
Mm-hmm.
Good,
Yeah,
nice read,
it's failing
Hannah.
the auction.
Nice
Yeah,
read.
It's failing the auction, yeah.
Doesn't look like we're going to get our good trade location up there for the short, does it?
Heavy short NASDAQ.
Not yet. But sometimes they retest the initial balance high, which might be an alternative for a decent trading location.
Mm.
So after it fails the auction, goes back to initial high, initial balance high. And then I've had some trades that were pretty decent off of that idea.
The volume kind of dies above that too.
Yeah. And because you already have some sellers, they're kind of like keeping the ceiling from going too fast through it. So it also gives you time to react, even if they decide to continue higher.
Gosh, we have just nothing as far as Delta's concerned. We're negative 370.
Mm.
Man,
Just testing patience today.
I am getting caught on these pullbacks a little bit.
So, Michael, are you going to kind of preserve a half of your high water mark today if it gets there?
That's the goal. This pullback looks like the floor
Might be more of a sell-off at this point.
Yeah, it's kind
Just don't put more contracts on, put less.
Thank you for that, because I put more on Friday. I put more on. I was a moron on Friday.
Moron trade. So just size down. If you want to carry on trading, fair enough, but just go down to one lot.
So, Michael, I mean, here's that low volume node we were talking about. It's below value. If you can find opportunities to look for longs here, I mean, the opening range is still the low of the day. We're still above yesterday or Friday's high. So the auction is doing better to the long side in the NASDAQ than it is in the S&Ps.
Yep.
This value low here just to see if we can't, go back below yesterday and Friday's high might be an interesting chance. But, it's always about managing risk.
Yep.
If the risk is too great, we can't take the trade, or we have to size down, one or the other.
Look at the big. So you're talking about this big volume node. What is it? Low volume node area, kind of going like a cliff, not a cliff. Grand Canyon. See this one right here on my 30-minute. What does this tell you? Because I've gotten caught before where it sits right here and then it falls out of bed.
But it does offer you an opportunity to limit risk, to know where you're possibly going to be wrong.
So where would that be? Because look at how I extended this, and now I'm right. 47s is the kind of the low area. There's a volume node right here.
Let's look at it from another side point of view. So if we look at this up move that came before, it's something that supply and demand traders like to call a rally-based rally. So if you're looking at longs, effectively you need this area to hold, right? Mm-hmm. You need this whole area to give another bounce higher.
Which area is that, Deanna?
It's the one from, effectively all the way from 163.73 all the way down to 43.5. So that's where the last sort of speed bump happened. So if we want more highs, then this area should really hold. If it doesn't hold, then we're looking for the market to go through this entire low volume area here.
FYI, Anne-Marie is long at 16,350.
Okay.
Good for you. I was just long at 40, 50. I was just long at 50s as well.
And we also have the overnight VWAP there. VWAP, however you want to say it.
At the VWAP overnight is where?
Yeah, it's 163.51.50.
This is
If it goes below that, you can use that as a continuation of the shorts or a bounce for the longs. That's the way I would look at it. So kind of like a line in the sand. If it does this, then you go short. If it does that, then you go long.
Okay, it's back here at the 52s. 51s is you're talking VWAP. This is a retest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it retesting? Is it retesting? I'll buy one. Is it retesting? And I'm with you. It's retesting. You got a VWAP play. I know you're a VWAP player. 50s is the level that we were talking about. And you also talk about the 40s. So if this does a little extension to the 40s, that'd be interesting.
That's basically low of value. Today's value.
Okay.
I've got VWAP at 16,336 right now. 336.
336.
Right, and that's anchored to the open last night.
Poop is
Yeah, that's anchored to the open last night. I think this one is slightly later. It starts a bit later. I think it's midnight GMT.
Yeah.
No, it's actually anchored to the London Open.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
The London Open.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 50s are holding thus far. It's
Yeah,
also on S&P settlement. And I got out of my long just so you guys.
Why?
I know, Deanna. I'm doing this issue where I trade really well in the morning, and then I get really gun shy because I go capital preservation and I miss.
Or maybe it's a focus thing. Because, I also find that focus is really difficult to keep for more than 3 hours.
Oh, guys, you know how hard it is to trade and talk and
yeah.
It's just. Yeah.
Thank you,
It is
John.
It's
hard.
multitasking. It's very hard. Yeah, I agree.
But you don't want to trade not to lose.
Yeah.
And I always lose when that happens.
Scared money ain't making money.
Yep.
It's like the Bears going into halftime with a lead. They come out and they play not to lose, and they lose.
Hey, we got Adam saying CL's dumping. We got CL levels that JD shared. I'm not looking at CL. If anybody on this team can help.
Yeah, what is crude trading right now?
It's
Crude is 76.8 right now. Just broke the initial bounce to the downside, but I wouldn't say that it's dumping. I would say that it's poking out because this is not really a big move at all. So for now, I think that inside value sentiment is still very much present.
There you go. Congratulations, Evan Danko passed his fourth trading combine this morning. 1,000 profit away from his 5,000 payout club.
Yeah,
hat.
got this.
So yes, pay yourself out 5,000 and you get one of those hats that Andre's wearing. We'll get the thing up here shortly. He's back.
Yeah, so with crude oil today, every time you see the market go below value and then you get buyers stepping in, that's sign of responsive buying. That's not really breaking out or anything. It's just literally them moving within the range.
Mm-hmm.
So really range play would be suitable for crude oil, but I can't be bothered with range plays today. It's too early in the week for that.
Agreed.
Because it requires a lot of it requires a lot of patience and timing and stuff. And like Michael said, we're talking, we're looking at different markets, and I don't think I would be particularly good at range trading whilst I'm doing this. So I would have to sit quietly with myself, concentrate on the levels, be really precise around those session lows and demand areas. So.
Hey, Deanna, when you're trading by yourself, are you trading in complete silence?
Yeah.
Are you really? Okay.
Yeah. No
Do you
music.
ever talk to yourself when you're trading?
Oh, I talk to myself all the time.
What's that sound like?
Yeah.
Give me an example. What's that sound like?
Oh, I don't know. I think I talk to crude oil. I talk to levels, and then I go, okay, if this comes,
all right.
what do I want to see? So if it creates a bullish engulfing, then I want to see whether I can get in, but I also want to see whether there are buyers stepping in. So
Perfect.
So it's just like a crazy person.
I'm the same way. I'm the same. I was making sure I'm not completely crazy.
No.
Deanna, when you're gaming, do you do the same thing?
Oh yes, I do the same
definitely.
thing. But there's a lot more swearing involved, though.
Oh yeah,
of course. All right, we've got notes coming up here. Half past here. We got about 8 minutes, 7 minutes here, and we'll let you know when they hit.
I have a little more context on the hot streaks and some other stats if you want them real quick.
Cool.
Yeah.
Certainly. What do you got?
Carlos, JD informed me, has been moved up to a live account.
Oh,
so
way to go, Carlos.
he will, once he gets set up, we will check to see if that streak continues.
Sweet.
Also, Danny's trades led all live funded traders last week with an average winning trade of $2,576.
Nice.
Beautiful.
And that was we did call up 12 traders to live funded accounts last week. And the total P&L for winning funded traders last week came out to $3,900,000.
Wow.
Woo!
Winners were doing
Nice
it.
one.
Wow.
Lottery.
And
I have to take out a church policy on that one.
Wow. Yeah.
so,
Hey guys, I got long 48s. I'm getting out of it. Made my day back.
right. Then lastly, I wasn't going to let Andre escape today with his background right now. So
God bless it.
any Deanna, you're a sci-fi fan. Have you seen THX 1138?
I haven't actually.
Come on,
It's
man.
a classic. It's the first sort of big George Lucas movie. Stars Robert Duvall, and Andre seems inspired by it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Michael Stipe in the middle.
That's Robert Duvall.
I'm just sitting while there's a beating going on in the background, huh?
That's a metaphor for trading, isn't it?
I mean, it's a good point.
Yeah, I laughed when John said because Andre had like similar lights.
Oh God, Deanna,
and
sorry
Hog
about
was
that.
like, "Oh, you look." No, it's hilarious because Hog was like, "Oh, you look like you moved in with D."
That was actually that came from the chat actually.
Yeah.
It was funny.
It's so funny.
I kept telling him I was crashing on your couch, Deanna.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to crash on my couch.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
You have about a few dogs waking you up about 5 a.m.
Exactly, just jumping on top of you, licking your face. Yeah, it's quite a violent way to wake up, actually.
A dog blanket.
Yeah.
Well, the 50s held up so far. Who was long? Anne Marie, 51.
Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
I think she was just taking it to the VPOC, which it just hit. 366.
I waited a bit. Got 4 at 48. No, 2 at 48. 2 at 46. So that helped me make my day back. Huh.
Well, D, this gold long is not looking healthy.
Yeah, I see, but I still have my average daily range that was just tagged. So I'm willing to give it a little bit more time.
Yeah,
Eddie, where are you at on your long, guys? Let's put that up on the top so we know where Eddie's long is. Eddie, where's your long at?
1999.60, and I've got a personal loss limit here, getting close to it. Not at it, but I'm still in the hunt.
So Eddie has a long, no position everywhere else. Deanna, you're long as well from 97?
Yeah, 97.9.
0.9, got it.
Yeah, taking heat.
Sounds like a radio station.
Yeah.
97.9.
It's also the best year to graduate high school.
WTST, Chicago.
1979, you graduated high school?
Wow, 1997.
Oh, okay.
I read things like that too, Jack, where you look at it and then you like just flip the numbers.
I actually graduated high school in 96 because I rushed. So I wanted to finish it as fast as possible because I was already doing gigs, but I also wanted to go to university. So I just kind of finished everything in 2 years instead of 4. So
my high school didn't allow me to finish quick.
Now, D, Henry Mex says gold's definitely going to tank. Now, Henry, why do you think gold's going to tank?
Well, gold tanked already, mate, from what I can see. So it's now tagging average daily range low with some demand. So a little bit of retracement as we go into the lunchtime would not be unusual. So I'm just playing probabilities here.
2 on the clock here. We've got the 3-year note coming up in 2 minutes, 6-month bill auction in about 2 minutes. And don't forget, 12 o'clock, high noon, 10-year note auction.
Yeah, Dino, you say something like that. Give us some context. Tell us.
Yeah.
Why.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm seeing on the profile is that we already have 3 TPOs per row. This is why I'm keeping it, even though it's kind of dipped into my position. First of all, my entry was not as close to the average daily low as I would have liked it to be. However, the profile for now is starting to build structure. Whenever you see 3 TPOs, then eventually 4 TPOs in a row, it's very unlikely that the market is going to just keep dumping. So because of that, I'm willing to give it a little bit more time. So as always, it's all about context. It's all about just staying objective rather than letting the emotions take you on a wild ride.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been one-time framing lower, hasn't it?
Yeah, but if you look at it on a 5-minute chart, it is slowing down. It's no longer kind of just going massively down.
Sure.
It's kind of staying in a range. And the last time it turned around right above the average daily range low.
Yep.
And with the 3 TPOs per row and also with some single prints left behind, you can have this situation where the market goes back through the single prints, and that would be a single print fade, which indicates that whoever sold earlier is no longer around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Elvis left the building.
That's what Johnny calls it. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Well, couldn't say it's that nice because I'm in a drawdown on this trade.
But you,
you
had reason for the trade, and I know you have
Yes,
reason.
exactly. Yeah, I always have a reason for a trade. And actually, Hoag, the building structure thing and single prints, fading single prints, I actually learned that from you. You were the one who first introduced me to the concept of fading single prints.
You got to do it when there's structure building, and that's what Deanna has found.
30 seconds.
Is this the auction? What do we got?
Yes. Got a 3-year note and 6-month bill.
Can we go to the 10-year? Should that matter on the 10-year?
That's noon, right?
That's noon.
That's the big one too.
It doesn't affect. Okay. Do we have a 3-year? I don't even know. No?
Coming up here soon, we got Shoulder Tap with Mick. Mick's going to be with us here, so don't run away.
Yeah, we've got 3-year note auction. And that's at 10:30 noon, a 3-month bill auction.
Let's see what we got here.
And noon also the 10-year note auction.
3-year note, 4.7 coming in. We'll get that right now. 6-month bill, 5.190%. Nothing yet.
All righty then. I'm about ready to call it a day. About.
You've had a good day. There's nothing wrong with it.
Exactly.
High water. Yeah, high water mark 2,500. So I'm.
Yeah, just go ski.
I know, and look what I got. I got sports legs. All the ski patrol swear by it. I don't know. Anybody here ever heard of sports legs? It gets your legs so they don't burn. My legs are burning right now. I'm already on day 12 for the year, and we just started 2 weeks ago.
Anne-Marie, nice calling along.
Yeah.
What's that for? For like lactic acid?
Lactic acid.
Lactic acid.
Just do foam rolling. Foam rolling is really good.
I like to take pills.
Hey, does chocolate milk work, Deanna?
We all like to take pills, Michael.
It's easier.
It's easier.
Exactly.
They're saying it works.
Yeah.
We'll see. You're supposed to take it 30 minutes before you go. So they had the groomers out at about 5 a.m. So it's cool from my house. You can see these little dots of light.
Ooh, something S&P just got hit.
All right. So we talked about the floor falling out from this, and it's pretty interesting. Tilt's not saying much, Andre.
All right,
So no, it's
3-year
not.
note coming in at 4.49.
Somebody help me out on what that means. There's your sell-off.
There it is.
There's a big sell-off.
And the 3-year.
Back in value.
What is this shitty auction?
Yeah.
Shit, no one wants our debt anymore.
It's a 3-month bill. I don't think it means that much.
Oh, I thought it was 3-year. Sorry.
Oh, a 3-year. And it's one of the smaller denominations.
Okay.
Right.
Struck 1030 and we hammered.
Well, they're saying these yields need to be monitored closely as an indicator of the government debt situation.
Okay. All right. Back up to high water mark. I bought 40s. I'm done. Now that's the trade I wanted.
Yeah, that lower value in the S&Ps was pretty tasty.
Yeah, it was. Hoop said 40s. 36. 4 handles, 3 handles off the low. All right.
Yeah.
Now I just got to be disciplined. I need my friends here on TopstepTV to tell me to go skiing again.
Don't do it, man.
Okay. Andre, Tilt got pretty tilty on that one.
It did for a hot second. I didn't jump on it. I'm still waiting for this market to break out range. It's Monday. Busy week coming up. This might be the busiest week of the month going into the end of the year. So I keep the powder dry and pounce when right. I mean, she carved it up pretty nicely today. I'd call it for now.
Should I go carve up the groomers?
I would. What's the point? London just closed. I mean, what else you got to do?
Is it okay to take pills on the show?
It's
only on Friday.
Yeah, only on Friday.
Yeah,
Last
right.
hour of the day, yeah.
Well, hey, you know what? We've got Mick waiting for us here. We also got,
and we got
coming
Mick
up,
coming, Patak.
Kyle's going to join us for
Beat it.
Power Players. Ask anything. Ask Hoag anything for group coaching. We got a top 10 quiz. We're going to take the time out here. Deanna, thank you very much for being with us here. We will see you Wednesday, and I hope our gold turns better for us.
Agreed.
Guys, new big pullback in the NASDAQ. Big pullback.
All right. We'll be right back with Mick and Shoulder Tap.
Cool.
Bye, D.
Hello, Mick.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good
What's up,
morning,
Mick?
viewers. Happy Monday.
Right?
Happy.
Michael,
Happy.
love seeing the mustache. You weren't on Shoulder Tap last week, so happy you got that thing going.
I mean, I'm trying to catch up to you, but it's really all the farther it goes. And I haven't used the razor since I was 26. So this is what you're gonna see.
Hope you should join the crew. Just chop that beard off, and you've got a great one going.
Yeah, I was thinking about going handlebar.
I mean, we could go mustache, guys, if you want to keep doing it.
You could pull that off so well. Let's get a poll in the chat right now on YouTube. Let's see who wants Hoag to do a handlebar mustache, wax and all, curl it up on the sides. I would love that.
I can tell you right now, my wife doesn't want it.
I believe that.
Look at this pullback, Michael.
I know.
Put him off that low.
Hey, Michael, keep your finger off the trigger.
I am, guys. I'm going to call. I was just going to ask Mick during transition, how do you want me to start not trading? I probably should just close my domes.
I think closing the domes down, but then I know you've been on the ski slopes doing some mobile trading from your cell phone too, because I know you've gone skiing and I've seen you trading. So
no, I have not touched mobile unless it's like picking up something.
All right. Well, that's good too, because you're in the mountains. So I don't like the mobile in general, but let alone the mountain. So I must have thought that you were going skiing, but you were still at the computer then.
Oh, I know.
All right, that's good. When you're done, Brett or I, we can shut you down if you want.
No,
Like,
I got
just
my own.
disable the account.
I appreciate it, but I have my own self that I need to work on. And I think when I do it myself, it instills a bit more discipline, which I had last week until Friday, which can be up. So let's jump into shoulder tap. Why don't you talk about all the folks that have traded? And wow, what a bounce off that. 33s. If you would have liked the 40s, who said that? I don't know if Eddie's on here, but Hoag 40s. Wasn't that a level?
On the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Well, yeah, value low was 36.
I got a 15-minute NASDAQ chart up right now. Looks like we hit the 20-period exponential moving average and bounced right back off that.
Got it.
And VWAP in the NASDAQ.
Michael, I guess we'll go into you because I was going to start this segment by saying you can run, but you can't hide, because I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your trading, especially on Friday. So I actually created a trading card for you today. Want to talk a little bit about last week. So Michael, I want to put Michael in the hot seat for last week because first and foremost, if we could pull up his trading card, Michael had a killer week last week, Monday through Thursday. Michael, you were up about $5,500 on going through Thursday, 5,600, and then Friday's P&L minus 63.77. So we've talked about this from a money management standpoint. This is not what you want to see. Michael had a great head start on the week, made money Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, up really good, and then he wiped out 4 good days of trading on the last trading day of the week. This is like textbook what not to do. And I know if for those of you that were watching on Friday, he got down to that $3,000 personal loss limit he has. I could see him squirming in his seat. You got emotional. You wanted to keep trading. You wanted to make that money back, which you do on many occasions when you do ask for a little expansion on that loss limit. Whether you get the day back to scratch or up on the day, usually you do minimize some of the damage from early on. But it didn't work out this Friday, and I want this to be a teachable moment, a learning experience for you. This is just something that I've fallen susceptible to. Having a good week and then wipe it all out. I don't know if it was, you felt like you were reading the markets really well because you did have 4 profitable days ahead of Friday. Can you kind of, and I want our viewers to hear this, but I also personally want to hear from you, like kind of what the thought process was on Friday. Because I know at one point during the day, and our viewers didn't see this, but you had asked me to expand your loss limit. And I said, Michael, we've wiped out a lot of the profits from the week. You're still up X amount of dollars on the week. And you said, you paused for a little bit. You said, no, I'm done. And then a little bit later, you said, open me back up. And then you continued trading. And, we were down $6,300 on the day. So can you walk us through kind of like mentally what happened on Friday? It might not be the same mentality you have for other days like this, but Friday, what happened?
Okay, so for the week, I was feeling really good, and I was really proud of myself just on how I traded and how I stopped for the day. Friday, I think you guys ever have that when you're trading well and then you don't feel like it was work or you deserve it or whatever?
Wasn't enough.
Well, I didn't think it wasn't enough. I just knew I couldn't stop myself Friday from trading, even though you need to end weeks really like protecting and preserving what you built up. Our whole goal as traders is like, man, if you're spending all that time trading, you can't let Friday, you can't let a day take away your whole week. And God forbid you let a day take away 2 weeks or a month of work.
It hurts so much.
So I think on that point, I remember getting smoked, and Deanna said it today because I think she was watching. And I got smoked and I sized up. I've been trading. Today was 3 lots, maybe a 4 lot here and there. And I get 3 lots on, go 10, 15 handles in my way, take 2 of them off, let 1 ride. Sometimes I go for a scratch or not. Friday, I didn't do any of that. And that was all last week was a 3 and 4 lot, maybe 6 lot. I was 8 and 10. Mick, you saw them, 8 and 10s and trading poorly. Why the hell do you put more size on when you're trading poorly? That's where I got caught. Then I went on emotional tilt, so to speak, where I'm like, I've been here before and I've made it back. And I didn't that day. I read it wrong. Everything that I usually look at wasn't working. And then I did stop. I had everybody here in chat helping me out. Thank you. But I didn't take your advice. And I went back to the markets. And I came back during power hour. And I said, Mick, open me up. What's another 2,000? You don't ever want to say that. That's what's going through my head. I was bummed about it on Friday evening. I told my wife, I told her, I'm like, I'm trading well this week. And then Friday, she's like, how'd you do? I'm like, man, I got crushed. And half of it I gave to the excuse of, tradertainment. But the other half, I'm like, this is just stupid ass trading. So that was going through. That was it, pretty much.
Yeah. It's something people need to think about is, when you are feeling good and you're, reading the markets well, we talked a little bit about it last week. It's like all it takes is one trade or one day to wipe out, a lot of profits. Most people, in my experience and my own personal experience too, I see people that are doing very, very well in the markets when when your hot streak does end, it ends in very ugly fashion, because you're so accustomed to reading the markets well, you are trading larger size, and then when it hits you and you get yourself on the wrong side of the market, it usually blows up. That's what we saw with Michael last week. So people need to really have that discipline, and when you're ahead on the week, end it ahead on the week. I've got a lot of, for everybody listening, we've got a ton of traders that are up really big with good starts to the week. There's green all over the board, XFAs and live accounts today. So for those of you that are watching that are up, the 12,000, 36,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 17,000, I could keep rattling off numbers. We're seeing huge winning days from our traders today. You are ahead on the week. Make sure that come Friday, it is your job. If you're ahead on the week, it is your job to end the week positive come Friday. So Michael is a great example of that. Michael made a mistake last week on Friday. Learn from his mistake and don't make it your mistake.
And I got some great advice in here. Besides that one, Mick, I got some great advice in here. Richard, thank you. Trade micros on happy hour. I wanted to just be in the markets. Yeah, I also was trading 7 lots during happy hour. I was like, I don't give a shit. I mean, when you get on tilt and you put the whole week together, it does, I don't know, you say to yourself, what's another blah, blah, blah. So,
Michael, can I ask you something?
Yes, please.
How much is trading on screen and kind of getting into tradertainment causing some of these issues?
Well, here's exactly. Here's the tough part is I had meetings in between the day. I had it's hard, and kudos to everybody who goes from one thing to another thing during the day, and you have to be good at both of them. You have to be good at both of them. So I know there's a lot of people here that are entrepreneurs. We did that poll last week. I know there's a lot of people here that work for themselves. That is entrepreneurship pretty much. And then to go on there. So I have that, I work with the leadership team and people here at Topstep. And I'm always thinking about what next cool thing and talking to those folks about that. So you go from switching your brain. And then, I think it's really effing hard to do that.
You strip your gears.
Yeah, you strip your gears. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Everything you're talking about is a distraction.
Yep.
Distraction. It's really hard to stay focused when trading. I know for a lot of people that try and trade multiple markets, I always had a difficult time doing that, even if you're just a technical analysis trader, where you should really be able to apply any of your setups to multiple markets. It's hard to manage more than one product position. But when you have other things like meetings, tradertainment, there's so much other stuff going on. Michael, you got your hands in a lot of cookie jars right now. You always have, which is a great thing. But it's really hard to stay focused when you've got so much going on. And definitely when there's external distractions, trading suffers. It always does.
Yeah, multitasking with trading, I don't know, man. It makes life so much more difficult. I think your probability of success is a lot harder. Total focus, and then and then all the other variables, Mick, as you talk about all here, knowing when to shut it down, sticking to a personal loss limit. Thank you for that. Knowing when to call it to a day, sticking with calling it a day, and everything else in between, managing your emotions. So
yeah, I like Richard's comment in the chat about how switch to micros. If you're doing some entertainment during happy hour and you're trading, that's definitely one thing to do. Switch to the micros, deleverage if you're doing that. Or, we've got everybody who's got a Topstep account, be it a trading combine or a funded level account, you got your practice account too. I would think I heard about this reversing of positions you guys were doing on Friday. Maybe well, it sounded, I'll be up front and very blunt. Like, it sounded pretty stupid when I heard about that. I definitely gave a WTF about that. If you're going to do it again, and I know the excitement factor for the tradertainment, but like, do it in a practice account or do it with micros next time. Please.
Yep, 100%. I'm not saying this is ever gonna not happen again. You just gotta keep these days where you lose your discipline under control. I did not. So
yeah,
we have people in here that can relate. We have people in here that will LOL it. We have people in here that will fade it and say I'm stupid. It doesn't matter. I'm learning along the way. The goal of Tradertainment, Topstep TV, with all of us on here, is to share either the thought process, what we're doing wrong, what we're doing right, and to have you guys also help us hold each other accountable. Whether it's these folks on air with us right now, or whether it's the folks in chat who said stop trading. So kudos to you guys for being right and being more disciplined than I on Friday and saying stopping. So thanks.
Well, I'm gonna keep beating the dead horse here on Friday's stuff, Michael, if I may. You mentioned two things I want to go back to. You were trading larger size on Friday than you were earlier in the week. Certainly something people fall into this hole of doing so. I've done it myself. If you're down on the day, you're gonna, naturally you want to trade a little bit larger to get that money back. That's a big no-no. We always talk about pumping the brakes when it's not working. Friday would have been a good day to pump the brakes and deleverage, not increase your leverage. And then you had mentioned also, you remember those days when we were talking about you kind of bringing it back, when I expand your loss limit. A lot of times you do bring those days back. That's always something that traders remember. It's like they remember the times when they were able to get back to scratch or turn a losing day into a winning day. They forget about all those times that they dig themselves deeper in the hole. I myself used to do that. I see a lot of traders doing that. It's kind of, I can't say I was in your mind, but it's kind of like a hopeful thing. Your muscle memory is like, hey, I've done this before. But I think you really need to separate like what you want and what you should be doing. So what you should have been doing on Friday was saying, it's not working today. It worked all week, but it's not working today. I'm going to end it, versus what you wanted to do is, make that money back and have a killer week, because it would have been a killer week. I want to do a little math here for the traders out there. I said you were up 5,600 Monday through Thursday, and then you lost the 6,400 on Friday. Had you stopped with your $3,000 daily loss limit on Friday, you would have still been up about 2,600 on the week. But we expanded that loss limit, went twice that loss limit, and you turned a $5,600 winning week into about what's the math there? $800 losing week, I would say.
Yep.
So you could have ended up over $2,000 on the week, but you ended up down on the week to the tune of about 800, if my math's correct there. And I just there are so many times that scenario plays out at the end of the week for traders. And if you could say, okay, the difference between that was, $2,800. If you add that up over, think about it, like you do this 5 weeks or something like that, we're talking some serious dough to the tune of like 5 figures right there. So
yep.
Hoag always talks about math, and if you can isolate one of these scenarios where that happens and then extrapolate it, you're like, oh my gosh, like I really need to be disciplined and stick to what I know I need to do, because at the end of the year it could be 5 figures, 6 figures potentially. So really something to think about. Yeah,
Mick, I'd like to add just a little something. That was one of the things you mentioned is, traders remember if they're down in the hole and they pull themselves out, they always remember, well, I was able to do it last time. But you have to think about how you did it. Was it good trading, or was it just saying, F it, I'm just going to put on a 5 lot and hope it goes my way? There's digging out of a hole the right way, and that's by staying in strategy and in process. And then there's the the getting paid for bad behavior, and just doesn't matter if you get paid for bad behavior. All you know is that you did it.
Yeah.
Yep. And Dante, you said it in here too. I don't try to master. Well, I don't know. Yeah, like right now, I got the itchy trigger finger because I wanted to be long, and then I got out, and then all that kind of stuff, and then I'll keep visiting. I'm like, well, maybe I got to get better at managing myself. So that's the lesson I learned, and that's the lesson hopefully somebody takes away from this. But thank you, Mick.
Yes.
I'm marking this a losing week on trading. I think it's right there. So 2 weeks of skiing and 2 weeks of trading, same amount of days. So
Hey, thanks for playing along. I know you got roasted here a little bit.
no, this is
Things you need to hear. Things our traders more importantly need to hear too.
yeah. And guys, this is what Mick will do. You don't have to always be receptive to it. So there's some people like thanks, but no thanks. But there's a lot of folks that he talks to that take a lot of value from that. If you take things personally in this business, then you're taking it for the wrong reasons. And nor are you helping shorten your learning curve or better yourself. So, yeah. So,
Yeah,
thank you, Mick. Appreciate it, buddy.
People need to be, hear direct things, especially when it comes to trading, performance-based business, and don't take it personally. It's about your trading, and we're talking about these things because we want to congratulate people for doing good things, and we want to point out people to people where there's areas for improvement, and nobody's perfect. We need to constantly be trying to get better and better and better. If you're not progressing, you're regressing. So it's a never-ending thing. Thanks, Michael. Let's move on. I want to talk about
Hey, Mick,
yeah,
Mick, I need to move on. I have a top of the hour very important meeting. I wanted you to provide that feedback to me.
Yeah.
I took some notes while you were doing it too. I want you to go on with the rest of the folks, and everybody, if you could learn from all these folks that Mick is going to talk about. Shoulder tap's a really important segment because Mick, those new folks here, he and his risk management team and all the data they pull and all that is of every funded trader that Topstep has, which is thousands. And those that are trading express funded account and those that are trading live prop firm capital. Those are the two things that Mick is always watching. He's going to talk about these folks going here, but I got to cut out Mick and go now switch gears into my Topstep, CEO founder type of role.
Really appreciate you sticking around. I know you were going to dip before the segment, and I asked you to stay on. So thanks for doing that for our viewers. And with that, let's talk about I want to pull up the table for trader success metrics. Take it easy, Michael.
I want to tell you, it was a real pleasure watching you work.
And I got to tell you, 75% of people want me to put a handlebar mustache. I'm going to need to see more likes.
Are you surprised you got more than 3/4 of the people wanting you to do that? I'm not.
I don't know. I didn't think anybody cared really, but hey, if you want it, hit the like button.
We'll have to talk to Donna about that. Yeah, hit the like button if you like the mustache segment, the shoulder tap, and if you want Hoag to join Michael and I with the mustache, heck, we could get Andre next too. Let's do it. Let's have some fun going into Christmas. Wouldn't your family love to see you with the mustache? Well, as Michael was saying, we talk about stats for a lot of our traders. A lot of these people that we feature on the trading cards here on the shoulder tap segment are people that are getting called up from an express funded account to a live account. These are the people that the risk team has watched. They're trading in their express funded account, and we really think that we feel good about moving them to a live account where they'll be taking money out of the markets. So of those people that we call up from XFA to live, this is about the average that we see from those metrics that they're putting up, their statistics on the trade report. Well, this is a pretty big sample size. We kind of throw this in every week or so just for people to look at it if we have new viewers that haven't seen it before. So for most of our traders, this big sample size that I'm talking about, these are the metrics that they're putting up on average. I think we got about a 30-something account sample size here for the people that get called up from XFA to live. Average P&Ls. These are traders that are putting up big days. we have quite an array of the average trade size. We've got some people that are very, very busy boys and girls trading the equity indices, lots of round turns. But then we also have a lot of traders that might make anywhere from 1 to 5 trades a day. Last week, we kind of talked about, a correlation that we see in the average winning days and the average winning trades, which we have plotted on the very bottom. For the most part, the people that were calling up from XFA to live, high percent winning days. They're usually right 3/4 of the time on the day. 70%, 68%, 70% winning trades. You will see those winning day percentages and the winning trade percentages be much, much higher for those traders that have lower average trades. So the people that are making fewer trades during the day actually are putting up larger winning percentages on the days and winning percentages on the trades. I completely attribute that to being more more selective with their trading. You're taking fewer trades a day. That means you're stalking the market and you're really looking for only the best trade setups.
These people for your 100%.
Yep.
Like Hoag, Andre and I talk about, these are the people that are aiming for 100%. For those of you that haven't heard us talking about that before, Andre, when he was with the prop firm, they told him aim for 90% winning days. 90% winning days. I've heard from my mentor and other traders, aim for 100% winning trades. If you are aiming for 100% winning trades, you're naturally going to be more selective with the trades that you're taking, and then in turn, you're probably going to see better metrics on the trades that you are taking. So aim for 100% winning trades. Don't take those BS trades, or don't be, giving it a shot. I remember years ago, I was trading out of my dad's office at the time, and I told him I put a position on, and he said, why'd you do that? And I didn't have an answer for him. I said, just giving it a shot. And I got a crack in the back of the head. He said, you don't give it shots. You don't give shots to the market. Have a good frickin' reason why you're putting a trade on. He said, get out of that thing and go, next trade that you tell me you're putting on, tell me why you're doing it. Have a reason for it.
That's right.
But there's a lot of people that say, oh, I was just giving it a try. It was a grade B setup, a grade C setup. After all the time I've spent in this industry and all the traders I've worked with and spoken to, if you're saying that you've got a grade B setup or a grade C setup, remove that from your strategy list. Remove that from your toolbox. You're not taking those trades. We don't want you taking those trades. Take only the best.
Yep.
Speaking of taking only the best trades, if we have any time, I do want to pull up a card for Joaquim. We got a little time.
If we can make it quick, we can make it quick. I know we got Kyle.
Okay, Kyle, thanks for your patience. I wanted to showcase Joaquim here because he got called up to a live account last week. Really like the stuff that he's doing here. All equity indices plus the energies. He's trading YM, which Andre's not a big fan of. But this is this is a trader who's been. Everybody's got their own personal.
Hey, if you're profitable, I'm a fan of it. How about that?
No kidding. Yeah, if you're profitable, live there, stay there, trade it.
That's right.
Well, he was profitable in the YM as well as the other products too. But we really liked Joaquim's productivity and his Express funded account last week. That's why we called him up to live. Similar to the metrics that we showed on that success metrics table prior to opening this card, 79% winning days and 70% winning trades. Almost identical to what I was showing you there. And a little below average on the trades per day, which I always like to see. Only 7 trades per day. There have been a few days where he took only 2 trades. And nice hold times too for someone trading these equity indices, day trading. So really good stuff out of Joaquin. He's going to be doing well in the live account, I would imagine, if he carries over what he was doing in the Express funded. I know we're short on time, so I'll cut right to the areas for improvement. Most of us have them. Sometimes you'll see me throw a trading card up there where I don't have anything to say because they've been doing really well or on a win streak. But Joaquim, he could work on his risk reward. It's a little backwards, seeing that on average he puts up $383 per winning trade, but then is risking $650 on those losing trades. I always try and think of a reason why this might be when I share that with the group and when I share these trading cards. I'm thinking that he's risking a little bit more on those losing trades because he's so accustomed to having winning trades, high winning trade percentage. It might be a bit of an ego thing. It might be, hey, I'm just normally on the right side of the market, so this thing could potentially turn around. Something for him to be conscious of there. And then also want to talk about limiting the losses on the losing days. That trade report, I think he spent 22 or 24 days in his XFA trading. A good part of his losing days, which there weren't very many of them, went right up against that $3,000 daily loss limit and or hit it. So if we could kind of cut our losses earlier, there'd even be a better average daily P&L. There'd even be a larger account balance that got transferred over to live, similar to what I was talking about with Michael, is if you can extrapolate a little bit. You know, I talked about had he just walked away after hitting his $3,000 daily loss limit last week, it would have made X amount of a difference come the end of the week. And if you can say, oh, that's just one scenario, if that scenario unfolds, you know, 5 times over the course of the year or 20 times over the course of the year, you do the math there, and there could be a very big financial value difference in doing so. So just limit those losses on the losing days. Again, I think, you know, hitting that daily loss limit of 3,000 could be attributed to the high winning trade percentage. They're used to being right. So when they're wrong, they give themselves a little bit more wiggle room or cushion.
And you know, if kind of cutting those big losing days, you probably cut your average losing trade a little bit by doing that as well.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. All that math rolls up into $1 amount, and that's your account balance.
Yep.
And that's the one we want to keep ratcheting higher with good money management.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
All right, Mick, appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah.
And all the best, mustachios. We all got like facial hair. I think Brett's got to grow something.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Guys, thanks so much for having me. This was a good segment. I liked it.
Good to see you, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
Yeah, great
All the
seeing
best,
you.
Mick. Take care.
Have an awesome week.
All right. All right. Now we've got coming up here for Power Players, we've got Kyle Janus going to be with us all the way from San Diego, California. And we're going to take just a couple seconds. We're going to get Kyle set up, and we'll be right back. And welcome to Power Players.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got our guest here today, Kyle Janus, with the horns hanging from the window.
Yes, sir. Go Longhorns.
Texas Longhorns,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go. Well, see, I should have went to college there. Having a last name of Horn, I probably would have been very popular as a mascot. But anyway, all the way from San Diego, California. And how are you today, Kyle?
I'm good. Good. Hit my daily goal pretty early in the session, so just hanging out now.
At least one of us did.
Happy to be here.
Cool. Now, if you can, give us a little background about yourself.
So background is been trading full-time about 8 years now. The bulk of that has actually been in options. My background is primarily in options. I began to trade futures a few years ago, actually from Topstep ads. I wanted to see if the strategy that I was deploying with SPY and SPX options applied directly to futures. And I was able to successfully do that through the Topstep combine process. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it as far as my trading is concerned. So now primarily focused on ES. I look for base hits, looking for anywhere between 5 to 10 points a day, and then shutting it down from there.
There you go. You know, let me ask you, what led you to pursue a career in trading? What got the bug started?
Honestly, it was back in college. A friend was doing some trading, and I'd always kind of had that interest in markets. It was not that I really started to pursue it full time until I discovered, well, there's kind of a double-edged sword, but until I discovered the leverage of options. And so I was working full time post-college. I happened to have some options through an earnings announcement, and that hit really big, and I've been hooked ever since then.
All right. All right. Trey, you got some questions there?
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Kyle. Really appreciate it. Really quick, how do you stay? Walk me through your routine. How do you get started for the day? Like pre-bell, into the bell.
Sure.
Talk to me about your step-by-step for those that maybe are looking to get into a routine before they start trading. Perhaps even what do you do on a Sunday night or Monday morning before the week kicks off? Like today we have on a Monday.
Yeah. So Monday morning, first thing I always have to do is get some activity in, like physical activity. So I wake up.
So what'd you do today?
Today I hit chest and tricep in the gym.
Chest and tries, baby.
Yeah. And from there, breakfast, pretty simple. I want to make sure I'm well fueled for the actual session. Okay. When I actually hit the desk, I'm going through all of the levels to make sure, where is the market at? Where am I actually interested in trading? Location is a big aspect of what I'm looking for in my particular edge. So I want to be involved kind of in the right areas. The level I was looking at today was the 4660 on ES. That happened to hit a few times. I was able to hit my goal through that. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it. It's every day making sure I get some type of physical activity, wake the mind up, wake the body up, then come into the morning with a full game plan of what I would like to see. I do kind of an emotional check-in before the session. All right,
what does that look like?
That looks like, all right, how am I feeling? Okay. How did I sleep? I evaluate my sleep score. I keep an aura ring at all times pretty much. So that kind of gives you, I don't have it on right now. Okay, it's actually charging, but pretty much have that, evaluating what the score on the aura ring shows versus how I'm actually feeling. And then that, for me, that's a big part of my risk management. I want to be able to, if the sleep wasn't great or something like that, put on less risk, or maybe just call it a no trade day. So you
do see a direct correlation between the quality of sleep and how your trading is, or can you
100%?
Can you ever pull off a good trading day on less than optimal sleep? Or the odds.
I mean, I try not to push the throttle on those days. That's more so a risk off day. I mean, the way I look at it is, there's a lot of sharp market participants.
Yes, there are.
If I'm not feeling 100%, then I know my edge is going to be diminished. I know most likely I'm going to be making decisions that are outside of my risk parameters. Mm-hmm. I know I may overlook some things. And so for me, that's just a day to be doing less, whether that means dropping size or just calling it a no trade day. I mean, the market is not going anywhere. I really don't feel the pressure to be, trying to stack points day in and day out. I really want to be looking for when I'm feeling my best, when I know my performance is really going to be there, and then when I actually have edge. That's the main thing, trading at the level that I want to trade at.
There's just too many traders that don't see that and the benefit of starting your day with a charged up, energized, positive mindset. And 100%. If you journal, and we talk about the checklist, we talk about obviously managing the account, managing yourself. And these are things that it sounds corny, and a lot of us are like, even myself was like, what are you talking about?
But journaling's huge.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, that ties in with what I do pre-market. The journaling from the end of day session. I'm looking at, all right, how did I perform? How did I trade in relation to what I wanted to see and the plan that I outlined for myself during that actual pre-market routine? And then from there, I can kind of say, all right, well, I missed on XYZ area. I need to focus on this for the next session. And that's a big part of improving my performance and just getting better as a trader.
Right. How about your strengths and weaknesses? I know that we all have them, but it seems like you're pretty tied up in moving forward with your strengths. But we all have weaknesses. What are some of your weaknesses?
Weakness for me would probably be let's see. Well, my strengths are definitely, I know when to shut it down on the day. And so weakness for me would be trading when I'm not feeling like that 100%, or when I feel like, all right, I need to, and any type of emotional thing where if I feel like I need to make money or something like that on the day can really kind of deteriorate what I'm looking for and my performance on the session. And so try and really hone in on the discipline aspect of things and really just staying within my framework. If I stay within my process, if I stay within my framework, I kind of built guardrails to protect me from myself, for lack of a better phrase there. And so, through that journaling process, I'm able to identify the weaknesses and kind of create a rule around it. So as long as I stay within my rule framework, can tend to avoid some of those bigger losses that I've eaten in the past, which
right. I tell you, it just sounds like your management is very good. And the commitment to yourself as a trader, where you're not doing things because they're in front of you. You're doing things because you know you can benefit from them. So that's a smart trader, everyone. That is, going through the list, putting it on paper, journaling, not only the trades, but journaling oneself. That's going to get you through.
Right.
Some of the tough days.
I've been on the backside of not doing those activities, and I've learned that lesson the hard way plenty of times.
Oh, sure.
Through losing real money. And so you only need to learn that one so many times before you say, all right, well, I either need to develop a framework that can actually, work for me here, or I just need to throw in the towel. And for me, quitting was not an option. And so I was like, all right, well, what do I actually need to do to make this work with consistency?
Right. And, I'm always saying once bitten, twice shy, but sometimes it takes, twice bitten, 3 times bitten, 4 times bitten. And then you've got to ask yourself, okay, what am I doing here? And you've got to put a stop to it. Right. I mean, it's all about you, the trader. Nobody else is going to do it but you. And I think when we find out what we need to do, how we need to correct it, how we need to fine tune, we're gonna get traction. We're not gonna be pulling back, trading left to right. We're gonna be moving forward.
100%. Could not agree more.
Just real quick, guys. Yeah, we got nothing going on in the S&Ps, NASDAQ, pretty much trading sideways a little bit. Tilt 50-50, so nothing going on on that front. So hey, well, quick, how do you stay up to date on the market news, trends, news? Where do you go for your information? Where do you go for your levels, your analysis? Where do you go for that? Where are some good tools and resources that you could tell the audience on where they might not be looking?
So as far as headlines, I'm usually just looking at breaking news Twitter accounts. Walter Bloomberg is a super popular one that I'm looking at. You can also get a lot of news from websites like Seeking Alpha. Yeah, as far as what I'm looking for within the market, I'm not really. I like trading volatility. I like trading active markets, but I'm not like a headline trader.
Okay.
I'm focused purely on price action, and where I get my levels is directly from the chart. So I take a top-down approach. I'm looking at daily time frame down into the 30 or 15 minute for kind of more of an intermediate look, grabbing my levels from there. Just very basic supply and demand. I don't use any indicators or anything like that. It's just purely based on, again, areas of supply and demand, and then watching how price reacts to those levels and seeing, all right, do I have something here? And the reason I like to use those levels is because it tells me pretty quickly where I'm wrong. And so if if I need to bail, the loss is not going to be something extraordinary. I could get out with maybe a paper cut and then kind of look for the next trade.
That's smart stuff. How about your strategies? What strategies do you use most frequently that you could share with us?
Pullbacks. I trade pretty much exclusively pullbacks into my level of interest. I don't trade any extension moves. I'm not buying fresh highs. I don't short new lows. I'm looking exclusively for pullback entries. And it kind of ties in with what I mentioned earlier about knowing quickly where I'm wrong. So going back to, that would actually be a big weakness for me that I had identified in my trading, was anytime I was involved at kind of session highs or session lows going with the direction of the move, that was a big weak area for me, and I had to cut that out. Buying fresh session highs, it's very, at least for me personally, it was very hard to say, all right, well, where am I wrong on this trade? Most breakouts in the index, at least that I have in my experience, fail. And so really treating the index as a mean reversion product and getting
reversion product. What is that?
So essentially fair value. The index is going to be also, like for today, we're oscillating around 46.60. And so if I'm grabbing longs at 46.66, that's not a good area for me to be getting involved. I need to identify that level that it's going to revert to. In this case, I had 46.60 on watch looking at the H4 contract, and that's where I wanted to be long. So I can grab longs at 60 and a half, 61, and my risk is just extremely tight.
Okay, so to that trade, so you're saying 60s was your level. Where do you put your stops? If you're getting long, you're just trading exclusively pullbacks. Where are you parking your stop? Obviously beneath 60, but how far beneath 60?
Yeah, so I'll give it maybe a 1 point breather.
That tight.
If 59 starts to fail, I'm pretty much, the trade is either going to stop me out, and maybe it will go in my direction. So a big part of what I look for is whether or not I did just kind of, maybe the low got swept and it hit my stop and I'm looking for a re-entry, or it's just going to show acceptance below 46.60. And then it's like, okay, well, where's my next downside level? What do I want to see next?
So what will it take for you? Okay, since you exclusively, but you have a bias towards buying pullbacks. So how will you enter a short? Will you get short? Obviously you have to, right? If the market keeps breaking all day, what do? Are you just sitting on your hands, or are you able to find, sell rips, or like, how would you, if the market isn't rallying that day, how are you trading, or how are you going to attack the market on a down day?
On a down day, so I'll be looking to, well, great question. I'm primarily a trend trader. So the last 5-6 weeks, I've been focusing exclusively on longs. So the couple of down days that we have had, I'm usually sitting on my hands on those days, or looking for a test of a lower support level to grab a long. If we start, if the index starts to roll over and we're really showing repeated down days, like, plenty of the days we've seen this year, then I'll be looking to be shorting pops.
Okay.
All right. Hey, let me ask you about risk, managing risk in your trades. Now, it seems like you're pretty well tight, knowing when to say when. But for us that are trading, and we tend to let the market roll a little bit longer than we want it to, what's something you could share with us about the best way to manage risk?
Well, definitely have your level up front. know where you want to cut that thing. I mean, that is paramount. I don't get into, and what I would suggest to newer traders is don't go into a trade without first identifying your risk level. And then the other thing that really helps me is to just put the hard stop right in the broker. And so in scenarios like just using the trade example from today, the 4660 longs, I'm putting the hard stop in the broker so that, you know, if some news hits or you know, if I'm not watching, maybe I'm looking at another tab or something, just letting the trade work, it just takes me out. I don't have to think about it too much. That's a system that has always worked much better for me as far as actually keeping the stop versus, I know some traders use like a mental stop. That's never really, I can't do the mental stop thing because I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. So hard stop in the broker on futures. And then the other aspect is I like to keep a hard cutoff rule. And so if I have 3 consecutive losses in a row, I'm automatically done for the day. I have to close the broker.
Same. Yep. 3 strikes and you're out.
Yep. I've never seen anything good, at least in my trading, come past 3 losses. I have seen it get much worse though.
Well, it's essentially telling you that your strategy's off today. The market isn't agreeing with you, right? Or you're not on the right. Something's off that tells you this ain't your day. You got to come back tomorrow, essentially, right?
100%. Yep.
Does that stubbornness, have you ever found yourself getting too stubborn or have you ever found yourself breaking that rule?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
all the broke that rule, Kyle.
Probably, I think the last big rule break I had was February.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, I ate for me, it was a pretty significant loss, ate a $14,000 loss. And so that was quite uncomfortable. And it's just a reminder that don't break the rules.
All right, so let's talk about that. If you don't, I don't want to, get stuck in the mud here, but how did you come back from that? How do you deal with that? What do you do? Do you step away? Do you get right back in the saddle? What do you do after a big losing day like that? That's significant losses. You know, it's going to take you time to get it back. It's going to take you effort, emotional capital, physical capital. It's going to take a lot to get back. So what do you do to get back on the horse and recover for something like that?
Yeah, definitely.
It's something that we can all relate to. We all take big losers. I had a shitty trading day on Friday. Michael did too. He came back, bounced back very strong. I was a little bit more cautious in my approach. So how do you approach the following trade, the following week after, suffering some losses?
Yeah, that's a great point. So, number one, I'm going to be carrying, I know that I'll likely be carrying emotional baggage into the following session.
It's inevitable, Kyle, right?
Yeah. So I try and kind of ground myself in, all right, what am I actually looking to do today? And number one, I try to get out of the mentality that this is going to be made back quickly. Like a 14K day, for me to bounce back the next day, extremely unlikely. So number one, I get that out of my mind entirely. Okay. Number two, I'm looking at, all right, well, how can I redevelop some confidence, some conviction in what I'm doing after just taking a massive loss like that?
Right.
And it's like, okay, well, what do I need to do? I just need to attempt to trade well. I don't even need to post a green.
What does trading well look like?
For me, it just looks like following my rules, following my framework. If I follow my rules after a big loss day, even if I have another red day, to me, that's a good day. So that's what I'm looking to get back into. I'm looking to cut off that emotional baggage, that big loss day where I may have broken some rules, and just get back into the process that I have for myself, the rule framework that I have for myself.
Kyle, let me ask you about emotional control. How important is emotional control in trading for you? And how do you keep it steady? How do you maintain it?
Well, it's extremely important, but the reason I'm able to, at least in my mind, the reason I'm able to maintain it and kind of stay on the horse so well is because I just have a trust in my system. My system has shown that I have real edge. I think a lot of newer traders, they actually put the cart before the horse in terms of emotion versus actually having a strategy that works. And so no amount of emotional control is going to make you a profitable trader if you don't have a strategy with edge, at least over the long term. And so, if you actually know that, all right, this strategy can make money over the long term, then at least in my mind, at least for me, it's been much easier to have that emotional control. Like, all right, when I stay within my framework, when I follow my rules, I will make money over, a large enough sample size. It's just a matter of protecting me from myself and actually staying within the rules, staying within that framework. So it's huge. It's huge. Anytime I've let emotions kind of bleed into my trading, those are days where I'm going to blow right through the rules. And so, you know, it's a matter of just, regardless of how you're feeling, just respecting the system, at least for me.
Yeah, you're pretty process oriented, are you? As they're saying here in the chat, it's sticking out. It's coming very apparent that you're very process oriented. Are you process oriented in all aspects of your life, or are you just pretty much trading? Are you a similar person outside of the markets as you are to when you're in the markets? I guess is my question.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, I live a pretty disciplined lifestyle, and so yeah, I have found, you know, staying on my routine outside of trading kind of bleeds into my trading. My personal opinion is that your outside life will bleed into your trading. So if you're having issues with a spouse, if you're having issues with family, if you have emotion in heavy emotion in one area of your life, there is a good chance, at least from what I've experienced, that you can kind of lash out with those emotions in the market. And so that's something I'm also very cognizant of. I don't like to, you know, if I'm having any type of issue outside of trading, just totally unrelated.
All right,
to
Kyle,
trading.
I agree. Sorry to interrupt, but we're all human, right? We all have lives outside of trading. We have family, we have friends, you know, pets, whatever, what have you. And inevitably, life is going to come at you, right? It's not going to be all roses and rainbows.
Yeah.
So when something does happen, you know, for instance, say, I don't know, my girlfriend breaks up with me, so to speak, like, and you got that going on with you, or my dog dies, something like that. How do you just simply not trade? Like, you have to trade. This is the job, right? You have to continue to produce income. How are you able to compartmentalize that, or are you just like accept the grief, and then try to switch it off when you get in the markets? Because I find that I personally have trouble with that when outside events, outside the market do take place and they are stressful. Holiday times could be a little stressful. It can sometimes bleed into my trading. How are you able to keep the two separate?
Great question. So you touched on something that was really important there. I don't think any trader should be trading for an income if they feel like they need to make the money. So at least my personal opinion is that you need to have like some savings or some nest egg that you feel like you're okay, because anytime I have felt like I need to make money in the market, I don't. I just end up losing more. And so for me, on those days where I do have that, we're human. When I do have that heavy emotional baggage, it's just, hey, I'm not trading today.
Really, just simply just off. You shut it off.
Yeah, I'll still show up.
Yeah,
I'll still show up, and I'll do, you know, the prep work that I talked about. I'll watch the levels, but I mean, like I kind of said at the start of this, I've been on the backside of pretty much every mistake that you can make in the market, and I just know that, all right, this is not going to be productive for me long term. And here's what I try and do.
Hit me.
I try at the
we may have lost them. Oh, you there?
There he is.
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just saying at the start of a session where, you know, I may be feeling emotional or something like that, I just try and project myself out into the end of day review. And the question I ask myself is, all right,
sorry, go on.
If I place a trade today and it fails, how is future me, 8-hour me from me, going to feel about this particular action? And if I feel like I'll be pissed off, it's much easier for me to say, no, I'm not going to trade today.
Man, you got some perspective, Kyle. That's this is all experience learned. There's no way you could have just come in and say, I'm going to be this type of trader with this type of perspective, correct? This is all learned from experience. You've touched the stove one too many times and realized it's hot.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I've burned the hand. I've burned the hand for sure.
Very good. Stand by. Very good.
You know, Kyle, let me ask, you know, moving forward, you know, we're all learning as each and every day goes by. We're all continuing to grow. What are you hoping to continue in your work in trading that you want to see expand and grow right now?
I'd like to make an impact on more traders. Honestly, it's not necessarily even related to trading. I do have my own trading goals, you know, incrementally adding size goals pretty much all traders are going to share. But for me, I would love to make an impact on, you know, a wider group of developing traders. I mean, like I said, you know, I I've had every issue. I've made every mistake. And so if I can do interviews like this, if I can come on and kind of share some of those lessons, to me, that's a win. And I love that.
You know, tell us about, speaking of that, tell us about the Pinnacus Holdings. And we got the link. If we could put the link in our chat.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're really loving you, Kyle.
Great. Yeah. So Pinnacus, I mean, this is pretty much, it started as essentially an outlet for me to share these lessons, share the analysis. And I mean, that's the gist of it. It's not like a signals thing or anything like that. I don't do signals. It's just a community to share lessons and share analysis and kind of, you know, share anything related to index trading, options trading. So that's pretty much that's Pinnacus right there.
Okay. And we've got the link in there. If you can post a link in our YouTube chat, that would be great. Okay. What about you? Let me ask you another thing here about what you think. I mean, there's so many people out there and people that are watching what's going on here and hopefully taking notes. What do you think are some good qualities that make a good trader?
You know, a willingness to look yourself in the mirror is kind of, in my opinion, one of the most important things. I talk to a lot of developing traders who just have an unwillingness to do any type of review. Yep. And I think part of that is because it forces you to acknowledge your errors. It forces you to, you know, acknowledge some of your issues. That's uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable. Yeah. And so, you know, I think if you are willing to do that, you can, you know, the sky is really the limit. You just have to be willing to actually say, all right, well, here's where I messed up. And then from that, you know, say, okay, well, what can I do to improve here? Then beyond that, the kind of the main thing, at least again, from my perspective and experience, is just, you know, setting what I call guardrails, like the process for yourself, and staying within that process. If you can do that, I mean, you'll make money in markets.
Now, you told us about the bad trade you had. How about the best trade that you've ever made?
The best trade I've ever made has actually still been in options. I've not been able to beat that day yet with futures. It's definitely a work in progress. And so it's not, you know, I exclusively trade ES these days. And so it's something I'm working towards, shooting for, you know, that kind of mid 5-figure day. Haven't hit it yet, but I mean, like I said, just trying to get there.
Well, there's a goal that you have, and I'm sure Kyle, I'm sure that you're going to hit that. But you know, stay positive. You know, that's all you got to do. You got to come to work, clean mindset, focus, you know, like, and you're doing all the right things. And who's to say that it might be tomorrow? Who's to say that it might not be for a few months? But what you're doing, I hope a lot of our listeners take up on that and practice that. It's so very important. You know, I'm always saying it starts up here. It starts upstairs, and you know, before you turn your monitors on, before you turn your computer on. So that's good. 100%. But
well, the thing I would add to that is, you know, I don't come into the market looking for that big day. Like I said at the start, I come in looking for what I call my piece, right? 5 to 10 points. If I can hit that, you know, I'm happy. Anything else is just a bonus. And so it kind of ties in with the systematic approach. This is very much so not a home run game for me. It's more of a base hit type of game. And so that's my focus.
Yeah. I'm the same way. I'll take a $50 winner, pat myself on the butt, and say, "Hey, is there another opportunity?"
Right.
Exactly.
Right,
50-day winners, they add up. One day it's a 50-day winner, the next day it's a 250-day winner.
Yeah, you put it into perspective.
They roll up. You know, we talk about the one big trading day. Yes, well, I'll have that one big trading day. But how often those come around in an actual trading year? 1, 2, maybe three times. During COVID was much different. But these trading, what we're in right now is a much more normal trade. The volatility is down. We haven't really seen, we've been range bound in the ES. We've been looking at these. Oh, I guess today we're finally starting to see some prices we haven't seen in the last couple months as we continue to uptick here. But yeah, as you see, staying range bound, you know, you have to stay focused and just, you know, take the base hits, as we say.
100%.
Right. Now, before you go, I got 2 questions for you.
Sure.
One, I want to know, for those that are listening, what advice would you give to someone who is new to trading or is having a problem moving forward?
Definitely, you know, it all comes out in the review. It all comes out in the review. If you're having a problem moving forward, you need to know why. You need to know why. And if you can't identify why, then you need to really be digging into the results and getting a grip on your actions in the market. I mean, are you taking trades and they're instantly wrong? That could be an analysis issue. Are you taking trades and they're in profit and then they end up being stopped? That could be a trade management issue. And so for me, every issue, it all comes out in the review process. And that's like the key to moving forward.
All right. I appreciate that. All right, my friend, as I promised, before we went on, I got a fun question for you now.
Sure.
I've got 20 questions. Give me a number between 1 and 20, and I will ask you that question.
7.
7. Lucky 7, Mickey Mantle. There we go. What's the best piece of advice you ever received?
Wow. Keep going. That's it.
Yeah.
Give up and never surrender. Now, let me ask, who'd you get that piece of information from?
My dad.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely my dad.
You know, same thing with a lot of our fathers, uncles, older brothers, mothers, sisters. You know, more or less they have experienced something. You know, like my dad always used to tell me, you know, haste makes waste. Haste makes. I was, you know, a kid just running around being goofy and never taking the time to understand what he says. But as we get older, we understand what they're saying and what they mean. So, but you know, Kyle, I appreciate you being with us here today. Any closing comments before we move on?
No, well, yeah, actually, know where you're wrong and manage your risk. It's kind of the main thing. Do that review.
Who are you wrong? Manage your risk. I like that. Hey, real quick before we sign off, NASDAQ starting to take a peek at the highs, making new highs or peaking at the highs of the day. S&Ps aren't too far off. Kyle, you said you might be done for the day. If we continue to make new highs or continue to break out of this range, will you get back in the market or have you met your daily goal?
No, I'm at my daily goal. After,
Nice.
you know, after I say I'm done, I'm done. I've never, you know, kind of, you know, going back to the rules thing, whenever I dip back into the market after I've closed the broker or said that I'm done, it's never a net positive.
Nope, it's not. Oh, we're hanging on to every word. Kyle.
Never a.
Kyle. There
There
you
he
are.
is.
Hey, there we are.
You're saying.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, anytime after I said I'm done and I close the broker, it's almost never a net positive for me to reopen it and to get back in and get involved with some late afternoon action. So I'm firmly done. I will not be reopening the broker until tomorrow morning. And that's what it is.
All right. Well, you're smart. You've committed. And,
Yeah.
you know, one thing that
Right.
I see a lot is, you know, you hit your personal loss limit, you're done for the day, but, oh, wait, one more trade. And what
It's
you're doing
dangerous.
is you're digging the hole deeper. So
Right.
commit to yourself and you'll see a lot more success. But Kyle, can we get you back here again with us?
Sure, absolutely. Love to be on.
We'd love to have you, and I appreciate your time that you spent with us. And I hope
Thanks for joining us. The people really liked you. Don't be a stranger around here. You got to come back on.
All right, will do. Thank you guys.
All right, Kyle, take care.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, we've got almost quarter to the hour. There is a 10-year note auction top of the hour, so I just want to make sure that we are prepared for that.
Yep.
And we're going to take a couple minutes here. We've got top quiz coming up, and it's going to be Jack and Bonnie, and we'll jump in at 12 o'clock just for a reminder to make sure you know. So we're going to take a few minutes, and coming up here, top quiz.
We have a quiz today. Literally, we have a quiz here in about 2 minutes. Yes, we'll be back in a couple.
All right, All right, Dre.
Later, Eddie. Yes, I'll be back in the afternoon and trade the close for.
We're not done yet. No, they've got more of us coming up.
Yeah, you guys can't shake us. Sorry.
All right, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. Come inside, come inside, come inside. It's Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie. How you doing, Bonnie?
Hi, Jack. I'm doing great. Had a nice weekend. Got a massage yesterday.
Oh, nice.
You just start doing it every month. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
I'd like to do that more too. I'm a little bit have some PTSD. I got straight just beat up at a massage once by
It's good pain, though.
by a very large guy named Yuri. So gotta forget that and get back on it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. This is the quiz where we'll have 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will enter a raffle for one of 20 free trading combines that I will send out. Remember to only enter once. You enter by clicking that link and filling out the info, or going to kahoot.it and entering in that on the screen right now. The link's easier. Do the link. There's a 6-second delay between YouTube and y'all, so the questions will appear on your device. Answer them there. We'll wait just a few more moments for people to get in. Trying to see Jack Dog. Someone says it's rigged. I do love that concept. Oh man, if only. Be a lot of work on my part if I could just rig this. So anyway, Bonnie, you've had a perfect score, so your legacy is cemented here. It's all just piling on the accolades at this point.
Man, the pressure.
Yeah. So it has to, for this week, it has to be resets for now, not free combines for what we're giving away. I'm working on it. Soon we should have free combines we can give away too. So don't worry about it. Just do it for love of the game here. We'll get started in a few moments. I just want to make sure that Brad P had a chance to join us. Someone has 30 resets, please. Sure. For today, we'll do 30. We'll give away 30. Just because I'm doing that. Okay. So I'm about to this. We do it every day. So if you don't get in, that's okay. It'll be back the next day. I'll give more about the massage that broke me at some point, Bonnie. But right now, it is time to start the quiz.
Let's do this.
All right. The intro. 3, 2, 1. All right, Bonnie. First question. Which of the following economic events will not be happening this week? It's a big week. Is it November CPI, FOMC rate announcement, November NFP, or triple witching, formerly known as quadruple witching?
Triple witching.
Well, unfortunately, the triple witching is happening. We have CPI tomorrow, the rate announcement on Wednesday. November NFP was actually this past Friday. So astute people got it. Good for you. So good to know these things. But Bonnie, that is but the first question. Test is, well, the test worked, I guess. You're in, you got the first question right. Chopopotamus. That's a good one. Testando and test. Okay. All right. On to the second question here. Let's see what that's all about. Question number 2. As futures day traders, we should almost always be wanting to trade the contract with the highest volatility, highest volume, closest expiration date, or cutest name.
I would think highest volatility. I think.
Well, I don't want to.
Or closest.
Which we would always want to trade with the highest volume. Yeah, I mean, you want a contract with some volatility, but you want to be trading the on-the-run contract. It's rollover week this week, so be sure that you're switched to the March month for the indices, because that's what most of y'all trade. just always be looking at that volume. So good to know. Now we know. All right, Bonnie, it's comeback time. I sense that you can do this.
I just need one right.
Yeah.
That's my goal every time I come on Topstep quiz.
What is up with test and testando being first? Is someone testing their bot in 2 languages to get these questions right? I should have had the option there for our traders that is, should always be trading just NQ. I think that's what everybody does. All right. Comeback time. You ready, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay.
Sort of.
Sort of. No, don't worry. What I always say about this, that the stakes of this could not be lower, Bonnie. So don't worry about it. All right. Third question. Which of these countries does not border Brazil? Is it Colombia, Bolivia, Chile, or Uruguay? One of these countries does not border Brazil. Do you have any ideas?
I'm so bad at geography. I feel like I say that every single time. Chile.
You got to guess. Chile is right. Bonnie's on the board with 1. The other 3 countries do, in fact, border Brazil, as do several more. Venezuela, Guyana, Paraguay, Peru. I'm rattling these off. I know I missed a few.
I would love to visit Peru one of these days.
I have been, actually, and you should absolutely go. And it's not even, you live in Chicago, it's doable in a week because you can fly in there. So yeah, Peru's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I've always wanted to go.
I actually lived in Chile for about 4 months. South America, great place. Check it out. All right.
Did you go there for work or just a long vacation?
I went there abroad in graduate school. So
it's fun. I didn't know that.
It was. True story.
Nice.
Okay, let's get to the leaderboard here. All pronounced wrong. I didn't say that I learned the language. All right, Test and Testando still doing their thing. Liam joined the board. Okay. You ready for this last question, Bonnie?
Yes.
Let's send it. Final question is, world oil production is roughly how many million barrels per day? Is it 20 million, 50, 80, or 110 million barrels per day? Is the... Any idea?
110.
There we hear it. Has to be 110. All right. The answer is 80, which we have mentioned a couple times. Yeah, it's about 81 million barrels per day, which is an F-ton of oil. So, Bonnie, you handled that with great aplomb. And let's just see for the bragging board here, Acolo, Testando, and let me guess who's going to be number 1. Test. Oh my goodness. I'm not saying that this is right, but like, I can't imagine the drain of or the waste of mental energy to like build a bot for this, but the idea of doing it and then naming them Test and Testando is one of the funniest things that I've ever seen. Okay, well, Bonnie, you were a fabulous guest as usual. You'll be back with us on Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, always a pleasure. Glad you had a great weekend. And we got a lot more coming right now. We got group coaching with the Hoagland from noon to 1. Then I'm coming back. I'm going to share some charts and do my thing with Andrew Archer and Eddie at 1. Nick will be answering customer support questions at 1:30. And then at 2, we got Danny Trades on for Power Hour. So won't want to miss that.
Nice.
Please announce the winners publicly. Sure, I'll announce the winners publicly later today. All right, so we'll see you then. We're taking a quick break. Be right back.
Thank you, John.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? But we're running out of time. December 11th already. My name is John Hoagland, and I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep. Got 40 years of industry experience, more like 31 years as an active trader. I traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in 2011, and migrated to screen trading in 2009, pardon me. And since 2011, I've been helping develop traders here at Topstep. One of my favorite points of the day, I've got Robo Voice. I'll be back. All right, let's try this again. Welcome, traders. It is noon. It is time for Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call Let's Crush 2023. Running out of time to do that, but there's always next year. As long as we keep going, we always run the possibility of success. Good now? All right, we're good. Okay, so this is me. My name is John Hoagland. I'm senior performance coach here at Topstep. More than 40 years industry experience, traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, and then migrated to screen trading in about 2009. And since 2011, I've been here helping traders develop at Topstep. So we did get a bunch of emailed in questions. I'm going to put the link in here. We may not be able to get to these, but I just want to make sure that you have this link for when you do have questions. And please don't hesitate to ask questions. We're going to go through the emailed in questions. I thought maybe if you guys are up for it, we'd kind of go into why there are rollovers in futures trading. We could talk about that a little bit. We'll come to that later on. And we'll just kind of get started here. This is the CFTC disclaimer. States that there is a considerable risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products, which means you do run the risk of losing more than your initial investment. Risk capital is the only capital we should be using to trade with, and risk capital to me is money that I can afford to lose. Succeed in the trading combine, that won't be an issue. We're going to be putting that risk capital up for you. And of course, we are not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security at this time. This is for educational purposes only. It also states that hypothetical and simulated performance results have certain limitations, and to me, the biggest limitations are the fact that there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequences in some random simulated account. It's not until you have a little bit of skin in the game when you're going to find out who you are as a trader. So I'm going to just go ahead and put the charts up on the screen here so at least we can watch the markets. This is the NASDAQ. I know you guys, everybody trades the NASDAQ, so we're going to see if we can't get to Deanna's average session range, which puts us up to 16,439.75. It would be a heck of a nice trade if it were to do that. Now, we just had a note auction and a bill auction. The 10-year note auction actually came out lower than the previous. Previous was 4.519%. This came out 4.296%. The three-month bill auction also came out a little bit higher than expected. They were looking for 5.25%, came out 5.26%. So slightly higher on that one, lower on the yield on the 10-year. All righty. So some good questions emailed in. And I'm going to do my best to answer all of them to the best of my abilities. Nobody knows everything. that we know. There is so much to know and so many different ways to view markets and the auction process that I don't think anybody can really say that they know everything. If they do, hey, God bless them. I don't know everything, and I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I know something that I don't. We're going to have the opportunity to learn some things together in that regard. And it's one of the reasons I love doing the segment as much as I do. Not just that, it gives me the opportunity to hang out and just kind of talk trading with traders. And that's what we all are. We are all traders. So the first question here is from Ainge. And he says he's just curious. He said he has a system and a setup that he uses, but he seems to be missing trade entries or trades most of the time. Do you all have an insight as to how to solve this issue? I'm sort of baffled why I keep missing my setups. Can't seem to figure it out. Well, Ainge, if this is something that is recent and you're trading the equities, as we've been saying, are in rollover. So there is a tendency for the markets in rollover to sometimes not go as far as they, if there's anything normal in markets, as far as they normally would. And sometimes they're going to go too far. So without knowing the product that you're trading and the strategy itself, all I can say is it seems like you are trying to get the best possible trade location for your entries, for your trades. And I'm hoping, Ainge, that you're doing this by looking at where a price has to go to prove the trade wrong. That's what I do. Not saying that it's the end all be all, but I want to know my risk, where the market is telling me that the trade is probably going to go wrong before I put the trade in. In that case, I miss trades too. I want good trade location. I know what my risk tolerances are, and I want to make sure that I get my entry as close to that point of failure or the stop level as I can. Sometimes you miss trades. Sometimes you get filled. Sometimes the trade plays out. Sometimes it doesn't. But I would take a look at your risk parameters, at your risk appetite. Sometimes if we are too tight with our risk, we end up doing what we call dying by 1,000 cuts. If you don't give the trades enough space to breathe, sometimes you get stopped out of good trades before they happen. If you are being too cheap and trying to trade too close to the point of invalidation or to your stop level, sometimes you're going to get left behind. There is a delicate balance in finding those levels where you're going to get the fill and you're going to have the opportunity to participate in the trade. You want to try and, again, do that as close to your point of invalidation or to your stop level as you can. So if you're trading size, if you're trading 5 contracts or 4 contracts or 3 contracts, and your stops are placed correctly, but you're being stingy with your trade locations, and I'm a stickler for being stingy with my trade locations. I'm not going to lie to you. But if you're being too stingy because of the risk you have to take, trade smaller. Trade smaller. So as an example, if I'm comfortable losing $400 on a trade, and this is just an arbitrary number, just to point out how to handle trade sizing according to how far your stop has to be away from your entry point. So if I'm trading 4 contracts and I'm comfortable losing 400 on a trade, well, let's say in crude oil, that means I can only risk 10 ticks of risk on that trade. Overall, I'm only comfortable losing $400 on a given trade. So that's where my position sizing comes in. If the stop level is more than 10 ticks away, I have to take 1 contract off. Maybe I can trade 3. Maybe I have to trade 2. If the stop has to be 20 ticks away, then I can only trade 2 contracts. So these are just things to think about, Ange, as you kind of work your way through the issue that you're having about not getting filled on trades. Maybe you're trading too big. Maybe you're being too stingy with your trade location close to the point of invalidation. Trade smaller, let the trades breathe a little bit, and maybe you'll be more successful at that. Ange, this is a problem that I don't really see all that much. A lot of the time, the questions are usually going to be, I see my setup and the market is coming to it. So I get nervous and I'm afraid I'm going to miss the trade. So I get in at an inferior trade location. Like I know I want to get the trade on here. I know my risk is here. Okay. But I don't want to wait for the market to come fill me. I don't want you to fall into that, Ange. I don't want you to fall into that. Account for everything you do and everything that doesn't happen, and review that information. So a lot of times they'll get into that trade early, and they'll end up putting their stop because of their risk appetite. They'll end up putting their stop where they originally wanted to put the trade on, and the market will come to hit the stop, and then the trade will go ahead and play without them. It's like getting slapped in the head, right? Another thing that I hear is people will get the trade on, the trade will go their way a little bit, they'll move their stop to break even, and it seems inevitable that the price is going to come back down, retest that support level where you've already put your stop, and then you're going to get stopped out on the trade, and then the trade's going to go your way, and you're going to have to watch it. That's like getting slapped in the head twice. So, Ange, be accountable. Think about where you're putting your trades. Think about where you're putting your points of invalidation or your stops. I like to call them points of invalidation. If price gets to this level, it's kind of invalidating this trade. So that's where I need to get out. And then think about your trade sizing as well, Ange. I don't know what kind of size that you're trading, but if you're trading too big, your stops, you may be being too stingy with your trade locations. And I can't believe I'm saying that because I'm really a stickler for a good trade location. But, and again, all of this could just be a function of the markets, Ange, because, the market is in rollover. It started about 2 weeks ago, and the markets act strange. They do. They just do. And I've never been able to put a finger on what it is that makes them strange. It's just that the longer time frame traders are less likely to be that involved. They're more concerned about getting a cheap rollover. So you end up with a lot of shorter time frame control, maybe a little bit of illiquidity because the longer time frame traders are focusing again on getting a cheap or making money on their rollover instead of adjusting inventories with all of the other inventories that they're trading in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, or anything around. Okay. So start keeping a log. Say, I had a setup. It didn't get to it. What could I have missed? How can I improve this the next time? But the outcomes of all of these are so ambiguous. The next time you see this opportunity, it's never going to be exactly the same as the first 100 times you saw it, and it will never be exactly the same again. Just difficult, right? We don't know the outcome, so we're working on probabilities and hypotheses here. So stick with your strategy, stick with your trades, try and get your good entries, but keep an account of how often you miss those entries and why. Am I too tight? Am I trading too close to my point of invalidation? And again, they can always be a function of the market. So, if this stops after Friday when the rollover's over and you're starting to get your entries again, that would be a good sign that rollover was not very helpful to your strategy and to your entries. And then, watch the next rollover and watch the next rollover because rollovers are strange. Until I was saying on fast markets, there were a lot of discretionary directional traders in the trading pit that took the 2 weeks of rollover off because the market just acts a little bit differently. I hope that helps you, Ange. Rich, thank you for the email about Friday's session with Jay when we were talking, about the self-image and perception and relationship with money. I'm glad that you found it useful, and so many people see themselves in that presentation, right? Grace. It's my pleasure. This is not really much of a question, but just somebody that's appreciating what we're doing here on Topstep TV. Loved Anne Marie. We're looking forward to having Anne Marie back quite a bit. You're in step 2. Get funded, hope to stay in profit, and learn from all that we are saying. Grace, thank you very much for the nice email. Dario. Okay. Dario is asking, how do you go about your top-down analysis? What do you look for in your key levels? So, Dario, this is a very vast and varied subject. The way I look at things is going to be maybe a little bit different than how you look at things, and that's going to be a little bit different than how somebody else looks at things. The top-down analysis is to me always about the auction process. If the market is trending in one direction in a longer time frame, on the weekly chart, on the daily chart, my goal is to use the tools that I have, open interest and volume and delta and technical analysis and market profile information, to kind of decipher or look at, how is the market performing in a particular direction? Is it doing well? Is it near a breakout level? Is it range bound? Is the trend up? Is the trend down? And that's where I kind of start with my analysis. Now, I have something here that I put it together a while back, and I'm not going to be able to send it out to everybody. So just take a look at this. See if I can make it bigger here. Okay. So I call this the Market Performance Analysis Worksheet. And it's basically just an outline of my stream of consciousness when I sit down on Sunday, when I sit down in the mornings, when I sit down and I, even when I review trades at the end of the day. And I'm going to show you something else with that as well. Okay. So I'm going to start Sunday night. I'm going to be looking at weekly candlesticks, sometimes monthly candlesticks. You're looking at long-term directional performance, if any. Sometimes the markets aren't performing in either direction. It's range bound. I'm going to note reachable long-term swing highs and lows, recent swing highs, recent swing lows, past swing highs, past swing lows. If any of them are nearby, I'm going to be looking at them. Then daily, on the daily chart, I'll be reviewing that the night before and then the morning before the market opens. Again, looking for directional performance. If it is directional, it was volume higher, lower, or constant. Open interest higher, lower, or constant. Was there emotion in the market the previous day or in the previous days? If it's directional, are areas of balance far apart or closer together? Are they overlapping? If it's range bound, are defined levels of extremes present? We've seen some pretty solid levels of extremes in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ that look like they're getting broken out to the upside today. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Is there any structural bias, buy weakness, sell strength? Well, if the market is in essence trending higher and it's performing well, I'll be looking to buy breaks. I'll be looking to buy with the market when it exhibits weakness. That's the structural bias I'm looking at. Buying weakness on trends to the upside or selling strength on trends to the downside. kind of sit back, look, blur my eyes, and any other visuals and thoughts that come to my mind or come to my eyes, I'll write down. Naked points of control, value highs, value lows, consistent and exact highs, consistent and exact lows. Then I'm going to be looking at the market profile charts. And this is just a tool that I use. I'm not suggesting that everybody use it. Okay, so we're looking at recent highs, lows, excess or tails, weak highs, lows, thin, wide profiles, emotional, toothy. These are all things that we talk about on a daily basis, just about on fast markets. And what if there's something that sticks out to me, and why? What other visuals and thoughts? When I get through all of this, and this is usually in the evening, I'll put together 3 hypotheses as to what I think the market might do. If the market is primed for a pullback, I'll put, beware of a potential pullback. Be ready if we start to see structure in the opposite direction. All of these things will be part of that hypothesis. Then, at least 30 minutes prior to the open, I'll be, checking for economic releases, any news that came out, structural. Is there any substantial overnight position? Are there any significant inflection points? Weekly kickoff levels, for example. Overnight low, overnight high. I'll redo my hypotheses, and I'll just relax, breathe, smile, and be ready for the trading day. On the open, there's things that I'm looking at. We open inside or outside value, open inside or outside range. These are specific things. These are things specific to me. I'll be looking, in the first hour. Is the initial balance wide or is it narrow? Is there evidence of one-time framing? Each trade is unique, of course. Don't let venom go and trade from zero. These are all just little tips I give myself. Okay. So you should be putting together something similar to this, just a worksheet. We have the Topstep worksheet. You can start with that, but you've got to make it your own. Okay. Now, there was a question, and I'm going to go right into this because we're still going on these sheets. So what do I look for in key levels, Dario? It is varied. The weekly kickoff levels, they take me a long time to calculate and to look and to feel as though those are important levels. And those weekly kickoff levels to me are areas where I'm looking for the longer time frame traders to want to, need to, or be forced to adjust inventories. Right now, so far this week, none of them have been in play just yet, and they're not meant to envelop a daily or weekly range. They're just areas of interest where I'll be looking for maybe some bigger or longer time frame opportunities. Now, this other sheet here, there was a question about journaling, and there's lots of ways to journal, and I'll go through that when I get to that question. But this was given to me by a trading psychologist I worked with just about the time I stepped out of the pit and started working on screen. And this trading psychologist suggested to me that I should be journaling not just the facts of the trade. The facts of the trade are facts. You can go back and find those again, but journal more what's going on inside of you. So this was actually put together by one of my old individual coaching clients, and I think it's great. So you're not trying to write a book. Some people, they're going to write a book. They're going to be writing the whole day through, just kind of throwing their stream of consciousness on a sheet of paper. And there's a good reason to do that sometimes, but this is more of recording what's going on in your brain and in your body and in your heart, right? You've got mental, physical, and emotional. Mental is mindset. Physical is what's going on physically with your body, and emotional is the deepest one and the most difficult to dig into. We're going to be looking for not just what happens, but why. Why do I do these things? We all seem to have barriers that are kind of hidden in the back of our brain, and they don't come out easily. And so the idea of doing this, and this is going to be it's going to be kind of labor intensive for a very active trader to do this, but we're going to take trade number 1. And before we take the trade, we're going to try and just mark down with simple little hieroglyphs or one word what is going on with us at that time. Mentally, it's the first trade. I'm probably feeling centered. Physically, I'm calm. I haven't made or lost any money yet. Emotionally, what's going on outside of trading? Is there anything that is bothering you outside of trading, or are you emotionally calm? Physically, you're calm. Mentally, you're probably calm. At entry, what changes? What changes mentally or physically or emotionally? Now, for physical, I mean, if I start to feel my heart rate increase, I'll draw a heart. I don't have to write out heart. I've got some hieroglyphs. If I'm nervous about something, which can be mental, physical, and or emotional, I'll just write 3 wavy lines. That's my hieroglyph for nervous. But I'm going to try and record all these changes at several stages throughout the trade: before, at entry, during, at exit, and after the trade. Now, I don't get to do this much anymore, but it's something that I've tried to adhere to in the past. And when the trading psychologist told me to do this, I was like, yeah, no, this isn't for me. So I blew it off the first week. He said, well, I need you to do it. He said, I know this is something that's going to be very important to you, and I think you should do it. So please do it. So I agreed, and I blew it off the next week. And he basically fired me as a client. He's like, well, it's been nice knowing you. Good luck finding somebody you can work with, and good luck in your trading. So I talked him back into staying, and I agreed to do this. And I didn't really realize how important it was going to be until I found out how really important it was going to be. You're going to record this as much as you can through each trade. Entry, exit, during, exit, entry, before, entry, during, exit, and after the trade. Okay? Any comments after the trade is over? Fine. Why after the trade? The trade's over because if you took a trade that was meant for a 40-tick profit and you got your 40-tick profit and it goes another 40 ticks your way, how does that make you feel mentally, physically, and emotionally? Most people, after a 40-tick winner, if it goes another 40 ticks their way, they're going to feel worse about missing that 40 ticks than actually making that 40 ticks beforehand. Why is that? These are exercises for everybody to go trade by trade at the end of the day. Think, feel your way through each trade. Not, if it's an hour-long trade, no, you're not going to have to do that. Try and remanufacture any feelings and things that were going on. Go look at the trade. Remember why you took it. Go through this again. It's almost like Jared Tendler's mental hand thing, where you kind of go through and say, okay, this is why I took the trade. What was going on inside? Why did I take the trade off early? Why did I do these things? These are the things that are going to point out to you. You're going to start to notice patterns if you take it seriously. The emotional side is very difficult. It is the most difficult side to try and do. And you may find that it starts to get a little bit redundant while you're doing this trade after trade after trade after trade. But it just means you're not working hard enough. I noticed patterns within the first couple of weeks of doing this journal this way. I'm not saying that this is the right way or the wrong way. This is something that was given to me and something that I found useful. Others may not find it useful, but I thought this was a good opportunity to kind of talk about that with that last question that we had. So, trade number 1, record as much as you can with as little effort as you can. Record as much as you can with as little effort. Go through each trade, think and you feel your way through it for 15, 20 seconds at the end of the day, and then start again the next day. You may notice that it says, is this in my best interest? Now, this is something I added to it. traders have a tendency to be very impulsive. They see the market move and they want to jump in. You're going to miss the trade, FOMO, whatever it is. Impulse just does not go through conscious thought. But if you take a look at a trade and you're thinking about taking a trade and you just take that 1 second to verbally out loud say, is this in my best interest? That's going to take some of those impulses and put them through conscious thought, where you may say, you know what, this is one of those things I always do and it never works out, so I'm not going to do it this time. How many, I mean, we could probably do a poll, but I don't really want to do a poll right now. How many have said to yourselves after putting a trade on, oh, why do I always do that? Because it never goes my way. It never works. It never works. So think about that. All right. I've been yammering enough on this subject. Let's get to the next question and see if we can't get to some of the questions, some of the other questions in chat. Heath, right? We all do, right? I mean, I know it happens to me still. Lenny, Future Pilot. It's just human nature, right? All right. In a lot of cases, my stop holds, but only by either 1 or 3 cents. And in most cases, only by 1 or 2 cents. Do you think this is a result of stops being too tight trading CL? Winning percentage is typically between 50 and 55%, and I typically risk to obtain 1 to 5, risk 1 to obtain 1 to 5. No, I mean, if you don't get stopped by 1 to 3 ticks, I'd say your stop location is very well. I think your stop location is great. I don't know your risk parameters that you're comfortable with. I mean, if you're risking, 10 ticks and you're getting close to those stops, but they're not getting hit, you're not too tight. That's well-placed stops. And, your winning percentage is 50 to 55%, typically risking 1 to make 1.5. I mean, that is a profitable ratio. What I would say is, take baby steps, but try and increase that reward side of the ratio. If you can stay in trades with that close of a stop, with your stops that close to being hit, not saying you should be using 1 to 3 tick stops. You'll be out all the time. That's just not a viable idea. But if you're staying in trades, even though the market is getting within 1 or 3 ticks of your stop, and your stop is 10, 15, 20 ticks, then your stop is well placed. So your stop is well placed. And, over the last 3,000 trades that I've taken, Lenny, I would have to say that my win percentage is probably around 51 to 55% in there somewhere. I'm not right a lot, but typically when I'm focused on trading, my reward over risk ratio is better than 2 to 1 in most cases, and sometimes a lot more than that if I really catch something. But that's, again, if I'm really focused on trading. Good question. I mean, joined the combine recently. Question, I get this message from... I don't know. I mean, that would be more of a question. This would be more of a question for our support team. So he's saying in our trader, he gets a message in pink bottom under the threshold, exceeded threshold and RMS warning, even though my trades are positive. I don't think that's something you need to worry about, but you may want to just send a message to our support team and see what they have to say about that. Tony from Ghana, teaching yourself how to trade. And yes, it's not an eligible country, unfortunately. I don't know of any alternate ways for you to trade U.S. futures. And it's not us. I mean, it's the CME and the CFTC. I don't know why, I don't want to get that involved in why But I mean, I don't know that there's any way to get around that. And you know, we wish that you would be able to participate with us, but unfortunately, I don't know what to do about that. Zach. Yes, thank you, Zach. I'm feeling well. He's been experienced in his futures trading. After suffering a loss, I find myself succumbing to the temptation of making revenge trades in an attempt to recoup my losses quickly. Unfortunately, these impulsive trades usually result in further losses, adversely affecting my overall trading performance. I could have written this email, Zach. Recognizing the importance of psychology in successful trading, I have come to realize that the issue is rooted in a flawed mindset, and I am determined to make positive changes. I believe it is critical for me to develop a healthier trading psychology and overcome these destructive revenge trading tendencies. I'm writing to you to seek guidance and advice on how to address this challenge effectively. Okay, my insights. You're a human being, Zach. Nobody likes to take losses. Nobody likes it. Unfortunately, I think most people are wired the opposite of what they need to be successful and profitable traders. We hate losses so much that I think, you know, most of us at one time or another, and you can check me if I'm wrong, have defaulted to, I'll wait. The market's going against me. I'll just wait. It'll come back. And we find out eventually, and hopefully not too expensively, that that's not a viable strategy. That's not a viable way to look at things. Most of the time, the market's going to take you to a point of pain where you're going to have to get out of that trade. And hopefully that point of pain is not, you know, blowing up an entire account over one trade. We have to be able to accept losses and not internalize them, Zach. You just because you took a loss doesn't mean you're a bad person, doesn't mean that you're whatever your internal dialogue is calling you. It's just a trade that didn't work. As long as it was in your strategy and in your process, even if it's a loss, and we get out of that loss at a reasonable, you know, at a reasonable level, then it's still a successful trade. It's so difficult to do that. When you take a loss, it's like, all right, I got to get this money, and I got to get this money back right now. Look at where the NASDAQ is. It's right up near D's average daily range. Interesting. Let's see what the S&Ps are doing. Boy, these markets are so resilient. I said that in the opening call. These markets are resilient. They are very resilient. So here's the average daily range. Deanna's average daily range in the S&P is 46.85. Is market heading there? I don't see why not. So, all right, back to the question at hand here. It doesn't mean you're flawed. You have a flawed mindset. We all have a flawed mindset. We're all a big bowl of twisted up spaghetti in our heads, and none of us are really hardwired to be successful at this. It's those that are able to rewire their brains to accept losses impersonally and to look at profits as hopeful and look at losses as risk. And I think, you know, that's another way that we're kind of upside down in our heads. We become fearful when the market is going our way because we're afraid that the market is going to turn around and take some unrealized profits from us. The market goes against us. We become hopeful, as in, I hope the market comes and makes me whole again. And it's just not a viable strategy. So, Zach, there are some really good books. Here's a couple of them. Anne-Marie Band's The Trading Book. She deals with this a lot. Okay. Jared Tendler's The Mental Game of Trading. Jared's going to be with us this week. Let me make sure where. When? Wednesday on Power Players, 11 o'clock. Jared's going to be here answering your questions. There's also the Mark Douglas books, The Disciplined Trader. And he's got another one called Trading in the Zone. These are all good books. You can do this. You have to do the work, Zach. You have to do the work. Okay? Anything that is not in our strategy and not in our process can end up being destructive. But just because it's a loss doesn't mean you have to create destructive trades. So ask yourself, Zach, off that emotional journal, before you do anything, ask yourself out loud, verbally, is this in my best interest? And that's going to hopefully take your first step at, excuse me, at being able to recognize that what you're about to do is impulsive and probably not in your best interest. So you're going to take your hand off the mouse. You're going to, every time you do that, you probably say to yourself what we were just talking about. And it's, why do I always do that? It never works out. Why do I always do that? It never works out. Take that second to ask yourself, is this in my best interest? You take a loss, you want to get right back in to get that win back. And you've probably done that from time to time. And that is one of the problems is sometimes you get paid for bad behavior. Sometimes you get paid for bad behavior. So Dr. Miniker has what he calls the hierarchy of decision-making. Hierarchy of decision-making. Let me see if I can find this right away. Here it is. Now, this is very simple. This is it. A number one trade, a number two trade, a number three trade, and a number four trade. A number one trade is a trade that you take. I'm going to get the sheet. Okay. There's a number 1, 2, 3, 4. A number one trade, the best trade you can take is a trade that is in process and in your strategy and is a winning trade. Okay. Then we start to get a little bit damaging once we get past number one. Number two is a trade that's in process and in strategy, but is a losing trade. Both of these are good trades because they were in process and in strategy. When we start to get into trouble is when we start to get to number three. When we have an out of process or out of strategy trade that's a loss, it does damage, but nowhere near the damage that you have when you take a trade out of process and it's a winning trade. You get paid for bad behavior. The next time you're in that same situation, you're going to default to, well, it worked last time, but over time, you're going to find that those trades are not going to benefit you over time. If you get lucky, you get lucky. I mean, even the capitulation trade at the end of the day, when you're $100 from your daily loss limit and you decide, the heck with it, I'm just going to put a 5 lot on, and if I hit my daily loss limit, so be it. If it goes my way, I'm a genius, right? That's not in process. And sometimes you get paid for that, but it's bad behavior and it will cost you in the long run. Okay? All right.
Hey, Hoag, look at those stocks running up on their highs right now.
I know. We were just saying the NASDAQ was hitting D's average daily range on the upside here, kind of getting a little stutter step there. And then we were just looking at the S&Ps, wondering if the market is going to get to her average daily range there, 46.85. Thanks, Jack. All right. Did I miss anything here? Did I miss anybody? Well, Pedro, this is a question. If you leave a long overnight position in the case of a contract exchange, could you have earned those more than 300 points in the NASDAQ? Pedro, I mean, it could be anything. What's the range in the NASDAQ regular trading hours today? I mean, you have to have that kind of a range. So right now, the regular trading hour range in the NASDAQ is 162 points. So in the regular trading hours today, it was not possible. Doesn't look like it was in the overnight either. So we couldn't have made 300 points today. I'm not quite sure what the question is, but thank you for sending it in. Yes. We passed that. Yeah, it's right here. We went through that here about 9:30. Right there.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Okay. All right. Let me get back to the questions here.
Hey,
What do
Hope,
I
I just saw a question come in. I don't know if you can answer this. It's more of a Deanna thing. She comes up with the average daily range.
Right,
levels
I
of the
saw
day.
that. I was just going to finish this last emailed in question.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry to jump in there.
No, that's good. Thanks for letting me know. So, I mean, we're trying to figure out how to do this group coaching the best that we can on this YouTube. I asked that if you had a question that you wanted to make sure that was asked, that you email it in, and we're working on getting that. And then we were going to go to the chat. So, we're trying to get organized with this, and if you guys think one way or another, maybe we could put a poll up there on YouTube. If you would prefer to be able to email in your questions, or if we just rifle through the chat, your choice, one or the other. If we can put that poll up there, then we'll know better what you guys would really like to see. All right. So this last question. What do I think about moving stops once in profit? Am I smarter once I get into the trade, Jim? I'm not a fan of that. I've found that if I get a trade on and it starts going my way and I move my stop to break even too quickly, the market is usually or is likely to come back and recheck that level. Even if it's a good level, the market can come back and recheck it. So the market really has to go a long way before I'm going to be moving my stop up to break even or to protect any profit on the trade. Jim, one of the things that I've heard most of in my experience in coaching traders is, I get a trade on and it starts to go my way and I move my stop to break even +1, and it seems the market always comes and hits that stop at that time, and then I get to watch the trade play without me. And what do? And I say, well, stop moving your stop. You've got to let that trade breathe a little bit before it really sometimes will find direction. I had a long on in the S&Ps today that I had a short on in the S&Ps today that I didn't move my stop. It was against me. It was my way. It was against me. It was my way. It was against me. Went my way. It wasn't doing what I thought it was going to do. So I got out of it at a small profit, and it turned out to be the right thing to do. And you're right. We don't get any smarter once the trade is on. All right. So we'll see how this poll comes out here. Cumulative delta on NASDAQ. JP, I don't really watch cumulative delta. I watch regular trading hour delta. And in the NASDAQ right now, it's 849. It's congruent with direction, but not very large. Let me see these other questions that we've got here. All right. How do you guys calculate the average daily range levels? That is, as JD said, that's an indicator that Deanna has and that she's calculated and that she gives everybody usually when she's with us for the fast markets section. Jim, there you go. Hey, you put it in chat as well. Very nice. He had the same question. You put the same question in chat. So let's see what this poll looks like here. So right now we're 58% chat, 42% email. There's 121 votes. Get your vote in, and we'll probably pick whichever one you guys want. All right. Going back to see if I can find the beginning here. Donald Crowell, Delta can sometimes be deceiving since it looks like at market orders. Since it looks at market orders, how can you see if the net long or short of a session and how to use it? Well, what you're talking about, Donald, is a delta divergence. So like today in the S&Ps, here's the profile and here's delta. The market opened here and now it's up here. Delta is positive. It's not exceedingly positive because I don't think that there's that much behind this up move because of the information we have coming out tomorrow and Wednesday. That's just me. We'll have to see tomorrow when we see the volume numbers, but because it's in rollover, it's very difficult to read volume and open interest during rollover. But delta, yes, can sometimes be deceiving. And I think what you're thinking about is the delta divergences. So we're going to go back and take a look at a couple of days like that. Okay, so here was one. I'm going to open this up so we can see how the day played out over time. The opening range was the low of the day. By the end of the day, we closed on our highs. We had negative delta. That was Friday. That was Friday. So what this is telling us with the delta negative, you're saying it's deceiving you or deceiving, it's because there was the possibility of longer time frame buyers in the marketplace yesterday that were placing bids and just letting the short time frame traders hit those bids, decreasing the value of delta. In other words, negative delta against upside direction is an indication of potential longer time frame buyers. We have better examples of this back here, I think. I know let me get the right. So when the market is moving opposite the market orders, that's a possibility of longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame market order sellers. Here's the March contract Friday. Opening range, the dead low of the session. We closed on our highs with negative 11,000 in delta. That is an indication of potential longer time frame buyers. But because it's rollover, it's difficult to read if that is true or if that was more of a function of rollover. But we go back here in the December contract. Let me see if I can find the right days here. Okay. All right.
All right, Hoag. Well,
yes.
We have Back to the Future's coming up next. Eddie Jack and Andrew Archer is in the waiting room, so we're going to get him.
Wow, it's that time already?
Yep, We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with Eddie, Jack, and Andrew Archer in just a few minutes. Sound good?
Okay, I've got a little dad wisdom for you. Money is easy to make and easy to lose. Very difficult to keep. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
right, Marty, you all set?
Yeah, go.
All right, so we are back for Back to the Futures, and I've got Jack with us here.
Howdy.
TV producer. How you doing, Jack? And
I'm doing
Andrew.
just fine.
Yes.
How are you, Andrew?
I am doing great. At least I'm not driving back and forth to Chicago.
How far a drive was that?
It was 900 miles each way.
Oh my goodness.
And I drove it on a Friday night to get there. Went to the get together on Saturday and then drove straight back home. I will not do that twice.
You mean it wasn't worth seeing us for that amount of time?
Well,
Probably
to be honest
not.
with you, I don't remember the last 400 miles or so. I think I slept the whole way back.
but you got home safe and sound, and you're with us
I
here
did,
today.
yes. Yep. Next time I'm flying, though.
All right, Andrew, tell us a little bit about yourself and why are you here?
So actually, I work for support with Topstep. You may have heard of that company. I'm not sure, but and I usually work in the evening shift. So we did this because Topstep likes to have people who are actually traders as well. So what they did for me was allowed me to work an evening shift so that I could trade in the morning and then work my evening shift in the evening and still get my fix for my, wanting to trade and improve. My trading history goes all the way back to 2008 when Forex was really in its Wild West days. You could get 400 to 1 leverage on Forex, and you could literally buy a full lot of Euro USD for $250. And so I jumped in on the whole Forex bandwagon back in 2008 and dropped about $2,000 into the account and doubled that sucker on that first day. I was up to $4,000. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this is going to be the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Day two, I had a margin call. So, so the Forex world taught me a lesson really quick. I mean, I had no risk management, none of that stuff. I just went in blind. And around 2018, I discovered Topstep, signed up. This was back when we were doing two different steps. And just due to different life events and different things that were going on, it was more of a off and on kind of relationship. And it took me until back in early November of this year to actually pass 2 150K combines and get my express accounts, which I still have, thank goodness. But
nice.
Taking a very slow, small step at a time on the funded account. Just because, it took me 5 years to get it, I'm not going to lose it in 5 days, but it's been a great journey. And, I leaned more towards the future side of things because it was a lot more regulated than what the Forex world was. It was just, you could be on 2 different brokers in the Forex world and you might have 2 ticks of spread on one of them and 25 on the other. And it's just a matter of whatever each broker was providing at that time. So for me, futures just had a much, much better setup. I've traded with other prop firms before, but it just doesn't make any sense in the way that a lot of them are set up. Within Topstep, we have so many things put in place to actually benefit the trader. When it comes down to things like we just got through with the coaching segment, and we got coaches that are on Discord, and you got people that are there to actually help you get better and improve what you're doing within your trading world. Nobody else does that. I mean, look at TopstepTV. I mean, from opening bell to closing bell, you've got all the information that you could ever want, and with people who have legitimate, proven experience. And you just don't get that anywhere else. So super happy to be here and really, really enjoy working with Topstep.
I'm really glad that you took advantage of that. And I'm going to ask you about those accounts in a little bit, but let's get to Jack. Now, Jack has been with us.
Yeah, what's up?
For a very long time. And you're always hearing Jack's voice. And very seldom, if you play Top Quiz, you get to see his handsome face. But Jack, tell us about your background and why you're here.
Every day. Well, I don't just do the media stuff here. In a previous career, I was a fixed income spread trader for about 7 years. So coming out of school, did a lot of rounds of interviews and ended up at a pretty big place, probably 300 or 400 people, half of them in tech, where we were trading a treasury bond auto spreader group. And I was there working overnights for 12 hours for about a year and a half, and then got my own account, and then had some very good years, followed by one particularly bad one. Our company was acquired and kind of by an even bigger company. And that soured my taste for trading. I, at that point, almost swore that I was done. I was not going to do it again. And for the most part, that's been the truth. I've been trading not a lot recently, but with this, I am interested in getting more into it. Now, I come from a spreads background. It's very different from the outrights everyone's trading. I've been listening a lot to Hoag. I've been experimenting, trading some combine accounts, things like that. And I'm kind of going to see what I can do. And if the spreads transfer, we'll see.
There you go. Well, we've got markets here today. We're just coming off some tops here in the NASDAQ. Gold is making a nice run from the bottom. And maybe take a look at some of these charts here. Let me ask you, we got any trades going on today?
Well, just to throw out something at the top here. Right now, it is 1:10 p.m. Central on a Monday in December when there's CPI tomorrow and a Fed announcement the day after. Now, I would call this a less than ideal time to be slinging outrights around. So I think that my goal here today is I look at the charts. Maybe we'll see something that's interesting, but no, I don't have anything on today, and I probably should not be.
Well, we probably should not be. That's one of the things that we were talking about this morning. You know, I know Michael had a good day. I got myself into a little bind trying to go long in the gold. Got myself stopped out. But, you know, looking for opportunity here this afternoon. Like you did say, it is 1 o'clock, 1:10 Central Time here. And that's what we got to look for. Lots going on this week. And the thing is, you know, maybe we should be sitting on our hands waiting for the bigger opportunities.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Andrew, but like right now with CPI tomorrow, I wouldn't be looking for a huge move one way or the other here. I suppose if you were inclined to diddle in the middle, you could fade the extremes here. But once again, it's hard for me to say take this trade right now because every fiber of my being is saying that I should be flat right now and answer some questions, look some charts. We can talk about your gold trade, show it, anything you want to do. I don't know about you, Andrew. What times do you usually trade?
So I typically at 8 o'clock Central when TopstepTV kicks in, I'll sit in and watch Hoag go through all of his information. I trade only the NQ. I don't really mess with anything else. Although Deanna's got me kind of looking at oil here lately, so I've kind of been looking at it. I haven't taken any trades with it, but you know, usually when Hoag he's talking about all the different levels and the the kickoff highs and lows, I'm sitting there with my notepad that I have, like right here. I'm like taking notes the whole time, and I'm flagging everything on the chart for him. But for me, 90% of the trading that I'll do will be from market open until maybe 11:30 Central, somewhere in that range. I typically don't do much in the afternoon. I'm looking for that volatility coming off the open to be able to make some fairly quick trades. I'm more of a short-term trader than I am, somebody like a Kyle that can hold a trade for hours. I don't think I've ever had a trade for hours. Lucky to go 5 minutes for me, and that's about it. I'll go ahead and pull the trade off. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. About 2 or 3 hours in the morning is at most. I'm not looking to replace, income and become the next, Lamborghini driving 60-year-old man kind of thing.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, it's not a good look, especially not if you end up with a 20-year-old girlfriend kind of thing, right? Why is she hanging out with you? Well, not for the looks and for the age, but
I know how to trade.
I know how to trade. That's right. But for me, like today, I'm up $370 on each of the express accounts, and I'm more than happy with that. That's just a good, steady extra income. Use it to buy toys or whatever kind of thing. I'm not looking for the $60,000 payoff days kind of thing. So,
right. Well, we've got Dee with us here in the chat, and she says he's slowly infecting everyone with crude oil.
Yep. And she has a lot of great information on crude oil. It's just, for me, the more I specialize, the better it works out for me. You start to learn all the little nuances of, in my case, like for NQ, but in her case, she knows all the little inside tricks about how oil reacts and does things at certain times.
Right. Well, we're going to be opening up questions here in the chat. If you got any questions for Jack, if you've got any questions for myself, or if you've got any questions for Andrew, by all means, please post those in the chat. Now, Andrew, I wanted to ask you about that 150K combine. You said, how long did it take you?
So I originally signed up for Topstep, I think it was July of 2018. Just, tried it for a while and then, couldn't get past step one and then get frustrated, and I would back up and I would wait just a little bit, right? Because, back then you had to complete 2 steps to get funding. And then I'd go try some things, and then I'd come back and I'd do it again for a while. And then I'd get to the point where I could pass step 1, but never got through step 2. And then, the blessing that we had was back in July 2nd of this year, when we went to 1 step, I was like, yeah, I got a chance now. I know I can get past 1 step. That's, that was easy, but
was that the game changer?
I think for me, taking the pressure off of having to do it twice to be funded had a big impact as far as me being able to focus on completing the task. And, so it worked out well. I think in a lot of ways it's benefited a lot of people. It gives them the opportunity to get funded where they may not have in the past, because they had to prove themselves basically twice. And to me, I think the setup that we have now is probably, in my opinion, the most ideal among all prop firms. And I've looked at just about every one of them. And the way everything is set up, I know people complain about things like the daily loss limit and stuff, but I'll tell you right now, the daily loss limit saved my Express account last week, because I made a mistake and ended up hitting my daily loss limit. But if I didn't have it, it would have gone all the way to my max loss limit, and those accounts would have been gone. So it's to me, it's what should be there when you're trading for a prop firm. They need to cut you off before you blow it out completely.
Yeah, I mean, some of these rules, and people are like, some companies don't have that daily loss limit and so forth, and you're going to get sucked into having a bad day turning into a nightmare. And one of the things is that some of our traders who have gone through the program successfully and have moved on to their own accounts.
You've been infected by the robot voice.
Robot voice, huh?
So
okay,
yeah.
I'll be back.
While you're gone, I'll talk to Andrew. We'll get we'll get down to the bottom of it, Andrew. Where are you from, man? That's 900 miles away.
So I am in Augusta, Georgia, which is about 150 miles east of Atlanta.
Yeah, where the Masters is played.
That's exactly right. Yep, that's the 2 weeks out of the year that the locals hate it and the people that come in town love it. So
yeah.
So I've been to the Masters 1 time in my entire life. If you go all the way back to the last time that Jack Nicklaus won the Masters, I happened to be standing on the 18th green when he did that. I was up in the audience on the 18th green, which was an amazing experience to actually have. So
was that like 85 or somewhere around there?
Yeah, that was somewhere in that range. I'd have to go back and look at the exact year. Of course, you can't bring cameras or anything like that into the Masters. They won't let you, and that, that kind of deal. It was long before cell phone cameras.
Yeah. No, that's cool. It's always a Georgia thing. I remember seeing a picture of Masters is an interesting event where there was someone walking around there with an ankle monitor on. It was like, oh yeah, this is a crowd right here.
Yep. Yeah. We'll let them out just for the Masters each year. It's a great event. It's one of the reasons why we have so much industry here in town. It was originally designed, not only as a golf tournament, but it's a way to attract major industry, here in this area. We've got large paper mills and a huge nuclear facility that handles the nuclear for the military, and just all sorts of variety of different things that you can work at. We actually have a local Amazon distribution center here, and I worked for them for about a year and realized real quick that is just for younger folks.
Yeah, that's a tough racket right there.
On average, I was walking between 7 and 10 miles a day per shift. And it was just constant go. It's a great company to work for. It's just wasn't made for me. So
cool. Somebody asked in the questions over here, what spreads would I trade in the trading combine? I don't think you're allowed to trade spreads in the trading combine. Yeah, you're not. And it's a totally different way to trade where, something that's been hard for me to wrap my mind around is that when I was trading for a firm, we consciously avoided outright risk. We had the sort of implied outright risk we were taking on the board, and we were trying to minimize that because that wasn't what we were trying to trade. We were trying to trade the spreads. So getting my mind around how to kind of pick levels and set the higher reward to risk ratios right. Like when I was trading, it was kind of the opposite of what we encourage here. It was make a little a lot of the time, make a little 30 days a month and then blow out once, keep it to one blowout a month. But that's because we were sort of power fading. So it was a different type of trading.
Spread trading was a big part on the trading floor, and that's when Michael says he would avoid the markets altogether. This is where a lot of traders would take a vacation until the roll finished, and this was another time where a lot of traders that you didn't see until each quarter, where they would only trade spreads. So that was something that we had on the trading floor. But no spreads here at Topstep.
Somebody said in the comments that like spread trading is a scam. I am asking this just out of a question of just pure curiosity, because I've never traded spreads in a retail sense. What is the issue? Like why would it be a scam? I'm just honestly curious.
Yeah, Henry,
let me know in the chat.
If you give us your take on it. Spreads are the worst way to trade, horrible way of trading. Right. But in your opinion, but why is that? Because I know a lot of people love trading spreads, made money trading spreads. I did spreads for Deutsche Bank. I did spreads for Royal Bank of Canada. I did a lot too. So that was part of the business.
We might have a different understanding too. Yeah, Seth is right. Butterflies are amazing. That's what I was trading. A different sense of what spreads are. Like some people saying like, yeah, I don't think you want to be trading NQ versus ES or something like that. But we were trading parts of the yield curve, right? So, if you're trading the ZN versus the ZB. And once again, I don't want to go out there and obviously recommend this for a number of reasons. Like part of the reason spread worked was because we had the faster auto spreaders. So we would just get into the trade at a better price. When that doesn't work, it becomes very hard to trade, right? So.
Right. Andrew, let me ask you, you've been with us for a while. You were doing great in our Discord channel, and we saw how big of a help you were, and we had an opening and you took it. As far as trading, your typical trade day, for you that are like one of us, obviously, how do you start your trade day, and what do you do to prepare to get yourself ready for your window of opportunity?
So for me, I've always been an early riser, so I'll get up at 5 o'clock my time, which is 4 o'clock Central. And I'll take care of some things around the house and slowly start getting myself, woke up and where the brain's in gear and that kind of stuff. And then I'll come in probably around 7 o'clock and sit down and start looking at what news is coming up today. Because as a day trader, the news is absolutely critical and you've got to stay on top of it. So I'll check both Forex Factory and Financial Juice just to kind of see what their play is on what news is coming up and what time it's coming up for me. And then around 8 o'clock, I'll start looking at the markets themselves and just kind of looking to see how's the market responding to my normal trading system, even pre-market, right? So if I'm watching it pre-market and prices jumping all over the place and there's relatively thin volume, that kind of stuff, then I'm gonna wait a little while after market open to kind of let things play out and settle down a little bit. I'm watching a 10-tick range bar on NQ, which gives me a good insight as to what's going on, whether the price is moving really quick or really slow, and so that's typically what I'll do. And then because I know, statistically speaking, 68% of the time my first trade is a losing trade.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I will always trade one contract on the first trade. And it's just because I know that, there's a relatively decent chance that it's going to, go against me. And that doesn't bother me anymore because I tried to trick the whole system and take my first trade in practice, right? And then all of a sudden my second trade of the day went to about 68% of being wrong. So I just said, well, the heck with it. I know I'm gonna be wrong. So I just take it. And then usually the second trade, I catch the trend and let it ride the trend. And it's not that big of a deal.
Sometimes some of the people I've talked to talk about that first trade a lot, being a losing trade. And I'm like, if you got a practice account, throw that first trade out there in the practice account, the sacrificial lamb. I have that problem too. I think a lot of traders do, just catching that market the right way. And then you could sort of line it up with your game plan. Is this working? Did I see it correctly? Is the market in my favor? And then you move forward. But you give it a try in your practice account, call it the sacrificial lamb, or even a one lot, just throw a one lot in the trading combine, and see what happens.
And for me, my stops are so tight, even on NQ, because I'm using the 10-tick range bar. Typically, I'm getting in with about a 10 to 11 handle stop on NQ. So even at a single contract on a 150K account, you're only losing, $220 out of the $3,000 daily loss limit that you have. So it's a very small, little price to pay to kind of get in the move and catch that trend. And then once I'm in a trade, a lot of people will trail their stop, but I trail mine based on a moving average. So instead of, saying, hey, every 10 ticks, I want to stop the move, I'm just watching the moving average. And then every now and then I'll adjust my stop, and then eventually it'll take me out. And I've gathered as much as I possibly could off that trend without really having to do a whole lot of, thinking around it. So.
Okay.
Now, Andrew,
I got a question too.
Oh yeah,
go ahead, Jack.
Now, do you just trade NQ or do you trade ES as well?
Only NQ. I've tried ES, and it's a little too slow for my personality. I like to jump in, have it move, and then, just kind of get it to the point where I can get that stop beyond my entry point and just kind of let it cruise the rest of the way. And then that, once you get that stop moved forward, then the rest of it just kind of takes care of itself. So.
Right. Now, Andrew, you mentioned about knowing what the news is very important to you. I'd like to put a poll out there in our chat, YouTube chat. If some of us have the eco calendar as importance, watching news, or some of us don't, because I've come across a lot of traders that tell me I really don't care, what's coming out, which I find, sorry, but I find that reckless. If we could put a poll out there for the eco calendar, how important it is to you. I'd like to see the numbers of what we got.
As tight as my stops are, it's critical for me. If you're trying to get into a particular trade and you're just before, even like University of Michigan sentiment on Friday. I mean, you saw how the market reacted to it, and it used to not move that much. But knowing that that's coming up, that means I'm not worried about whether the DOM is starting to get thin or whatever. I can just say, okay, well, if this is coming out at 9 o'clock Central, then 8:45 to 9:15, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to stay away from it. It's a good time to get up, grab a snack, or refill your drink or whatever you're doing, and just let it go, because it's just not worth the fight, in my opinion.
Right.
Also, does anybody out there right now, just so I've done my due diligence, have any conceivable trade that they would put on right now in the NQ or the ES? I'm just curious, because not doing a lot at the moment. I'd be interested to see the reasoning of anyone that had one on right now. Or maybe you have 10 on.
So if I was trading right now, I would have a stop market, a sell stop market sitting at about 441.50. But it's just the way it's chopping, like you said, you might get 5 or 10 handles out of it. That's about it.
It's a squeeze. I'm telling you, it's very hard. And me trading the gold. I mean, we hit bottom here at 1991.20, and market started to come back again. It was, so tempting to get back in again. I did get a little bit back, which I shouldn't have. I should practice what I preach, but I shut it down after that. So, it's a tough day, and like Jack said, we got a lot to look forward to tomorrow. That might give us a little bit more opportunity.
Plus the roll, right? So right here, I just pulled this up since there's not much going on, is you can see the visual representation here of the roll. So this is the NQH, right? Basically, this volume spiking up here, this is the roll. This is people going into it. So if I were to put on like the volume profile right now, you'll see that it's just all right there. This is meaningless. There's no volume up until we get to yesterday and today. So if you haven't rolled yet and you're flat, get into that, please.
Yes, by all means. I know that we had some discrepancies versus December and March earlier today, but we're going to get that fixed here on the close.
And whatever you do, make sure that you have rolled before Friday at market open for New York, because Friday at 8:30 Central, the Z contract stops completely, and that's one of the common tickets that we'll get on rollover in support, is that my charts have stopped updating, and it's because they're still sitting on the previous contract.
Yeah, that's something that's always new for people that get into futures, right? The concept of the roll is not, it's intuitive, I guess, like all things, once you understand what you're trading. I mean, you are trading the March. People ask why the price is different, for instance. It's because, well, the cash settlement for the December contract, you're trading whatever people are thinking it's going to be in December versus whatever they think it's going to be in March. And my favorite word in futures, contango, the vast majority of the time, it's going to be higher in the next contract. So that's what the price differences are. So make sure you're looking at the right levels there.
All right. Hey, we got 132 here, and we're going to bring in Nick A from support. I know there's some support questions. Nick joins us every Monday and Wednesday. So ask Trader Support. Hope you put your questions in. The link was there. And we're going to take a break. Jack, or you want to just bring him in?
We can probably just bring him in. I think that's fine, unless
roll off the red carpet. See, now we got two support specialists here right now.
We're flooding the zone with support. So
support.
If you have questions here, they might be able to be
The only reason why
solved.
I know how to do stuff in support is because of Nick.
I tell you, to be honest with you, Nick is scary know-how. I mean, he knows Top Step like the front and back of his hand, which is scary. It is.
The scary thing is I don't really know the back of my hands all that well. I don't know if I've ever really like checked those out, you know?
Well, next time you wash them, you suds them up and then look at them and go,
take a look. Yeah.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick A, and you are the support king. And Nick, tell us a little bit about yourself, and we're going to get into some questions.
Sounds good. Yeah. So been working at Topstep since 2016. Normally I'd say, that's a pretty long time, but I'm here with Eddie, who, is employee number 1. So, second to him only really, but yeah, I'm the operations training coordinator. So I work with, new hires and the team really just to help them to learn, Topstep as the procedures, as things change in the market. This company is constantly changing, so keeping up with that kind of stuff. Yeah. So just keeping up with all that. That's my 2-minute story there.
Nick, a question earlier here in chat, and I think this is a question for everybody that does not have patience. What's the turnaround time on average? If I was, let's just say, I contacted Wendy at Topstep.com and I requested, let's just say, a phone call.
It's a good question. It is going to vary. So within 24 hours for sure, coming out of a weekend, right? Monday morning is our busiest time. And then it's also coming out of a weekend. So those turnaround times usually end up being a little bit longer. Definitely within an hour or within 24 hours, usually, midweek to the later part of the week, we're looking at just a few hours, a couple hours, and so if you need a phone call, definitely request it and you can get it within a few hours. Our team will give you a call, and then, so it does vary depending on the day and stuff, but I would say within a couple hours usually.
Okay. How about an email?
Email, it's the same turnaround time. We get to the tickets, we get them in the order that they were sent out. Usually, if it's a quicker answer, you need a help center link from somewhere. Discord's going to be the spot where you're probably going to get the best, the quickest turnaround time, because not only is our support team in there, we have ambassadors in there, we have other traders who may have asked that same question yesterday. So if it's not support specifics, it's a really good our Discord is a really good place to get some quick answers. We do also have a get flat channel in there, which I would highly recommend having handy. If you're stuck in a trade and you need to get out, the get flat channel is going to be where I would recommend to go. And then you get flattened much quicker than, having to go through the sport if we're a little backed up.
Right. And Andrew started out in the Discord channel. And I remember going in there and going, who is this guy, man? He's answering all these questions. And then I met him at the meetup. He's like, oh no, I'm Andrew. I'm like, oh my God, you are killing it. And it's good to have him on our team.
He's a support ninja as well. He's anytime I go to answer something in Discord, there's Andrew. He's usually got a pretty well placed GIF. He rocks that GIF game better than I do. So
pretty much.
What was this meetup, by the way? Which meetup?
Was the one in Chicago we had.
Oh, the trader meetup?
Yes.
Trades by Matt was there.
I just want to make sure people weren't hanging out without me. Cool. Good to know.
They were. It was the one that everyone but you was invited to, I think.
No, I knew it.
That's it.
That's where he had his 9-hour drive to come see us. I forget the name of the place we were at, but we had a lot of shot glasses for everyone to take home. A lot of food. Trades by Matt was there, and we had some speeches and some chat time. That was pretty good though, but we're going to have another one soon, and we will make sure that everybody knows where it's going to be so we can see you, our traders. Now, Nick, anything new coming out of support that you can maybe tease us with or give us a heads up?
Ooh, good question. I'm trying to think of new. So, I mean, for those of you in Topstep X, right, they're making improvements every day to it. I'm constantly surprised when I log in the morning. There's something new that happened that I was like, oh, I didn't realize they were working on that, and it's already fixed. So for those of you that, I did see some questions from some of the in the doc here that people asking about TopstepX, right? We're still sending those invites out every day. It's a constant stream of them. So if you haven't gotten it yet, we will definitely get to those. That is definitely, we're working through them, making improvements based on the feedback, right? There's, plug in the Discord again, there is a TopstepX feedback section in the Discord where you can pop in and ask questions or get your feedback, so as far as what support has down the line, I don't think, really just we're focusing, TopstepX, making sure that we're supporting that and getting that up and running. I think most of the team is trading in that and helping to, taking the trader feedback, making it the best possible platform, which it already rocked when they launched it, and it's only gotten better from there.
I love it. I love it. I love it. But hold on one second. Andrew, I'm just going to say thank you very much for being with us here, my friend. Hope to get you back here again. And if you're lucky enough, you might call support and get Andrew. So, Andrew, thanks for being with us here, and get you back on here again soon.
Yeah, so let me give my last little dad joke before I walk out.
Please.
For all of the people out there that are in a combine or in an express funded account or even in a live account, if you run into resistance, reach out for support.
Love that.
There you go.
We'll see y'all next time.
Thank you. Head on the support page. Bye, Andrew.
Take care.
That's a good
hey,
one.
Nick, why can't we? Hey, Nick, why can't we trade micro silver, micro gold, and platinum? That's Valerie's asking.
Yeah. So on TopstepX, we launched it with the most popular products, right? So I think right now it's up to 6 or 7, 8, something like that. As we build, right, we will add more of those products to TopstepX. So, I think we're continuing to take feedback. We're continuing to build it in. We wanted to make sure that we were giving the traders who are testing it the more likely things that they will. And yeah, I see live cattle in the chat. All of that stuff there will be added eventually. We are just starting. We started small. We started, with the most popular products, and we will build into that with the rest of them.
Also, if you're trading platinum, let us know in the chat how that happened. Because honestly, once again, I'm just curious. A lot of things to trade out there. Platinum. Are you a large manufacturer or something like that? Let us know.
Somebody's got something.
Maybe they got their own company.
Okay.
And then there was a lot of questions. I think this has been talked about a little bit in the chat as well about rolling over in TopstepX, right? So the platform itself will roll over automatically. That's going to happen at close. We've been talking with the product team, and going forward for especially the rolls like this week, they're going to do it a day early rather than, so they're going to anticipate that it's going to roll going forward and do it a day early rather than right at roll. So that's, I know we've talked about that a little bit, but for anybody that missed that in the chat and stuff, that's going to be fixed going forward. And at close tonight, you should get it rolled over.
Right. Yeah, I was watching that. Casey said he'll fix that up, but it was just a little confusing. But we apologize for that, and that's what it's about. That's why we have the trial. To check it out, let us know. And
Exactly.
we're going to be finding little bugs here and there. I mean, it's goes with the turf. So keep that in mind.
We got an answer here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like there's more people than I originally thought trading platinum.
I guess the whole platinum crew is here. Brian says he had to buy platinum hedges at his last job because he used so much. Maybe the catalytic converters or whatever else.
Oh my goodness, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Another platinum album.
That's why they get stolen.
Have either of you guys ever had a catalytic converter stolen?
Not stolen.
No.
One of mine broke, but I haven't. Have you had it stolen?
No, I haven't. It's just like 2 or 3 types of cars that are the vast majority of them. So,
are they older cars, like super old? Because there's a chance that I used to have one of those.
Not super old.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Well, that's where it is. And if you need to cash that out, by all means, don't do that.
Market
Don't be an
update.
asshat.
We're still diddling in the middle here. Trying to look for any levels coming down here. Hoag's WKO high is 47.03. Last week's high is 4666, the devil's number. 4660 settlement. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I have the ES up right now, so that's right. Still not seeing a lot to go here, so I think we'll continue with the support questions if you got them.
Yeah,
there's a couple in there. I did see one. The Topstep X waitlist is still open, so if I don't know if someone has the link handy if they want to drop that. Oh, there's another one.
I think so.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of questions I've seen in the chat about how to use Topstep X. So maybe on one of these, or coming forward, we could just do a quick demo. I'd be happy to help with that on one of these going forward. But if you have any specific questions, reach out to support or reach out in Discord. Discord is usually a pretty good spot where you can get some questions on specifics. I did also see, I looked through all the submissions. There were a lot of questions too, specific account stuff. So like, hey, my account didn't have a fill stop, something like that. Please reach out to support for those. We don't have enough time to go through each, individual support issue. So once again, just wanted to make sure that people knew that we did see their questions. We're not skipping them on purpose. It's just really hard to go through specific account examples, on this section.
Right. Eric posted the link. Thank you, Eric. And I think we're releasing 100 a day, maybe, or so, 100, 200, somewhere around there. But each day, check your email. Okay.
Yep.
Henry has a question about the account sizing. Does Topstep have any plans on introducing larger account sizes, like the 200, 250, or 300K accounts?
That is a great question. I assume, we take the feedback, we pass it along. I'm not aware of any plans directly, but I wasn't aware that we were, going to, a year ago today, I wouldn't have told you we were launching our own platform. So, we definitely have a ton of great ideas in the company. So keep passing that along to support. We'll continue to keep passing it along to the product team, and they move pretty quickly. So I can't say never. It's not in the works that I know of, but I, wouldn't be surprised if, next week we come out with a new size. Not saying we're going to. Very clear on that. We're not going to come out with a new size next week, but just saying.
No.
That's how rumors spread, right?
Also, if you have any wild questions about anything, throw them in there too. We're welcome to take some of those as well.
Right. Tanner's asking, are you guys expanding your team sometime soon?
If we do, it'll be on the board. We do have on our web or on our homepage, or not homepage, on the website. There's the teams page. If we're ever hiring, that's where all the links are posted there.
Right. And I tell you, Topstep is growing and growing and growing, and there might be something there that sort of piques your interest and your skills. So check at least once a week if you're looking to join the team here at Topstep, by all means. Jim Carlton says, how can I get different instruments? I could do multiple time charts, but different instruments. And he checked on Discord.
On Topstep X in the top right corner, you'll actually have to launch a new window. So right now, it's all based on the instrument that you have selected. So if I pick crude oil, my chart, dome, order book, all of that kind of stuff is all going to switch to that, or the time and sales, not order book, will all switch to that. So you just have to open another window, and then you can put in a second product there too. So yeah, just in the top right corner, there's a plus sign it looks like two windows that you can launch, and that'll allow you to do that.
Cool. Okay. Trade Together is asking, is it possible, I'm going to rephrase this question. Can I trade crypto with a trading combine?
Oh, I think he was asking, someone asked if they could buy a trading combine with crypto. I don't know about that one.
Oh, not that I'm aware of. You can trade Bitcoin. We have the micro Bitcoin as a crypto option, the futures contract of that. But as far as I'm aware right now, you can't pay with crypto.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I misread that. My bad. No. Okay. Let's see here. Definitely need a tutorial. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, yeah. No, someone asked about what's the bite force of a hyena, and I assume it's pretty high. I hear it's one of the highest.
Bigger than mine. So that's the thing. We're comparing me to a hyena.
It's like 5 nicks is a hyena. That's your answer.
That's the nick scale. We got to have a new.
Okay. Ghost, yes, we're in the works of contacting ICT, and hopefully we can get him on with us after the holidays.
He seems like he's in. So.
Oh, okay, good. Good.
That would be neat. I don't know if it's completely confirmed, but it seems both sides have agreed. So let's do it.
Yeah. Just a matter of getting some information back and forth. Danny Trades, yes, he's going to be on here coming up shortly in about 10 minutes with the rest of the All-Star traders, and we'll see what Danny has.
ICT's here. It says January 25th.
Look at that.
Really?
Right on.
There you go. Time to get some ICT 2024 tour concert shirts. We're selling those for the 25th. Oh, we're booked.
He's prepared for the bite of a hyena. He's got to have that information handy.
Well, Jack, you did say any questions, so
yeah, it's true. That's true.
Well, that's what I want. Got to break it up a little bit.
That. You know, I'll be honest. I've been here for almost 8 years. I've never gotten that question in the support channel, and not once has someone written in, support. So that's a first for me.
Here's a question. How do I get back into TopStep X if I lost my TopStep X XFA?
Currently, there is not a way. So we are looking into that, though. So when we build it so where people can have multiple accounts, I'm sure that will come around. At the moment, it was just the one invite. Once the accounts close, you're not able to purchase it again. But that is something that we are, looking into. I think it will eventually add a chance for people to get back into it.
Okay. All right. Let's see here.
Anyone out there getting short, long right now? Let me know. Once again, curious. I am committing to my plan to do nothing, but I am open and remain open.
I tell you, I just don't want to sit on my hands, but I got to practice what I preach. So I went against the grain, got a little back, but I wasn't happy with it. I was like, oh, man. So that's one thing. If you commit to yourself, done for the day, stick with it. All right. You committed. So I did a bozo no. I like to practice what I preach, and I didn't, but it worked out okay, sort of. But I feel bad that I didn't follow my rules.
I think that's it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie. That's probably something that is easier or harder to do on electronic trading is to sit on your hands than it was in the pit, right? Like, I gotta imagine if you just click a button in the trading and in the pit, you had to at least confirm a, position, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, you'd see it. I mean, if it was a dead market and everybody just sort of standing around, a lot of traders would watch the phones to see if there was any arbitrage. Arbitrage is the hand signal entering orders into the trading pit to the filling broker. And, I mean, if you saw like 100 lot market order, and nothing's going on, that market's going to move. So that would be an instance where, you could catch a few ticks, for your account, but otherwise, everything was pretty hush hush. We got the dome here with prices above and below and quantities and everything. On the trading floor, you couldn't. All right. You didn't. If I was holding, let's just, for example, I'm looking at the S&Ps here right now. Okay. 46.21 quarter. All you'd be able to do is know what's at 46.21 even and what's at 46.21 half. That would be it. Okay. That would be your offers and your bids. And if you were holding a 2,000 lot at 21.75, you'd have to wait until that became an offer before you can offer those up. So, I mean, there's a big difference here. You're getting a good idea where people want to be, where people want to buy, where people want to sell. And I call it the tug of war.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. It's amazing to me just hearing the stories from, the trading floor days, how different it is than electronic trading, like just the amount of difference. So,
Jack, did you ever work on the trading floor?
No.
No.
I worked at the Board of Trade. We were up in the 20th floor of the atrium over there. So
Okay.
I only saw it once towards the end because there was never it wasn't like something I passed on the way there or stuff like that. But I did see it.
Okay. Now you were on the desks, right? You're on the trading desks.
Oh yeah, we were a completely we had different groups, some that were completely automated, some that were running auto spreaders, everything pretty much in the treasury market.
Okay.
Cash and futures.
Okay. So you did just treasuries, right?
Yeah, but a lot of different treasuries. We were kind of trading across the whole deal. So that was kind of where the edge was for the place I was at. And actually, like if you look now, a lot of the bigger places that trade will do stuff with the treasuries because it's such a liquid market. I just saw a news story not too long ago that some regulators and stuff are kind of worried that Citadel and some of these huge places are all piling into the same trades, which I can say I've lived through that firsthand around 2015, starting maybe even a little bit before that, is that the whole world was piling into the same treasury basis trade, and it was making it very difficult to eke out profits unless you took bigger size. And when you take bigger size, there's always the possibility of just a gigantic blow off at the end. So I knew a few people that happened to. So
I got a question here. Maybe we can put it in a poll perspective. Well, here we go. We got answers for our previous poll. Who's in a position 50% flat, short 32, long 16? And it's a few markets. There we go. Let me ask a poll question. Maybe we can get it out there this time. How many people had an experience on the trading floor, whether you were a runner, a filling broker, a floor clerk, pit clerk, phone clerk? I'd like to see how many people, because the thing was, once Topstep, once they closed the Dow pit and the S&P pit, we had a good number of traders on the trading floor that gave electronic trading a try. And many of them couldn't trade electronically, which was, some of, actually, I think we funded maybe about 3 or 4, but the others couldn't. All right. They just didn't have that knack. And, as we came over, Hoag, Mick, Danny, myself, Michael, it was a process. Okay. The thing was, what do I leave behind? What do I take with me? What can I use for my advantage? What new stuff do I need to know now? And it took some time. And I tell you, that's why we're still learning each and every day. This is something that, it's going to be like this. You learn something new every day, especially with the number of people that we have. We still have a lot of people in our community, positive people that are sharing comments, suggestions, ideas, and I'm learning new stuff every day, and I thank everybody.
Yeah, definitely. It's fun to get the different perspectives, right? The people that have been only trading in the pits their whole life and moving over, and the people that have been electronic trading since the beginning. It's a cool hybrid to see that. So
David P, runner, then phone clerk, ABN Ambro. Michael Beaton worked at ABN Ambro, runner at the CME Board of Trade. Getting other players here, runner, phone clerk. Some of us might have seen that movie Floored, which is
that's a good one.
There is I wish they could have opened it up for like a part 2. There's still a lot that was not covered, but that's a good movie, Floored. You get a chance.
They could also make one about all the electronic traders that from that era, from the flash things. Yeah. I want to see the I want to see the Evan Dooley story, or he was the guy who lost $150 million for MF Global trading wheat futures overnight.
Oh my gosh.
It's a sad story, but I just honestly want to know more about it.
Oh, check
Margin
that
call is
out.
a good one.
So, do you have trading floor experience? The answer 90% said no, and 9% said yes, and that 1% leaves us in mystery. So there you go. But Nick, I appreciate you being with us here today. We've got a couple more minutes here. I know that we're going to be moving on to our All-Stars for Power Hour, and Danny Trades is going to be with us. We're going to catch you again Wednesday. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to tune in. I had about a $2,000 loss today, so started the day trading a different product than I thought I was. So that's really when you know it's not your day to trade. I thought I was trading crude, and I was trading ES. So
okay, that'll do it.
That's why I'm not on the Power Hour, because I
That'll
really
hit.
need to go back to school and learn up a little bit. So
It's okay.
They get some action here for Power Hour because from when we started, Eddie, an hour ago until now, there's been little to no power. Looking at this paint dry right here.
Maybe we could kickstart it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, poke it. Do something.
But Nick, before you go, how's the babies?
they're great. They are great. They're actually at grandma's today cookie baking. So that's they're gonna
No
be all
way.
sugared up when I get off of work today. So
See, that's the best. See, what's nice about being a grandparent is, okay, cookies are done. Here's your kids. Pick them up. We're done.
yeah. The only thing I hope is the crash is right around bedtime. Just hoping to ease it right into an easy night. So that's
Right, a little shot of-
that's what I hope for.
A little shot of brandy,
There
with a
you go.
cookie.
Yeah,
That'll
there
take
you
care
go.
of it.
Perfect. That's all you need.
All right, we're gonna take a break here. Jack, you're sticking around, right?
I think we got Danny Trades on today for Power Hour, so I don't think I'm on the schedule. I might be behind the mic a little bit.
Okay, me too. I'll probably be on the mic too. We got a lot of people coming up here, so we're gonna take a few minutes here. We'll be right back with Power Hour. Stay tuned.
Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up flex. Thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex. Thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria.
All right, welcome to Power Hour. We got our guest Danny trades with us, trading size. You got no position on now, do you, Danny?
No. But I'll be trading 15 contracts.
15 contracts.
Yeah.
How about you?
Sure. So I'll be trading 15 cons. Usually what I like to do. Let me see. You guys can see my screen, right?
Not right now.
Not right now. Not currently. You got that young heart. 15's it's too hard on my heart. Unless it's really something good.
Yeah. So let's make this happen.
You traded up at all yet today?
Did I trade? I traded this morning. Yeah. How'd you guys do today?
No trade, actually. Very quiet day for me.
I had a small winner earlier. I mean, really small. But now I'm short, just seeing if we can get a decent pullback off these highs.
I just longed all morning, pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's what you should do, right? I mean, looking back, you were right.
Long. Let's see what we get here.
Oh shit!
Are you your screen?
Yeah, let me put on my NQ screen here.
You sick?
Pretty much. Right now, just want to make sure that any trade I go into, I can also have like so for me, pretty much, for example, let's say I go in a trade right now, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say I'm not gonna go in a trade right now, but let's say I went long, right? I like to have, for example, in this case, if I have a 50 tick stop, well, that'd be a decent stop, right? But I like to make sure the risk to reward makes sense. So I like to wait for those confirmations.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were short, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that if we could stay, around this area here. Definitely see the shorts wanting to come in.
MP's long. He was long 6, now long 3.
Oh,
there's his charts. Oh, Mikey, you bad boy, is up 3,800 and change.
Well, at least it went the right way.
Always the case.
Yep.
You should get on. Get him out here and show us his trades.
Right?
I know he's watching.
Yeah, he is.
All right, so we got. What do you say about Delta, John? We got nothing.
No.
All right, nothing.
Positive 1,100. Okay. Nothing.
Ooh.
Yeah, keep in mind the real action, the real fireworks get going tomorrow. We got what? CPI, PPI, FOMC. Earnings starts trickling out this week, I want to say as well. So quieter Monday, which is okay. We're setting ourselves up for the rest of the week, and we'll take it from there. But there's some fireworks that go off in this final hour of trading. We'll be sure to capture that opportunity, but we're going to stay nimble, stay patient, and keep it light and tight. I think going into it.
Looks like I'm in trouble.
Ready?
Yeah, usual.
I don't know.
Usual trouble. I'm short, but a little early. When there's a directional day, I like to look for the opposite move after 2:30.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of the setup we've been doing last couple closes to set up the profit take trade going into the 2:30.
I'll go short if we can. If we stay below this area here, I'll go short. I mean, we stay above. We go above. I'm gonna go long.
Right. Above what?
Kind of above like 16,447, 16,448.
You're trading the March, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm trading March contracts as well. NQZ.
Got it.
NQH. Sorry.
NQH.
Yeah, we can get above this level. That's gonna be pretty solid. I think we could run up to the highs. With the market moving this slow, I would usually target about 50 ticks, honestly.
50 ticks.
Yeah.
What's your risk and what would your risk be on that? Like 20?
50 ticks.
Your risk?
Yeah, 50 ticks, make 50 ticks 1-to-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, if we get to 50 ticks and we start breaking above, if I do go long or if I go short and we get to 50 ticks and we're still having that momentum follow through, obviously I'll move my stop to break even, right? It all depends on the momentum, right? But if we start stalling and have some choppiness is when I'll start, not recognizing it might not, I should just probably get out of that position.
Could be a little early, right? So yes, we'll see how it plays out going into John saying at 2:30.
Yeah,
we'll rather quiet afternoon.
We'll see. I'm just up against the high here. Just see if it can't take it out, then we'll be all right.
21 halves just traded 75 times. 21 quarters, 62. You're getting some bigger trades there.
Yep.
You're talking S&Ps?
That was the short entry up there.
Yeah, Danny trades what you trade what? Yeah. You trade S&Ps, correct? Or NASDAQ? You're NASDAQ guy.
NASDAQ.
Okay.
Hey, you're talking S&Ps.
I was looking
right?
at SPOs. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still in the December on that platform, right?
Topstep X. Yeah. I have that fixed here after the close.
Got it.
Join the party tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder what the volume is now. So March is 1,848,000. Dees is 1,399,000. So either contract, you're fine trading today, but you definitely want that March tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You guys still rocking with those shorts?
Yeah.
Right now.
I'm sitting here with it.
I'm probably going to start getting in pretty soon. And we can start once we get another retracement. Retest. I'll enter the shorts too.
Hey, Danny, let me ask you, on an average, which is your first trade of the day a winner or a loser?
Winner.
It's a winner?
Yeah,
day or every day?
A lot of times is because I keep training sometimes when I do lose. Or rush myself sometimes.
So most days your first trade's a winner?
Always. Yeah.
Always.
How do you make that happen, man? Tell me that secret.
The times I lose is because I try to take another trade, and it just doesn't work out all the time that way.
So if you're trading 15 lots, just take that one trade a day.
Yeah, man. Then you're sitting pretty.
I think it was Thursday. I did 15 cons. I told Mick, I was like, hey, man, take me to 15 cons. I'm ready again. I'm going to increase my size. First trade, made $7,000.
Boom.
I ended the day $3,000 down.
Oh,
what happened?
Nice. I keep over trading,
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh, you think you're going to keep hitting.
Just take that one trade and go. Do that every day.
See, that was the retest right there. I missed my entry.
On the tops right there, there might be another one.
My entry, 100%.
Yeah, now it's coming off. What time frame chart is that? What kind of chart is that?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay.
Yeah, and then you'll see me go into the 15-second once I'm in the trade too.
Holy smokles.
15 second?
That'll give me a heart attack.
Man, that's a lot of movement. That's a lot of noise. How good that is. You gotta do your thing.
So Danny, are you holding off until like 2:30 on this, or would you get in now with your like? What are you thinking?
I want to see another retracement. My idea would have been getting in on this green candle right here. Would have been getting in right here, right?
I think there's still time.
So we still got time.
I think
We
there's still
dropped
time.
it fast. I couldn't react, so usually when that happens, I just let it go. Things happen, right?
Yeah.
What platform are you using?
You want to
Trade
change?
away.
Tradeovate? Okay.
Yeah. I use Tradeovate for. Let me check it out. I use Tradeovate for my live account as well. I actually have multiple accounts, like sub accounts with Tradeovate.
Oh.
Okay. Now we know you trade big, all right. But the question is, do you scale in your positions, or is it all at once? It's 6 strings.
Depending how I feel. Like right now, I'm probably gonna scale in just because it's moving a lot slower. Usually in the mornings when you have that momentum, you got the go and you got the green light. Start with
all in.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But usually when it's moving this slow, you really can't tell what's gonna happen a lot of times. So you gotta play it safe.
Yep.
Got a little bit of liquidity here in the S&P's up at 46.75.
Yeah, we do.
Right up here. That's a little unnerving, but I mean, I'm really not risking anything here, so we'll see what happens.
There you go.
I was hoping to add to this if it started going, but not yet.
So I'm gonna be honest here. If we reject this, I'm gonna go short. If we get above this, I'm gonna start going long. Ooh.
What level are you sort of putting in as the mid move?
I wanted to get above 16.442.
Okay.
16.4 right there.
Any reason for that level?
Just because we have an imbalance, we can fill to the upside now. Once we get above that level, and then we've been bullish all day. So yeah, there you go. I added onto the longs here.
So you're long now?
Yeah, I'm not all in yet. I scaled in. Gonna give these a go.
Still time.
So I don't really trust it until we break this high over here. So I'm gonna go lightly first, and then, like I said, power hour.
Power hour.
Yeah, it looks like there's more liquidity above.
Something like this for now. Maybe targeting about 50 ticks. So I start off lightly here.
Now, I don't know if we asked him. Oops, I don't know if we asked him this question yet. Where are we here? There we go.
What do you got?
Question was, do we ask about your strategy and how do you prepare for a trade day?
Volume profile.
Yep.
And supply and demand zones.
Supply and demand's undefeated, right, Danny?
100%.
It's the best, man. It's the best.
It is the best. 100%. Love supply and demand.
Yeah,
Here we go. Perfect. I just added a couple more.
Which side? Downside or upside?
Upside still.
Upside.
Okay.
This level. Once we break this level, it's gonna be solid here.
If we break this level, I guess NASDAQ or S&P's just took up. S&P's
gotta break that here.
Oh,
We gotta break this level. This is a very key level right here.
Yeah, we're on our highs.
We got a weak high in the S&Ps. We couldn't take out those single TPOs lower.
Need to see it break.
I should probably just get out of this and start looking the other way, maybe.
There you go. Perfect.
We're 50-50 in the
50-50 tilt. NASDAQ lean a little bit heavier, but yeah, 50-50, John.
So I'm gonna put my hard stop just to protect me. You never know when news can come out. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what the stops are all about, man.
So you never know, dude. Sometimes you have some big volatile moves. Last week, you
learn the hard way why you stops are absolute or mandatory. You learn the hard way.
Yeah, 100%.
Here we are.
Kevin says, watch crude activating launch sequence.
What's popping in crude?
Kevin. Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ, that's crazy. I couldn't trade on that quick of a time frame.
No.
You know what? And we
yeah.
start breaking below this area too.
I guess you got to sort of school yourself to it.
Yeah, you gotta have a hell of a way to filter out all that noise. If you can do it, you can do it.
There we go. Coach Dakota dropping by saying, how is everybody doing?
What's up, Coach?
What up?
I think after this, they've got At the Buzzer, where they can thank Coach Paul and Coach Jay in our Discord channel. And while these guys are trading here, tomorrow's Tuesday, Fast Market's going to be with us. Trades by Matt.
Ooh,
don't miss that.
Good friend of the show.
All right, we got Brett on Shoulder Tap Power Players. Francis Ho, one of our funded traders, and I had a fantastic interview with Francis Ho. Top quiz with Alyssa. We've got another group coaching with Hoag. And did we find out if we're going to be posting questions in chat or email, Johnny?
I think we're gonna try and figure that out after the close today.
Okay.
Seems like people want overall or just in the chat, which is fine.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. We'll talk about that later, and we'll figure it out. And let everybody know tomorrow. But I sure enjoy those sessions, and the goal is you enjoying them and learning something as well. So.
Big time.
Oh, yeah. AMA. And then a Power Hour, we will have Cami Capital with Hoag, Andre, Jack, and Cami. So that's tomorrow. Don't miss tomorrow. Tell your friends about it. And Andre, we let's see, we got close to 2,000 here.
What are we at right now, by the way?
1.6. I do.
Well, we got some work to do, Eddie.
Yeah. I think. If not, we got to get those likes in there. Get those likes in there. Andre has to give somebody a challenge. We got 1.8.
Yeah, we'll try again tomorrow. But if we can crack 3,000 any one of these days,
yeah,
I think we'll be putting Mr. Michael to the challenge a little bit. Might be eating a lemon. One chip challenge sounds like it's a little too brutal.
That was an idea before, but yeah,
is it too nasty?
Yeah, that's too much. I mean, take a look at some of these videos. These poor people don't realize what they're eating. Chips covered in battery acid.
Dude,
yikes!
No thanks.
Yeah, let's not do that. Just from a compliance standpoint, I don't think they would love that.
No,
Danny, I forget. Do you trade all day, right? So do you usually trade the Power Hour? End of the day?
I used to. Not usually though. I usually just trade mornings. But I saw this opportunity present itself. I still think they have opportunity above this level here. So I mean, we'll see if we can stay above this level here. 24, around 36, 36.50. Retest that trend. I mean, we end up coming down, and we get stopped out. My stop is at 30.75 right now.
Okay.
30.75 is my stop right now. So
I'm staying patient. I'm gonna stay patient. See, typically I'll execute after 2:30. So you kind of see how the setup is for the first half hour of this Power Hour. See what the moves are going into it, and then we'll see how the market moves either up or down or flat, sideways from like 2:30 to 2:40. Talking Chicago time. Might maybe pull a trade in those last 20 minutes.
It.
Yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, John, we're gonna get that short squeeze play. Hopefully, one of these days this week.
Yeah. Well,
it's coming.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's coming.
We've been stuck in that range for so long. I mean, this is actually attempt to break out above it, but
it looks like these shorts are coming in now.
We'll see.
There you go. Also tonight in Discord, 6:00 p.m. Central Time, question and answer with Coach Ray and of course Coach Dakota. 8 p.m. Central. Coach Dakota will have his session.
Awesome.
Danny, it seems like you've got a cold or something. You all right there, buddy?
Yeah, no, I got sick in Cabo. I was in Cabo when I got sick.
Yeah. Well, Cabo flu will get you sometimes.
Poor baby.
It'll get you.
Yes, it will. It's hard to shake too, if you know what I'm saying.
Was it cold out there? Or
no, it wasn't
Oh,
cold.
no, I had it the day before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The old Cabo coffee. Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Here we gotta stay. Can't rally before 2:30. If we do, we're
Can't break before 2:30.
yeah, right.
So, all right. You know, there's a move coming. Very rarely is it just flat, completely flat. At least you got that most C's you can play.
Well, and we've got
Imbalance.
well, I mean, what are we really expecting? We know we've got numbers tomorrow and Wednesday.
Not much, to be honest, but we will be ready. Yeah, we got the big numbers, the big bangers start coming tomorrow. Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know. We got Thursday.
We've already gone, I think, bigger than the range I was expecting today, knowing that, you know, we're evening up for tomorrow and Wednesday. But yeah, Tuesday FOMC meeting starts, CPI.
Yep.
Wednesday PPI, FOMC announcement, Fed chair presser. Thursday jobless claims, retail sales, import export prices, business inventories, nat gas. I mean, there's stuff the rest of the week. Just not a lot today. Couple of bill and note auctions, but nothing tremendous.
All right, we got Anne-Marie Band still here with us.
Hi, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, what would you do this afternoon? What market would you look at for opportunity? Let us know, Anne-Marie. Coach Dakota says, Hoag, do you traded the imbalance at the end of day based on delta, and how correlated are you in your opinion?
I don't really trade the end of the day imbalance. If there is a delta divergence, that's really going to be my focus at the end of the day.
Okay.
Kind of gives you a clue.
Arif, 4G's first day of the live account. Great job.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice job. Will Black Swan says Anne-Marie would be chasing rock stars at the time of the day.
Oh, those stories were fantastic.
Danny, you get stopped out?
I did, but I got back in.
Oh.
Right at the low. I got hit with that stop down here. Ended up getting back in. So right now we're getting close to break even right now again. Kind of same entry point. Waiting for this to. I mean, I really just wanted to see it break this level. That's it.
Oh yes, we do.
Right.
Yeah, we've got a poor high. I mean, it's an unfinished upside auction.
Exactly. We break that level, it's going to be solid, and we can run.
Yeah, I have no idea why I'm short here.
I'm thinking about getting in with you, John.
So
here's that weak high. If you want to put it on my charts, you know there's no excess on here. Auctions die in excess. So either the market just got too long and it won't go any further, or it's looking for more movement to the upside.
Buy orders. I mean, executing buy orders at these levels at this time of day. At this time of day, it was just right.
Yep.
Danny, you long or short right now?
He's long.
Still long.
Okay.
No, I haven't changed my bias on that yet. Still long. As we're staying above these key levels. I just don't want an aggressive move down. That's it.
I hesitate to jinx anything here, so I'm sitting on the side right now.
I know, Jack. I know what position.
Power hour is tough. I'll say that for sure.
Jack, I know what position you take if you're.
Sorry, I don't mean to cough. I know
that's all right. You're
Cabo. Freaking Cabo. Where are you at? You're in San Diego, Danny?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego.
Cool.
Oh, so that's like going to Wisconsin for you, going down to Cabo.
Day trip. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, shoot. Okay, here we go.
And I tell you, I got these cough drops. They're called honeys. Absolutely nothing artificial, and they've got honey in the middle of them. They're delicious.
Oh, really?
Oh man.
You mean gummies?
No, my gummies are watermelon flavored and peach flavored. Okay, help yourself, Jonathan. Oh, these are for.
Stop at these lows right now. So we break these lows at 23. I probably won't take any more trades today.
Yeah, that last pullback down.
Power hour.
Yeah. It's taken out. If it gets down there again, it's taking out those single TPOs below it.
Another move. Yeah. We late to this party. John, are you in there?
Oh, yeah. I'm still
all
short.
right. Okay. I'm going to get too greedy with this entry.
Don't be greedy.
Yeah, feed the needy. All right. Get a pop here.
Yeah, there's nothing here left
Yeah.
on the day.
Yeah.
Nope.
Maybe
here we are coming into 230.
This is my stop down here, so.
Chad says he accidentally made $8,000 on his combine with that rip.
Right there?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
A lot of contracts
Whoops.
on.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a hell of an oops.
That's a good accident.
All right, 1 minute till the bar closes, and then we can party, hopefully.
Let's call for alcohol.
I in that last hour on Friday, I got a little bit
yeah.
What is it, Michael? Woozy woos?
Yeah, a little woozy. Little
woozy woo?
Yeah. Yeah. That was that's a once a week thing only on Friday afternoons, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to have a beer next time. The bourbon was
kept it going.
too much at 2:00 in the afternoon for me.
Well, what did you do? You had a straw in a bottle. What were you drinking?
There's Bullet. I was at 80 proof, 85 maybe. Just on ice. My my little Kentucky snow cone.
230.
230. Thank you.
Woozy woos.
Yeah, makes you woozy. You start clicking shit.
I didn't though. I was good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was.
You know what I like is that Bullet Rye. That's like 90 proof. Man, is it? It's like a nice slice of buttered rye toast. It's so good.
Now you're talking.
Well, I got a comment here from Dante, who's been pretty on
Dante
most of the day here, talking about the NQ risk range top 16,436, and NQ has an implied volatility premium. We're near the expected move, so I don't expect the market to move much from here. So basically, Dante's saying, call it a day.
Yeah,
I would think so. For tradertainment, I took one short with you here, Hug.
Yeah. I'm going to join your guys' party here on this little oops.
Woohoo! Oh, there's
What'd you
Andre.
do?
I don't know. We'll see.
There you go.
Are you not entertained?
I hope you are.
It's the party time.
The S&P is short 58 to 41, 58 to 42. NASDAQ short 47. Everybody's pretty much just flattened up, it seems.
Short one from 73.25, Robert.
You got me beat as far as trade location is.
You're from what? 73.
73.
We're in this together.
73, right?
Yeah.
We're all in this together.
Yes, we are.
Wasn't that High School Musical?
Yeah. This is BS manipulation. Why is the manipulation as the dragon? It's just the close.
I think anything no one likes is called manipulation. these
Gotcha.
days.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Yep. It's rigged.
My wife left me. Manipulation.
Jack.
that didn't happen.
All right, so we got a short going to this close. Market's up. I mean, there's more MOCers that want to get long at these levels. Oof, more power to them. But I think
could be the right thing to do.
It's reasonable to stand to. It might be some profit taking or just getting off some positions here.
So Trey, you got a position on. There you go.
I do have a position on.
Wow.
First trade of the day. How about it?
There you go. First trade. Hey, John.
Yes.
Colin's asking. Colin Brown, our good friend Colin
Oh, yeah.
Brown, is asking any advice on how not to be greedy, stop trading when necessary, and how to stop turning big winners into losers.
Well, let's start with the last one. How to stop turning big winners into big losers is stop trading at some point while you're still up money.
You know, that's when the thing is, I mean, we all got that greed factor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we've got to commit. It's not an option to keep trading. Once you hit that either tick level, monetary, or if you're happy with your trades, your wins for the day, it's an automatic. It's a shut-off valve. It's a switch on, off.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to play it that way. You've got to be honest with yourself. And don't bullshit it. Don't come on, one more.
Right.
Because
that one final trade, this last couple, I don't know, 10 ticks, 20 ticks, 50 ticks that you're trying to squeeze out of the market isn't going to make or break your day. Isn't going to make or break your year. So, it's okay to sit in your hands, call it a day, and come back tomorrow. It's how you get rich in this is you stack days, not stack squeezing out an extra grand or two in the final hour of the trade, so to speak. You got to stack days in this thing. Stack weeks, then stack months.
Take what the market gives you.
Take what the market gives you.
Ryan McDonald has got a question, but I got a question for Ryan. But I'm going to ask his question first. What's the record for blown combines?
Oh, my goodness.
He said, I think I might have it.
No, come on.
No.
I don't know what the record is.
I don't know what the record is either. That's something that we really don't keep tally of, but the question is, I'm going to ask you, what do you keep doing that the accounts get smoked? I mean, there's got to be something there. And I mean, if you're thinking of a record of blown combines, it's not necessarily the market all the time. There's something there that needs to be fine-tuned or corrected. It's not going to happen overnight where all of a sudden every trade you have is a winner. It's going to take some time. That's how I learned. I was just giving money away. And at the point where it was like, okay, you know what? I need to listen to somebody. I need a mentor. So Ryan, why don't you, I know that we've got At the Buzzer with our Discord channel coming up here, top of the hour. Maybe check that out. Hang with us, Ryan. Okay. Ask questions. Okay. There's a lot of people that have blown combines. Okay. And one of the things we do here is if we see a lot, we're going to contact you. And let me ask you, Ryan, has anybody contacted you? If so, we've got to do something to turn your trade days around.
Yep.
Right. So stay positive because you got us here.
Danny, you flat now?
No, I'm still in the long.
You're long still?
Yeah, I'm in around break even is my like 16,442 area.
Okay.
I have a stop down at the lows.
Got it.
Like 5-10 ticks below the lows. So
that
still watching this play
42
out.
low that you were looking at, 423 low you were looking at?
Around 421.
Got it.
Kind of area I'm watching. So obviously market's a little dead right now. If I have to go into close, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And once we break the low, I think we will, start wanting to head down because we're either going to yeah. So I'm just gonna keep holding this, allow this to at least play out.
Dante says, check out all the times NASDAQ's touching the 16,436 area. Tag.
Yeah, it's the volume point of control. I mean, it's a very popular level.
Coach Vince, you got a position on? Was that Coach
Vince
that I missed?
Yeah, Vince, what's up?
My guy.
Jay Cook says this feels like a market that won't move until the last 5 minutes of the day. Probably right.
Probably right.
Yeah.
You know what, John? You mentioned that my guy.
Yeah.
It's a thing we do over here in Chicago. My guy.
My guy.
Very
popular in Bridgeport.
Yes, Bridgeport. My mother-in-law is on with my wife, and she's on speakerphone, and I can hear her saying, "Hey, how's my guy?" my 80-year-old mother-in-law. Hey, yo, bada bing.
Mm-hmm. My guy. Forget about it.
Who's my guy?
Well, if you want to get better entries, here's your shot. To the downside, that is.
There he is. Coach Vince, you still long 46.72 quarter, shooting for 46.79. Is that you? You still there?
Nice location there, Vince.
Yeah, Vince is very good with location.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, we're solid.
See, MC's standing up here and letting everybody know. For anyone in loss today or with profits, markets will be here tomorrow. Okay.
Cool.
The reason that we're trading is because we've got this last hour, and usually we don't trade, but we want to make sure that we challenge ourselves the best we can.
Absolutely. We're just in case we're not here to miss any opportunities. Sometimes there's good opportunity on the close, and we're going to be here for it.
So MC also says, don't bleed more, risk losing your gains. This hour is gambling, especially if you're a novice. Yeah,
I feel you. Hour is gambling. What do they say? Wolf of Wall Street. It's not gambling if you know you're going to win, right?
I'm also rooting for you here, Danny. I don't care about whatever we have on.
I don't care what people say, dude. You win. It's a game about winning and losing, right?
Right.
Currently up on my trade. I'll let you guys know right now. 25 cons, $4,000.
You say 25 contracts?
Yeah.
Dang.
Let's go.
Shooting for the
If I lose 6K, I'm not gonna try a high full trade,
No.
right?
Yup. No,
My win is gonna be like 10, 15K here, if I get that break, If not, I just come back tomorrow. Get it.
Yep.
Get it going. So I mean, if we need to break this level, though, I have more confidence holding this trade. I'll move my stop loss up if we can break that level, which is very key. If we go into the highs, ooh, that's money, man. That's money.
Yeah, it is. Here he goes.
Oh, there you go.
Kyle's back.
You know, it's our shorts that are making a rally. So
is that what it is? I said myself. Hey, let's sell another one.
Love it. Yeah, so right now we're around
tilt 50-50. Anything in Delta, John?
Nah.
Nothing. All right.
1,700. That's it.
Nada.
It's key level, man. Very key level. Here.
Eric.
Above though, I know we're solid.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the win regardless. You just gotta break this level. Yeah, I could get out right now, but QQQ already broke structure if we stay above this level. So if we stay above this level, we can pump into the highs,
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? 454. We just gotta stay above that level.
Okay.
Another 10 handles.
It's just struggling. I don't like it when it stalls like that. Just needed to go.
I would much
Eric
rather
is taking his 250 for the day and calling it a day.
I like
250, good to go.
I'd much rather have my my trades go right to the profit target without stopping. Without stopping.
Yep, that's what I like too. But it's power hour. You can't
Nope.
really what's it called? With power hour, it moves so slow sometimes, except the last 15 minutes is when you get those big moves. So we'll see what we get here.
Hey, you guys didn't say anything about my holiday lights.
There you go.
They look good.
Hey, very Christmassy.
Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing pretty good. I think I'm around 50 ticks now in profit.
That was your target, right?
I'm $5,000 up right now.
Nice.
Just trading 25 cons. I'm trying to target that high. I'm gonna shoot for it. So up there. Shooting for this area here, 16,454. If we hit that area, I'm selling it all. Call it a day. But we gotta hit it. I'm okay with taking that risk.
Another 8 points.
We're getting there.
I'm gonna take out the high in the S&Ps right now.
This takeout's the high. That's gonna be solid for sure. This is the one right here.
242, 18 minutes. Watch the 250. Keith B says, "Yep,
Yeah,
always."
let's see what it looks like.
Well, yeah.
586 million buy side.
Still never totally sure what to make of that number or what to make of that.
Yeah, I've never really
It's
been
good to
able to
know. It's just
Is
that a lot? Is that a little?
I mean, sometimes there's 3 billion.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't sound like that a lot.
No.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, sir.
I've seen a few questions here asking if you coach.
No, because I'm on Topstep TV all day.
There you go. There's your answer. Booked. Solid.
Just they want more Jack.
Pure commentary.
They want more Jack.
TV.
I do like coming in for these power hours. I'm gonna get James Harden those 10 pairs of Vans.
Oh yeah, you almost
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
On skateboards.
Ouch. Barefoot skateboarding. Ouch.
That's raw. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I can't tell which side of this would make me more uncomfortable right now. On one hand, you're pushing the highs into CPI tomorrow morning.
Right.
On the other side, the trend has just been relentless. So I'm kind of between it. Not heavy, but still short.
Yeah, Jack.
I don't like doing it because like with Danny, I want to see Danny's trade work. And like
I know, me too. That's why I'm staying short.
Yes.
We're
doing you a favor here, Danny, so you can thank us later.
I moved down to break even on the trade, so I moved it to break even on the trade. It's
I should sell another one. That'll do it.
That's what I was. Okay, 15 minutes till. Tilt is essentially 50-50. Markets are essentially moving sideways near the highs, but it's anyone's guess at this point, I suppose.
Yeah, so I did it. I did initially hit 50 ticks.
Yeah, you
That
did.
is right. My entry was a 36.
Look what I got. I got my hat and my shirts today.
Oh, they showed? Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or
They actually,
Christmas
I
comes
think
early.
Deanna ordered them the same day, and they got to London like Thursday, and they just got to me.
Priority customer. Priority.
Right.
Yeah.
I haven't got mine yet. I think
Really?
they're looking to find a tent at Goodwill, so they can cut out a pattern for my fat ass.
Eddie, that's harsh.
I'm harsh on myself. Anne Marie Band says, do yourself a favor and listen to this again. For me, once I started really journaling, it was a game changer. That impulse you can actually see when you journal.
Yeah, I think I really like how that was essential theme of the day today is about journaling. I know John talked about it in group coaching. We talked about it in fast markets, and now we're talking about journaling's huge. We talked about it in power players. It's huge. It's helps you go back and reflect on what the hell was I thinking? What the hell was the market doing? Because in real time, you can't really collect all those thoughts. So you jot them down on paper or electronically, and you go back and review them. I got my journal right here every day.
Gotta break this high here, guys.
Yeah.
There you go.
Bring me on.
Well,
you know, another thing you can do if you're too busy trading is, all of our smartphones have recorders, and you can always turn that recorder on.
Just do notes or play by
notes.
Yeah,
and then after the market's closed, transfer it into your journal, and there you go.
Finally, I'm trying to hit 100 ticks.
They're trying to push it here. Oh shit! I actually hit the wrong fucking button.
Yeah, you got in again, didn't you?
No,
You took it out.
Mr. Charts, I'm with you on that. I'm like a $200, $300, $400 day, and I'm very happy with it. There's a lot of small traders like that. You'll find out that less stress. It's just a matter of controlling the greed factor.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are not in any trades right now?
I am short.
Yeah, we're short.
Short still?
Short as well.
Yep.
But only
Just
for
too
you.
long, right?
Yeah. But I have my stop at the break-even point.
At break even.
Well done.
That's nice.
Well, at this point, there's no reason for me to just risk.
To risk a whole bunch at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like that.
I'm still going to be down.
I feel you.
The first trade that stopped me out. I didn't get I re-entered, but I didn't get the best entry, right? So if it stops me out at break even, I won't be break even on this session, right?
Right.
I'll be down a bit, but nothing.
Good.
I saved myself from anything crazy. So, we're doing pretty good here. I want to see this break.
Well, you got the MOCs on your side. For what that's worth.
Minute
586 million to the buy side.
Who's your favorite?
Who's your favorite trader to fade? MP, Hoag, Andre, or Jack?
I voted for myself.
Darn, I didn't make the cut.
Don't fade, Jack. Jack's the man.
Yeah.
Very small sample size, but haven't been wrong yet. So
Hey, James Harden's gonna need some Vans.
Well, I've had one losing day in the last 2 weeks.
Jack, I voted for you.
Love it. Bring it.
I'm voting for myself.
I feed off of it. I'm like Kevin Durant on Twitter. I'm just gonna.
He sure does.
Those come at everyone.
Well, maybe next time we get Danny to show his trades. I know that we're getting a lot of questions about that, but trust us.
Oh, he's trading.
He's trading.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this market is moving slow.
It's
Thanks,
Dante. Or maybe something. 250. Here we go. I'm freaking willing this thing to start moving.
Jim's asking how I fade myself.
Oh,
I do the Costanza trade. I think about the trade I want to take and do the opposite.
I've done that before.
Oh yeah.
When you're cold, man.
Stretch.
Yeah, when you're down bad on a losing streak, you just do that.
Yeah, but like I always say, what happens if you're right by fading yourself? What do you do next?
Well, I mean, I had to learn to do that. I mean, Andre, I'm standing in the S&P pit and the market's rallying and I finally buy it and I buy the high tick.
Yeah.
It's breaking. I finally sell it and I sell the low tick.
I've been there, man. It's the worst. Dude,
guy standing behind me pokes me in the back and says, God, you have no idea how good you are at this. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Like back in the tops and bottoms, just with the wrong trade.
He says, no, when you want to sell it, you should buy it. When you want to buy it, you should sell it. So I gave him a shot in the gut.
Yeah.
And I thought about it that night. I said, you know what? The some bitch is right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's painful to do.
Serial productivity. No, you're not being aggressive. It's a good question.
What was the question?
It's a good question.
Well, have you ever fade yourself?
No, seeing the trades.
Uh-oh.
Hoag, do you use advanced decline line or ticks to help determine strength of a trend? Warren wants to know.
Nope. No, I guess.
Where's that coin?
It's in a longer term. It's all about the auction process.
Yep.
Volume, open interest, delta.
Hoag, Anne-Marie Ben says, not trying to butter you up, but at the end of a long day, I feel like your win rate is a lot higher than that because I follow you all the time. Maybe you mean when you're not on stage.
Yeah, that's been an issue. You know, I'm this is new to me. I'm not used to showing everything I do. I'm actually a pretty private person, and so this is new to me. But so I've been trading small, just trying to get my head wrapped around this. You know, this was a $5,000 account. I drew it down to about 2,500, and it's almost I'm on like a 2,500, about a $4,500 win streak right now.
Nice, Johnny.
Just trading ones, maybe one or two trades a day.
It's a beautiful thing, John.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, it seems maybe I'm getting used to this. I don't know if you'll ever see me swinging 25 lots like our boy Danny here, but I don't know if my heart can take that shit anymore. But Anne-Marie, I appreciate you. You're not trying to butter me up. I know that. I love you, Anne-Marie.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jack,
Danny, how we looking, Danny?
Regarding Top Quiz, how we
Pretty
doing?
good. You see this break. That's it.
So yeah, we got to flip some things around with how we do it. You'll be emailed if you won, but we're not going to do codes starting tomorrow. You're going to get a it marked on your account because you know the vast majority of you are very trustworthy people, but there's been some naughty boys and naughty girls in the quiz code realm. And you got to figure out a way to figure that out.
Nasty.
Oh, that is nasty.
MOC imbalance 1.59 billion Southside. Watch the market rally.
Mm-hmm.
Xanad's asking, what time you guys close your trades on the combine? I usually tell traders 3 o'clock. You know, do the best you can. I mean, if you got a trade running all the way until the very last seconds, you're not having a good day.
Here you go. Danny.
Here comes the pump.
I hope so.
They're pumping it.
It's going in.
I've seen it, man.
We just put in a poor high on the S&Ps. Took out the high by 1 tick. You can see the MOC imbalances on what is it? Financial Juice.
Yep.
There you go.
Ooh, man, I'm
asking that MOC's market on close.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone's guess right now.
Danny, you should probably get plenty of rest, drink lots of fluids, and I'm not talking about tequila or Modelo. Get yourself healthy, man.
I agree.
I wouldn't even be trading today if I were you.
You Cabo will get you sometimes.
He wants to go back. That's why he's trading.
I don't
today.
blame him.
We're still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking good.
But hey.
Minty Trader, congratulations. Up some money today on your XFA. Good job. It's a good way to start.
4 minutes.
Money never sleeps. Money.
Took out the high by 2 ticks in the S&Ps. Within a tick of my stop.
You guys are scaring me.
Yeah, you know.
Go get it already.
I know.
Just get it.
Just put me out of my misery. The same shit, John.
I'm not even stressed about it.
No.
Danny's gonna make some money on this.
That's what we like to see.
Okay, Georgie, your trading is starting to scare me.
Yeah, sometimes I tell you.
Hey, I usually don't hold trades like this when it's all choppy like this, but hey, might be worth it. I got a good feeling.
All right, I'm stopped out.
About to be as well.
Do we try the long side now?
Go to do it, dude. Help me out.
Stop out here. Down 2.
All right, I'm
Come
long.
on.
I'm long. Tradertainment, here we go.
All right, here he goes, Johnny. Let it run.
Tradertainment, here we go.
So I got 25 cons. I don't know how many cons you got.
1.
There you go.
You're a man. I'm just a mouse.
Nice runner.
Yeah, it was a nice trade. We helped. We were short.
I did my part.
I guess Michael was trading too here. He's up 4,000. Was he up that prior?
He I got out, by the way.
Yeah. We minimizing our risk there. All good.
Wow, let's go. That's the area I was talking about.
Did you reverse out?
No, I haven't gone out.
I love that. Hold on till the cows come home.
This level, man.
Taurus Trader says he wants to say good job to everybody who showed up today, followed the process, didn't trade outside their plan reward. Yourself, whether you were profitable or not, process is key. So good job.
Agree. That's what we're talking about with Kyle during power players.
Yeah.
Great job, everybody.
All right, 2 on the clock, 3 o'clock. Just a reminder here, tomorrow, be here tomorrow. We cannot save any seats. Place is going to fill up really quick. Yep. So be here tomorrow for, of course, opening call with John Hoagland and myself. Trades by Matt. It's going to be here at 8:30 for Fast Markets.
Ooh.
And we got Brett with shoulder tap power players. Francis Ho is going to join Andre and myself. Don't forget Top Quiz 11:45. Group coaching with Hoag. And that's group coaching at Topstep.com. If you want to send an email, you're going to figure that out. And then back to the futures. We got Eric with us. Yes, the same Eric that is in moderating our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And Power Hour, we got Cami Capital going to join us here also tomorrow. Good stuff today. Don't forget 3 o'clock. Once we're done here, the shuttle bus, if you can find it, will take you to our Discord channel at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We got coaching question and answer with Ray at 6 p.m. Central and 8 p.m. Central. Coach Dakota with the segment called Slow Markets.
Ooh.
Right on.
Slow.
Here we go. I gotta hit my TP, guys.
Yes, sir.
Get on it.
Yes.
Man, are you kidding me right now? Come on.
Here's our access.
No. The market closed right now. So.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right.
Yep, it's all she wrote.
Pull back here. Oh, look at that.
We'll see what happens.
That kind of put in a late spike there at the end there, didn't it, Andre?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this opens tomorrow.
Yeah, that was wasn't the most exciting. NASDAQ had a little bit more action than S&Ps. All good. We're back tomorrow. We always trade for tomorrow. That's kind of what we did today.
Yep. Yeah, be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other, and make sure you pray for peace, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
Pray for peace. All right, we'll be back tomorrow morning. Get yourself some rest. Family time now, folks. And
that means you, Dan.
I'm gonna keep holding these longs. Just saying.
Godspeed, my man.
Yeah, get some like chamomile tea. And
I'll post it on my
hold those
Instagram and show you
longs.
guys the gains at the end of the.
That's what's up.
And I'm done with this. So
All right. Get some rest, my man.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Anything else?
No, that'll be
Shout out to production, shout out to chat moderator, shout out to everyone behind the
Good
scenes.
night.
Okay. See you tomorrow. Take care.
Mm-hmm.